Change of range.
Six weeks of Dota 2. You saw it there in the intro, all culminating now here at the PGL Dota 2 experience, sponsored by HyperX and the premium quality support of Secret Lab chairs. And yet, here we are at the end, and we are no closer to the end than when we started.
Yeah, and in the end, it seems like it's not going to matter what we did for the past 5-6 weeks. It's all going to be about all those tiebreakers, possibly, that they're going to happen. Like, we're going to have some tiebreakers, but still, we have to figure out how many, which teams.
And where they are going to determine, yes, no matter what, there are going to be tiebreakers here in the Southeast Asia Upper Division, but whether it determines your major playoff slot, major group stage slot, major wildcard slot, or maybe even the relegation slot has yet to be determined. All that we know for sure is that one of the teams that we'll be watching today is already unfortunately relegated to lower division, as that will be our first match of the day, Execration versus Lilgun. Lilgun, on paper, don't really have anything to play for, but at the same time, this is a team that 2-0'd TNC last week. So
they're playing for fun. They're here to entertain us, and seems like, you know, when they have nothing to lose, they play better. And here we can see 1-5 already out. Tsunami, I know you did some math.
I did.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay, so
what happens?
Our first match of the day, Lilgun versus Execration. If Execration win, then they will be 4-3. So they will be in potential for a wild card slot, but it's unlikely unless if T1 also lose. So I'll just explain our next 3 matches. First match of the day, as you saw on the schedule, Execration versus Lilgun. Second match of the day is Fnatic versus TNC. So one of those 2 teams, doesn't matter which, is going to be 5-3, and the other one is going to be 5-2, and the other one's going to be 4-3. So a 5-3, a 5-2 gives you, you're going to the major, no matter what. It doesn't guarantee if you're playoff, group, or wildcard. That needs to be determined afterwards.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, that means that
Going to the major, no matter what. It doesn't guarantee if you're playoff, group, or wildcard. That needs to be determined afterwards.
no, if you're 5-2, you're definitely top 2, either group stage or playoffs.
Right. And
Yeah.
then the next match on May 20th is going to be OB Esports Neon versus T1. And then it's pretty straightforward, because then T1 will be 5-2. Next match on May 20th is going to be OB Esports Neon versus T1. Then it's pretty straightforward, because then T1 will be 5-2, and then either TNC or Fnatic will also be 5-2. So they'll play a tiebreaker to determine who goes to playoff, who goes to group stage, and then OB Esports Neon, if they win, then we have a huge tiebreaker between who's going to take that wildcard slot. So very much of the rigmarole that we've been through for the past 5 weeks has not really mattered very much. Boom and Omega don't have anything to play for. They've already completed all of their matches. Lilgun is playing for fun, I suppose. Them beating TNC has kind of put us into this tiebreaker soup.
Yeah, but if this happens, and it's happening in the other regions as well, I feel like we need a different system. Because playing for 5-6 weeks and then having to play another 5-6 potentially games is not what I'm looking to see. You know, it's been happening for a really long period of time. Like you play Dota for 6 weeks and you still don't know whether you're going to major or you're getting relegated, which is a possibility.
Yeah, I think one of the systems that I was hearing proposed most often is you do BO2s and then you make each team play each other twice. So instead of just one BO3 round robin, then you get a little bit more repeat performances. So, like, you know, if you had a bad day, then maybe you can beat that team on another day. But it's more likely that you'll be able to find out who is really the best of the best. Because, yeah, it does become a little bit strange that after all this play, we still don't really know who's the best in Southeast Asia. Last week I would have said TNC, but then they lost to Lilgun, and now I don't know.
I like tiebreakers. I don't know. I just feel like it's like the fairest way of making sure that like teams who have the same score, you know, you find out the best team.
Yeah, the problem is with this system, there are so many teams that could potentially end up with the same score.
Sure, but that just means that this scene and SEA in general is very inconsistent, right?
True.
That is
I don't
correct.
think I've seen this in any other region. Not to this
Europe?
extreme.
Other regions, so Western Europe is currently having a situation where, depending on what happens today, I believe, I think Liquid OG is either today or tomorrow.
It's today.
It's today. Then they could potentially have a 4-way tiebreaker because Nigma lost yesterday to Tundra. Spoilers, if you just woke up. But, you know, you should
You have to say spoilers before.
I did not realize. No, whatever. It's not my show. It's European show. Yeah, so there's a potential for a 4-way tiebreaker to figure out who's going to be taking the playoff slot and their 2 wildcard slots between... Alliance is already guaranteed the playoff, and they have to figure out between Secret, Nigma, Liquid, and OG, if OG win. So that's another tiebreaker situation. I don't think Eastern Europe is having a tiebreaker situation. North America's only interesting thing is that I guess EG beat Quincy, and so their second
Quincy beat EG.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Quincy beat EG. Yeah. And so that means that yet again there might be like a cyclical thing where Undying, Quincy, and EG all beat each other, and they need to figure out who takes their 2 slots. And in South America, it's also happening because NoPing, while they are confirmed for the major, I think Beast Coast, if they remain undefeated up until the one game that they lost, then they could also have tiebreakers. So it seems to be a common issue.
But tiebreakers are good, I still think.
Yeah.
Like what is like a fairer way to determine between teams that have an even score?
I think making teams play each other more than once is a little bit, but I guess in tiebreakers they do play each other more than once. But yeah, I'm with you.
Because like let's say you do BO2 like twice every
Mhm.
team, right? That would increase the play time by a lot, and I don't know if that's what Valve is going for or not. But I mean, I
Perhaps.
agree. Like I would love it personally if they just played like 2 BO3s against each other.
Yeah,
But it's probably not going to happen either because it's too much play time. But I would love that. Because as you said, one day they just have an off game. Like, can T1 beat TNC again? Who knows? Like,
Can
No one
Lilgun
knows.
beat Execration? I would not be surprised. If you had asked me last week, I would have said no way. Lilgun, I don't think this is happening. You know, they were struggling. They only managed to win 1 game. But Execration are currently 3-3 right now. So they are in contention for attending the major. This is an incredibly important series for them. And Lilgun has a very devil-may-care attitude. They wouldn't even give us an interview when they beat TNC.
I actually hate the situation the most out of any situation where one team is already guaranteed eliminated. So, and they're not playing for anything really.
Yeah.
Which means that potentially they could just like do 2 troll drafts and give Execration a free win. And then,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because they gave some other teams before hard time, potentially won against them. Let's say they managed to win only 1 series at the start, and in the end they realized, you know, we're out, so we're just gonna, you know, not play seriously, because they're playing in other tournaments as well. Like, both of these teams are just playing, like, XBet something in Invitational
Yeah,
and
some-
Moon Studio League, whatever it's called.
Sure, but this is definitely like the highest profile event, so
Yeah, of course they're gonna prioritize this.
right. And I don't really think you have any incentive to not perform your best. If they are going for, like, if they were trolling against TNC, like picking Pudge, which I'm with you, that's very out of the box.
Maybe
and
they just
won with
needed
it.
to be more relaxed. 'Cause
Exactly.
For an unexperienced team like Lilgun, it gets to their head. You know, this is very important, serious to us. We can't lose it, and then you make more mistakes because it's in your head. Like when you're playing, you know what you're playing for. But if you're playing more relaxed, approaching as a pub, guys, we're just gonna have fun. We're gonna play heroes that feel comfortable. Maybe try to surprise them here and there, and then. But still, you're playing Dota. I mean, Dota is a very complicated game in terms of like psychology and everything. Depends how you're feeling at the moment. You're having
For sure.
any issues, like maybe some ping issues, some pauses could get you. Like we've seen yesterday in China, after like a couple of pauses, you lose momentum. Some teams like don't really like that. So a lot of things that can potentially happen in the game to just throw you off a bit.
I think you gotta add some sort of incentive to winning a game. Like maybe you get like per series winning like $500 or something, you know, because that would prevent teams
Yeah.
that are already eliminated from not trying as hard as they possibly could, because you would still play for something. Whereas now they're just playing for nothing. Where of course I still think Lilgun, you know, the BTNC, obviously they're still trying. It's just if you're not playing for anything, in your mind it's just like we can take it easy. We lose. There's like no try hardness going into it, you know. So they're definitely going to be playing the
No,
100%.
but look at their cameras. This is the team that was smiling when they were losing. This is the team when they were having a really good time when they won.
Sure, but I mean they were smiling like this like the entire season.
Yes.
Like from beginning to finish. So I don't think like them getting eliminated, quote unquote, actually changed anything.
Probably
for
not.
them.
No, especially because
Except the draft.
they can't even get out of bottom place. So
Yeah.
if you get bottom place to second to bottom place, then I think there's like $1,000 difference in terms of winnings from the upper division last place versus second to last place.
But they can't even get second to last
But they
place
can't
either.
even get second to last. So
Yeah.
I'm with you. I can see
Like just some small incentive, you know, to keep things interesting.
for sure.
Like nothing super major, but just some little bit.
Well, I'm down to,
Like a
to
little.
see some kind of a change.
Yeah, you're like throwing out the fish bait, you know.
Yeah.
And then you hook Slark.
And then you're like, "What?"
He's depth shrouded now. You can't hook him anymore. Can't hook him with the fish bait.
Unfortunately.
Execration versus Lilgun. Game number 1. Timber saw Broodmother banned out. Lilgun banned out the Centaur and the Puck. First pick, the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. Pudge still available for Lilgun if they want to pick it.
Not that good with Nyx though. I guess if Nyx is 5 it can work, but the lane is pretty bad. If it's Nyx 4.
You have a stun, which is a setup for hook. You don't have
Sure,
to think.
sure.
But
Underlord, what the hell?
this is the team that has been all over the place with their drafts. They like play the most. I believe they play most heroes because you check their Dota buff. They're playing so many games in other tournaments as well. You can't find the pattern. That's the thing. Like I'm trying to look for hero pairings, anything. Like it's very hard to like find what they're actually trying to do with their drafts. Most of the time, the feeling that I get is that they wake up and say, you know what's good here? Let's go with Underlord. Because it doesn't make much sense, you know, just picking Underlord straight away, especially in the first phase. This is not a first phase hero. It allows certain heroes to just counterpick, like Lifestealer, potentially Ursa. So you don't really care too much about that damage from coming out from the Underlord. Looks good. Earlier Lifestealer pick.
Or maybe it looks bad for a little gun. Like, how are they ever going to pressure this Lifestealer now?
Yeah,
It's gonna
that's
be
my
super
problem
tough.
with the way they're drafting.
Looks already pretty free for the Lifestealer. They now have 3 bans to protect the Lifestealer. We see the Razor and Lycan bans. Maybe they'll just also ban out like an Ursa or something like that.
PL.
I mean, what can you say?
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, at least whenever I look at other drafts from Lilgun, sometimes I would like to be like, okay, well, at least they have the same foundation, but they don't have the same foundation. It seems random every single time.
It does. It really does.
So there's no like trend that like, okay, we're gonna make Marvel have a good game this time. We're gonna have, other than an X123 Lycan,
It's
I
a
would say that's
team
the
game.
most consistent
I
thing.
think it's a team game, so they're giving their position 5 one time a good game. You enjoy, you have your fun. Sometimes it's the carry player, but inconsistency. Like if you look at the other teams, the way they're drafting, let's say compared to some top-tier Chinese teams, like you know what they're going to go for. Most of the time, it's the same openers because they know what's good and they don't want enemy teams to have it, so they just take it straight away. Here is like, well, every single time, it's pretty much a different opener.
Yeah, who would you consider to be Black the game winner on Lilgun? For me, I think Sanctity has been the most consistent that I trust him to be able to put the game over the top. Like, even in the games that they lose, I find that Sanctity usually is the game decider for them.
I mean, it's either one of the two, X1 to 3 or Sanctity, right?
Yeah,
Like, depending
they
on
swap it
who
up.
plays what role, yeah.
Mhm.
Like sometimes, actually I don't even know how they determine it, because X1 to 3 sometimes plays like PLs and carry tinies and stuff, and then the next game Sanctity just plays like a mid anti-mage. Like, why are they like switching up the farming priorities also? Like, they're just switching up everything every time, and I don't even think that
You don't need to be that flexible. I think, maybe for some different roles, I liked what Team Liquid was doing with their position 3 and 4.
Sure.
But switching priority between 1 and 2 could mess you up. The way you play, like what's your role in the game, I don't think you can be that versatile. And they already know. They're already picking a hero.
I mean, like, Lilgun is not even thinking, man. They're just blasting through the picks.
They're not bad picks, though.
I mean,
I
they're
like
not
most
bad
of
picks.
these.
Well, there's still Viper available. Oh, it's not. Never mind.
They
I
already
see him
5-headed
there.
it, man.
They banned it.
Yeah, they took out 2 breaks.
The thing is, Lifestealer is still completely unanswered.
You don't like Bristleback versus Lifestealer?
It's not that good. Like, once Lifestealer actually gets like a Scotty, it's very hard for Bristol to
And
play.
it's a good Scotty game. Like this time around, Armlet, 1 damage item like Armlet versus Scotty would definitely be unbeatable because they have no burst damage whatsoever. Like they cannot kill this hero.
Yeah, like I really don't know how they're gonna answer this Lifestealer. They have 1 more pick left. It could be a mid Bristol, and they can answer with like an Ursa or something that can chew through him. But so far, it's unanswered. It's a very strong dual lane with Grimstroke Lifestealer, so Underlord is going to have a very tough time.
I want to see something that's good against Bristleback. You never know. With Southeast Asian teams, you never know if that's position 4 Tiny. Tiny pretty much plays all lanes except the off lane.
Legion, okay.
So
Counter the Bristle
more
as well.
dispel, yeah, more attack speed against the egg on top of Lifestealer.
Turn the Bristle around.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, they picked Phoenix into Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's what I mean with it. It's completely unanswered.
Yeah.
And they have no BKB piercing abilities that can stop Lifestealer from just going in and killing the egg.
Yep. I really think they need like a deterrent, something like Ursa, that where Lifestealer commits on the egg, you can like jump in and bash him and potentially kill him. But if they just ban Ursa now, Medusa is also banned. I don't know how they protect this egg.
I think they should just ban Ursa. It feels really good. Good matchup against Lifestealer, decent matchup against Legion Commander, even though we've seen most of the time Legion Commander just
Did Ursa ever win?
He doesn't win.
But in mid-game, it's good.
In mid-game, it's good. Yeah, it's the lane. I never feel like Ursa completely dominates the lane.
Wait, what is it called? Win lane, lose game?
Yep.
Kind of thing?
Which used to be how I thought of Razor. But now Razor
Now
seems
Razor's
to be
like
a
win
game
lane,
winner.
win game,
Yeah.
be on top of net worth.
Dude's crazy.
This hero is super strong.
I don't even know how he farms so fast after they removed his AoE
Passive Storm
surge.
Surge, yeah.
It's one of those things, it's kind of same for me, where I'm thinking, well, how? How is he on top of net worth? I just don't get it. He does not have a farming tool.
I think what helped a lot is they buffed his ult damage by quite a bit. It's like 60 per tick now, level 1.
Right.
So you can farm ancients and stuff quite efficiently.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where it comes from. And the cooldown is, what, 80 seconds? So it's like a decent farming tool. Maybe even better than we give it credit for. But they banned TA, actually. Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess covering their bases depending on where this Bristleback is going, either safe lane or mid lane.
But if TA is so sad against Grimstroke Tiny. Like at Avalanche, you get Inkswell, you get Inkswoln.
That was OG's go-to combination against Liquid and TI9 against Weeha's Templar
I mean,
Assassin.
and Inkswell just absolutely destroys TA. And they go with a Crystal Ancient Apparition. looked like a CM for a second there. They have the same
AA
spawn animation.
Grimstroke, not the strongest duo. I prefer when Grimstroke is paired with something else because they kind of both fit the same role.
It's good lanes though.
It is.
Like AA Lifestealer against his Underlord is gonna be super. Like they're just gonna be fine for sure.
Sure. But yeah, I think they needed a position 4 that's range paired up with the Legion Commander. So that's good. We've seen how well it can be. Just Inkswell on top of Legion Commander, pretty much max movement speed at the early levels with the overwhelming odds. Double duel as well, always going to be good.
Double cold feed
Whoa.
in the duel. Ooh, it's a lot of feet.
It's a lot of feet.
But I think it's a good answer to Bristol also. And like Lilgun needs to pick something. One answers all kind of hero.
Do you want it from the mid lane or to the safe lane?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind something crazy like just like a Tinker or something. Like throw it out there, get some hex the Lifestealer.
What's your highest priority thing? Saving the egg? Is that what you want most from Lilgun's draft?
There's nothing you can pick now to protect the egg, I think.
There's still the Ursa.
I don't know, but it doesn't really like protect the egg, right?
It just
Like,
discourages Lifestealer.
exactly. Like it's more of a you hit the egg, I hit you, maybe I'll kill you after you kill the egg kind of thing. But there's like nothing to really protect the egg.
So you want a game winner then?
Yeah, like, they need like a hard win condition, I feel, because both the Underlord and Bristol are super hard countered. Phoenix doesn't really have a good game. Like even this Nyx assassin doesn't seem like it counters anything.
No, it doesn't particularly strike me as a very good pick here. I'm all about that Nyx assassin, very vocal whenever he's picked, because I feel he's like top 3, top 5 strongest heroes at the moment in the patch. But here, doesn't feel particularly strong. Maybe, what about like Phantom Lance or something that's...
Sure, it's just some game winner, yeah, I would like that too.
That's not a game
well, that's
winner.
not a game winner. And it's also terrible against Lifestealer.
And it also means that it'll be the mid lane, which makes it a safe lane Bristleback versus a Legion Commander.
I never understand why people pick Ember into Tiny. Every time that happens, Tiny just has a free lane, he gets a super fast blink, and just destroys you in the mid game. Like, whatever. Like,
I kind of expected something different, to be honest, from Lilgun.
Especially after the TNC series.
Yeah. And now Execration, much more solid draft, double duel, Tiny on the mid lane is a beast. I'm just becoming bigger and bigger fan every single day that I see it across all other regions. The hero got buffed. They have the tools against tanky Bristleback, tanky Underlord with Ancient Apparition. Lanes should be good. Complete outdraft from Execration.
Yeah, Black, you going with Execration as well?
unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately, that's my thought as well, because after the TNC series, I wanted to see these pledges.
I wanted, you know, to see some
seriously.
snipers. I wanted to see something fancy. Didn't happen this time around.
The opening looked cool, but they just never really completed anything. It's just like, you pick this, all right, I want Ember, you Bristol.
Yeah. It's a bit of a shame, but at least I'm sure our casters, B-Cop and Lizard, will enjoy casting it. Take it away for game number 1.
All right. Looks like we're good to go here, ready to go. I want to hear your prediction, Lizard.
Execration.
Oh, all right. So you're just going with everybody else.
Execration.
Is there any...
Execration.
Okay. You know what? I could do that. I could go with you guys. Be a follower. Be Execration. Although I feel like you might be doubting a little bit with Lilgun, you know. They did 2-0 their last series.
They did.
But
And it was versus a really big team as well. Can you remind me?
Can I remind you who they beat last time?
Was it maybe TNC?
It was TNC.
It was TNC, yeah. We casted that series, but it was something funky from Lilgun. We had some Pudge on the off lane, we had some Lycan on the safe lane, and they weren't necessarily countered. This game, I feel like they might run into some problems. You have LC versus Bristol to turn him, you have Ancient Apparition against him, you have Double Duel, you have Lifestealer versus the Egg, you have Legion Commander with the Shard to get rid of the Fire Spirits against the Egg. They have a lot of good things going for them, but if this Bristleback does roll out of control, the hero can be pretty damn broken if left unchecked, so it can happen, but I really like Execration's draft.
Yeah, Execration's draft looks good. You know, the double duel like you were talking about, that does offer a lot of control. Can it get to dual victories? Yes, but that's not what the game plan is with that. It's more just controlling 2 heroes. We'll see how he does with this Tiny. As we've seen, Tiny's, 11-minute blink, something like that. If you can get a decent timing on that blink, the Tiny is certainly a hero that can kind of get out of control, but I'm wondering against these heroes of Lilgun, like, are we going to see Tiny still be able to blow them up and make mincemeat of them?
That's true. You don't really, besides Phoenix perhaps, you don't have a target that you instantly blow up as a Tiny. But keep in mind, you have Ancient Apparition. It doesn't matter how tanky you are, Tiny will be able to blow you up if they combo that properly with the AA. So as long as they combo well, they should have no problems.
We'll see how AoE does against Sanctity. Lilgun coming off their best performance of the season. I was a little disappointed that the draft didn't include an off-lane Pudge, but maybe we'll see that in Game 2.
Hopefully.
Get back to the roots of victory. I was telling you before we started, Palos has felt really strong to me. Even R, like that combination up towards top. Like these guys on Execration, I know that they're currently sitting middle of the pack, but here in the region, you know, the top team has 4 wins. So realistically, they're only 1 victory away from being technically at the top of the region.
Yeah. They're really close. They can be even closer with this win. Lilgun, however, correct me if I'm wrong, the only 2 wins they had were versus TNC.
They had
one with Huskar early on, right? Like in the first week, yeah, I remember.
It was a victory over Smart Omega, a team that is currently tied with Boom to get relegated.
Yeah, we might have a lot of tiebreakers here. I think we even just talked about it, the X1, 2, 3 on the bottom lane.
Well, there's at least the relegation.
Huskar early on, right? Like in the first week, yeah, I remember.
It was a victory over Smart Omega, a team that is currently tied with Boom to get relegated.
Yeah, we might have a lot of tiebreakers here. I think we even should, right? It's confirmed. Panel has talked about it, the X1, 2, 3 on the bottom lane.
Well, there's at least the relegation tiebreaker that we're going to be seeing, and then the question becomes how many teams are going to tie at the top, because one of TNC and Fnatic, who are in the top 3 right now, is going to be 4-3, which leads to potentially, if Execration win, they'll be 4-3. Neon win, they'll be 4-3, forcing T1 to also be 4-3. So the tiebreakers could just be infinite.
Let's just redo the season.
Yeah, we might as well just go 6 more weeks.
Yeah, just go 6 more weeks instead, because
nothing was figured out.
This season didn't show us anything at all.
It's completely different from last season when we had, you know, Fnatic and Neon just dominating the entire region. As for right now, you know, you've got Ember 14-4 over mid. Tiny kind of keeping up. 11-1 for Yoey. Sanctity, he's shown us some decent looks throughout the season. Nothing to really write home about, though. It's a little bit inconsistent from
all of these players from SCA that play mid lane are extremely skilled. Like, none of them falls way too far behind anyone else. On a good day, even the team that's getting relegated, their midder can win versus the top tiers.
RR getting low. One more shot needed. They'll get it.
That was so close. Did he have any sticks or anything? No, just the salve. If he popped that salve, he probably lives, but it's not worth it.
It's not worth getting rid of the salve for like one tick.
It's 100% not worth it. Even if you go back to base, you can bring back some items to the Lifestealer. Also, this is a build that I've seen more often now on AA is the Blightstone. You just AA, and they start with the Blightstone, they hit you with Chilling Touch, then they right Q a few times. It's not a bad build overall, but very different from what we've used to be seeing.
Well, maybe I'll have to give it a shot in my pubs. I play a lot of Ancient Apparition. I'm currently holding off on playing Ancient Apparition because I'm at 99 wins, 99 losses, and I just don't want to break that up. Because if I lose, I'll be pretty disappointed.
Just make it 100-100.
I could do that. Inkswell coming through. Icarus dive over. X123 taking a lot of damage here. Might even just fall, but the Fire Spirit stops the right click of Nico, who just can't get it going, and he's running into the Quill Spray and now under the tower.
Oh, and he misses the Inkswell. Stroke of Fate, sorry. It was very close. Nico is actually too low now. This is one of those situations that you regret diving the tower. Oh.
Inkswell again on the creep. And that lands, they get the kill.
He was very unlucky with the blocks from the creep wave. That could have went much, much better for him, but sadly the creeps blocked, and X123, man,
He needs to be careful.
he's joking it.
Yeah.
When you see the stroke of fate coming, it's kind of easy to dodge it.
Such a long animation.
Exactly.
Realistically, everything except for his ult is pretty long on Grimstroke. Because even the Phantom's Embrace has to get to you, and...
Yeah, you can dodge a bunch of stuff, unless he has a Blink Dagger. Usually you can dodge it, but sometimes easier said than done when there's a big team fight and everything is just a big mess.
Right.
Hard to think about a Grimstroke.
Palos, he's going to get stunned. Firestorm right on top of him. Forced to go into that rage. Still taking some of these right clicks. Marvel maybe would have liked Hishki to be in the back of that train, as he could have right-clicked Palos to potentially his death.
He's got like 13 stick charges, also Fairy Fire, so this life looks like. Only if he gets stun locked will he die. So
From last time, not wanting to dive the tower.
he didn't actually learn from last time. If he learned from last time, he would use press the attack after the Fire Spirits was applied. And then he can get one more hit until the next Fire Spirit lands.
Right.
But he
Avalanche
uses it
toss,
before.
and they get the kill on a Marvel.
That's a good haste rotation by Yowie. Gets the rune, goes top, gets a kill. This is the perfect start pretty much for a mid laner. With that minute 6, you make a first rotation, get the kill. Seems good.
So 2-1 right now for Execration. As Execration are really the only ones playing for some sort of reward, I would say.
For
'cause-
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have stakes on the line. Meanwhile, Lilgun is just here to be a dream breaker.
Yeah, I mean, they did it with TNC last week. Not exactly killing the dream of the major just yet, but certainly making it questioned.
Yeah, putting a dent in it, definitely. Top lane, Palace again. Yeah, that's the 18 stick charges now. Probably won't be dying.
And he's level 6, you know, having those 20 stick charges, I think they were a little bit willing to let him just solo experience. Feels...
Yeah, that's the 18 stick charges now. Probably won't be dying.
And he's level 6, you know, having those 20 stick charges, I think they were a little bit willing to let him just kind of have the lane to himself, so he's getting solo experience. Feels pretty survivable with just one stun to deal with.
I think most importantly, Ancient Apparition is also getting solo experience on the mid lane. Like you're putting your position of Frost Blast, Ice Blast will be there sooner. Connect.
This leaves solo experience, like I said, to Palos, and he's going to take advantage of that, going into the Armwood first. We'll see how quickly he moves off the lane, what he wants to do with this solo experience, how quickly he wants to engage in a fight. I think there's certainly opportunity once the Ancient Apparition hits 6. Inkswell bottom, and a right click from Nico to get the kill. He's not level 6 yet, so there's no duel available to him.
Almost. Almost has that 6.
X123 in the jungle.
Yep. Marvel.
Tossed up, and a couple shots. They should have this kill, and it'll go to Palos.
Yep. I'm surprised Palos didn't go for that corrosion build that we see very often to dominate the lane. But considering A abandoned him earlier and the lane isn't that easy, yeah, going straight into Armut after phase boots, it's pretty solid too. I like the fact that he's going for this fighter build, even though you might think they don't scale that greatly, like Tiny and Lifesteal are both kind of semi-cores. Nah, they do, because they have Legion on the offlane as well.
Right. Venom's Embrace, Sanctity still trying to get the kill on the BDZ. This Inkswell will go off and stun him.
He's got 11.
And he didn't hit the slight.
Even if he did, the BDZ has 11 stick charges, Fairy Fire. He's not dying there.
They're going for Ace up towards top, and he already used that Icarus dive. They've got themselves the Pit of Malice as well as the Firestorm. Yowie might have gone in too far, but he's got the help from the Infest, so he'll heal up a little bit. He's also holding on to Bottle Sips and End of 16 charge wand.
Yeah, Ember did rotate, so maybe they can make something happen here.
Yeah, he just used Infest, so
But
his
these
escape
sticks,
mechanism.
they're just not used at all on Execration.
Yeah, they're just holding them. They haven't been in trouble enough.
They're setting in the initial investment, waiting for the stick charges to get buffed, you know, and in the next patch they heal you for more.
There's the stick usage, and there's going to be a dip in price. Sunray, slight. Oh, and a remnant. There we go. They'll finally get the kill. That'll cost the life of Ace, though. That's a long chase.
That's a long chase,
Tiny.
but 100% worth it, right? Like you get their mid laner.
This duel
First duel.
is not going to get them the duel victory. This is around the tower. Spike Carapace, Inkswell once again. And can they get this kill onto this Nyx Assassin? One more shot needed, and Hishki, there he goes.
They do kill him, but they don't get the duel. The tower will probably be defended by Marvel now. So overall, if you're Execration, you're getting some stuff done, but you shouldn't be way too happy with how things are going.
Yeah, Tiny's not exactly rolling out of control here compared to Sanctity especially. He's almost down 1,000 gold. I'm a little surprised at that because I thought Yowie, he made the proper movements. His movements resulted in kills more so than Sanctity's.
Yeah, but he made movements. That's the problem. Another duel.
Duel out again. Ice Blast coming through, and they will get the duel victory. BDZ getting the kill on a Hishki. That one was on the edge.
That's the combo we talked about, right? Ice Blast, duel,
Inkswell.
Inkswell, there's just too much happening. Yowie, he just rotated too much. He went from mid, top, then stood top without getting a kill, then got killed. Meanwhile, Ember was mostly on the mid lane with that one rotation to the top. So.
And now they'll go for Marvel. He is just locked down here. Pit of Malice right-clicks in. RR with the kill.
Yep. I like the build on Marvel. He went for that hood. They need it versus AA. They need it versus Tiny versus Grim, but...
Ooh, Ice Blast hits Sanctity, so we'll see how willing he is to continue on this. They've got two heroes low on the side of Execration. They don't hit that Stroke of Fate. They're coming over. Inkswell trying to catch it, but he'll Remnant away after killing off RR. They're right on his Remnant, ready to go, but Avalanche not enough damage to really continue on to this Ember.
Without the duel, you don't have the control or the damage to kill off pretty much anyone.
Right.
There is a blink though now on Tiny, so with that blink, maybe Nyx is an option. It depends. When AA respawns, he's going to have Ice Blast in 2 seconds. Let's see who they go for.
And now they know he's got this blink, so it's not much of a reveal, but Avalanche toss, Ice Blast in, Sanctity. He'll get hit by that tree.
He's fine.
Yeah, math checks out.
He's completely fine. He had Flame Guard as well, so it was a very difficult kill. There's a hood as well on Bristleback. They bought 2 hoods so far. And Ace is actually itemizing straight into an Agonist. This isn't something, this isn't something that you see on Phoenixes very often.
So they're expecting, because really Lifestealer feels like the only one who can hit the egg reliably, as bottom lane, Nico low, Nico dead. This gets caught in that Pit of Malice 2 times. If Lifestealer is your only reliable source of hitting the egg, then getting Ags feels like it's just going to be the eggs never going down.
No, I actually don't agree with that way too much. You have Legion, you have Lifestealer. You already have 2 ways of killing the egg, right? Because of the press the attack and because of rage. I think the point behind the Sagonims is, first and foremost, Ags is fun, man. it's fun to play with Ags, but the second thing is you have a save versus duel. Like, they duel someone, you just use your egg on them, and you pretty much save the target. However, you save them unless they kill the egg.
Yeah.
If they kill the egg, you're both dead.
Level 2, 10 shots with Ags.
It's not
unkillable.
It's not unkillable, exactly.
Yeah, maybe I over-exaggerated how unkillable it is.
Sanctity.
Ice Blast, Inkswell. They've got the Avalanche coming through, and Hishki actually is the one who ends up getting caught here.
Hishki actually moved in to try and prevent that with Carapace, but Ember was fine. He just got out. He had a Remnant.
Yeah, Hishki didn't need to die there.
It's like I don't know, someone is shooting at you, but he's missing, and you're just jumping on all those bullets, saying, I'm saving you, I'm saving you.
I'm safe. You don't need to do this for me.
Exactly.
Please.
I have Kevlar. Just leave. I'm
Okay.
fine.
X123 has the Vanguard hood. So his farm's decent, 6,300. You've got Pelos at the top, who's
Top
building
lane
into the
duel.
Deso. Duel into the Ice Blast. Stroke of Fate, Phantom's Embrace. All these silences coming in. They've got the Spike Carapace again. Toss. Nico getting low. They'll freeze over the Bristle and finally get the kill.
Nico made a slight mistake there. He turned him away from everyone instead of turning him with the duel towards everyone. So the AA damage wasn't really that high. Grimstrokes as well.
Gotta know where that back is.
It's hard. It's this way, it's that way.
It's hard because some people just don't know anatomy.
It's a dance.
Ooh. What's the name of the dance?
You name it.
It's the dance of the bristle. The bristle thistle.
Dance of the dead in this case.
Yeah. Toss up into the air, looking for the duel once again. Ice Blast coming towards the side of the bristle back. They'll get the kill and the duel victory.
Remember when we mentioned something about turning this piggy around with the duel? That's all they have to be doing.
And then it gets a lot easier to get that duel victory. Pinmalice actually landing on 4 heroes. He'll be a little bit in trouble. Soulbind won't connect to anybody, but he will freeze over. I wonder if they're going to go for this. Inkswell, blink in. Nico doesn't have duel, but they should have the control to get the kill here onto this Underlord, and they will. Marvel ending up dead.
One big issue that they have is they're not using their egg. I haven't seen Ace actually use his ulti at all this game. Did he?
I don't think so.
I don't think so as well, right? And they're taking all these fights in which they're getting picked off by duel when they're not in spot. The supports, they need to be closer to their cores. They need to instantly respond to these duels.
Sunray over, trying to help out. Ace, he's on the run, and Avalanche comes in. Hishki's still low. Oh, he needs to be careful. Icarus dive, they've got the Infest, and now they're trying to run on this Tiny. Stroke of Fate slowing him up. They've got the kill onto the Tiny. Palace Rage and the overwhelming odds comes in and kills off Hishki. So at least a trade for the moment, but the Sleight of Fist here in chains, and Palos, he'll end up dead. Duel comes through. Do they have the damage? It's not looking likely. Nico's actually put himself in trouble. They'll freeze over the Bristle, but the Sunray and the damage from the Firestorm, they'll get themselves 3 and make it a 4th with Sanctity going in and killing off RR.
All right. All right, who needs the egg? I take everything back. If Execration just dives you like that,
Not even needed.
You don't need the egg. Tiny though win with Inkswell, he had 50% HP. He had 50% already. Then he dives in, he gets chained, he can't really move. Inkswell doesn't connect onto anyone. You can't help him because he's too deep. I actually thought that they're Inkswelling the Legion to go in with the duel first, but nope, they sent the Tiny. I'm not sure. It's not that I'm not sure. I'm sure that wasn't the right play because I saw it play out. Right?
So that gives now Lilgun a little bit of a net worth lead. And you can see it on the chart. Like, yeah, Palos has farm. Your other 2 cores are really far behind.
All you have to do as Lilgun is play together. If you play together, that's what happens. The strength in numbers.
RR getting chased down here by X123. They've got the duel coming out of the Nyx Assassin. They'll leash up this Underlord, but again, it's just going to result in losses here for Execration. A 2-for-1 Avalanche toss, but that's not helping. They're diving in and looking for these kills. Yoey on the run. Yoey burned down. Marvel with yet another.
Yeah, where was this from Lilgun before? Like, why didn't we see this team play the same way throughout the season? They're just doing it to TNC now, to Execration as well.
They just, once you get that role of Dreambreaker, it feels so much better, yeah.
But truth be told, Execration also is playing a little bit sloppy at the moment. Lifestealer wasn't anywhere near the top fight. Legion again tries to go and do make a play which eventually just makes them lose heroes. Dual mid. That's a quick one.
All right, Hishki going down.
Blink and you miss it. 40 damage now on the Legion Commander.
But
So-
again, still sitting 2K behind this Underlord. That's your opponent, position opponent.
He has a 4-staff as well, an Underlord. Not something that you see very often on the hero. He bought it mainly to kite the Nikes, the Lifestealer, right? Like you buy these 4-staffs usually versus heroes such as Lifestealer, such as Slark.
Avalanche, but a Remnant already there. So Lilgun, we'll see what they can do with this because they have a little bit of a net
RR.
worth lead. RR getting run down, throws a nice blast out. They've got the duel, but that turns his back over to the Lifestealer. They'll toss the Lifestealer into the air. Can Palace get the kill? Soulbind comes out for a second Supernova used, and it does go off, but it's not going to go off where it's really needed. And then, okay,
Dark Rift used and cancelled instantly.
immediately.
Yeah, I think they wanted to... Okay, let's see this.
Avalanche coming through. Inkswell, Hishki now has the stun on the Palace. He's on the run, and he's getting burned out. Again, this Sunray just doing so much damage with the help of this team. The Stroke of Fate lands on a Marvel as well as Sanctity. They've got the Inkswell, but the Searing Chains locks him up. So he can't land the Inkswell. Palace now, he's going the other direction. His 4 heroes are going to try and chase Hishki with the stun. Spike Carapace locks up this Grimstroke for a second. Ice Blast leading Marvel, but...
Oh wait, Legion isn't rushing the shard. He's actually going for BKB first after Blade Mill. I'm not sure I agree with this completely, but it's fine. It's okay. I'd much rather see the shard first.
RR. Feeling like he's not really allowed to play Dota at the moment. He's 1-6-10, and a lot of those deaths have come within the last like 2 or 3 minutes.
It's pretty much this way of playing. You can't go alone on the map in this game. On one side you have Nyx Ember, on the other you have Legion Tiny. If you're anywhere on the map alone as a support, you will be blown up. You can't allow yourself to do that.
Ember, 1,000 gold away from getting his Ags. You're 600 or 500 gold away from Bristle getting his Ags, and then you're 800 gold away from Phoenix getting his Ags.
Yeah, they're pretty much copying each other's build. Guys,
And then
are we
Nyx
gonna
is-
go Hood? If you go Hood, I'll go Hood.
And then Nyx
if you go
Assassin's
Hood,
getting
I'll
Ags
go
too.
Hood.
Hey man, if you go Ags too, I think we should all go
Hey, man,
Ags.
that Hood worked. You wanna go Ags? Let's go Ags.
Well, there's no point in buying one Ags. There's 6 packs cheaper. Might as well.
Is there a discount?
We might as well get a bunch of Ags here.
There's a discount on the item if you buy.
For everybody.
Yeah, if you buy it for everyone.
That would be cool, Ice Frog. 5
sense.
for cheaper. If everybody buys their Ags at the same time, it, save like 200 gold a person or something like that. Well, discount. Bulk purchases.
Bottom lane, they can't really kill him here. He just rage TPs out. He actually could have continued hitting this tower. This should be a free Lifestealer game. That's how it looks like. They have no BKB piercing spells at the moment, at least.
However,
Smoke. Ember, Envision. Oh, nice reactions. But toss back on Legion.
oh, they got him for a second. Now they've got the dual. Sunray's not going to be enough to keep alive Sanctity. Got this Ags working for X123. He's starting to output a lot of damage. RR can't even TP out. He gets to help the team, but then he ends up dead. They've got the Avalanche as well as the toss. Hishki moving forward. Again, you're walking into the Viscous Nasal Goose Supernova. That'll keep Execration from moving forward and looking for this fight.
Yeah, that's a defensive Nova. Very well played there by Tiny, by the way. Ember, he was quick enough to use the Slight and Remnant out, but Tiny blinks instantly on the Remnant and tosses him instantly back onto the Legion Commander for that duel. Really well played by them. In the end, they lose just, what, AA?
Yeah.
They're happy with that.
Hey, he's not happy with that.
Yeah, he's definitely not happy.
He's definitely just like, come on.
What, he died like 7 times already?
Yeah, I'm getting 3 hit here.
It's the life of AA, especially if you're not buying a Glimmer or a Force.
Yep. That's tradition. So the game's still sitting even. Starting to kind of catch up on Legion and Tiny, but still 2k down on their lane opponents or their position opponents.
They're just gonna smoke again probably now on Dire, get another duel win maybe. They need Legion to be around though. Maybe after this top lane push. Lifestealer meanwhile, he's going for that AC, Sange, Desolator. he can easily take down this tower, then pop rage TP away, or his team might rotate in if someone tries defending.
So there is the second Ags picked up for Lilgun.
For Ace, yeah.
Underlord. You know, you
Underlord.
could get that Dark Rift, has 2 charges and can be cast on allied heroes.
I don't think I've seen anyone buy that.
4,200 gold, that doesn't exactly seem
Doesn't
super value.
Uh-huh,
That feels like a shard.
pretty much. Overvalued shard.
Because
Smoke. Here they come.
I guess shard could be upgraded and then made an Ags. I feel like the 2 could be switched.
Shard level 2.
Maybe.
Sure.
Just an illusion.
This is like a bad position for Lilgun, perhaps, but if they do force a fight around the high ground where Phoenix can egg properly,
Looking for the duel, and they'll get it. They're going to pop the Infest immediately. The Sunray, the Ice Blast all coming in onto this Bristle to get the kill on X1, 2, 3.
where was the egg?
Doesn't have buyback. Egg never comes out.
Why not egg him?
It's lunchtime.
I mean, he bought the Aghanim's, right? That's the plan. Now
Yeah.
he's gonna die here.
And now he's just dead. So he never gets that Supernova off. They've got the stun on Nico. We'll use that, press the attack. Dust comes out, Marvel. It's a solo ride back to the base.
Yeah, and the sad one, he was moving into the pit. Maybe I make a god play as they're taking Rush. I take Aegis, Dark Rift away.
Oh, Sanctity too early into the pit. Ice Blast comes in. Sleight of Fist once again.
No, he
oh, I
took it.
said too early, but he's on the timing. I'm a liar. They get the kill onto Roach. They get the Aegis, and now potentially turning this around. Sanctity, though, he falls. Marvel goes down. Oh,
Turning-
Execration still come out on top.
Yeah, he's turning, well, himself in the grave around, and that's pretty much it. Takes that Aegis, dies again.
There was hope there for a second for Lilgun.
If he manages to snatch it and then get out,
Yeah.
it's kind of solid. It's all right, but he
Dies
he just
immediately.
dies too fast. They have too much control. Then again, they itemized in a way that's a little bit mind-boggling. This maybe Phoenix has some defensive item instead of the axe. Even the shard is so valuable on him, like that Phoenix egg plus the Sunray.
Yeah.
But actually, if you're not using the axe, then the shard doesn't
Shard
really
is
matter.
0 value.
Exactly.
It's like when you get options and then you don't use them.
They really need to set the fight somehow so that they bait the duel and then they counterplay it with the egg.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think Lifestealer at this point with the AC can kill the egg on his own in one
Well,
rage.
it's level 2, so it's 10 hits.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and he has AC. He has a lot of attack speed.
So, I mean, they're going Halberd
Okay.
on Marvel, and I think that will make it harder. I don't think it's unkillable yet.
if he pops it on time, if he uses the halberd on time.
Nick's almost having that Ags, and they're going to fight into this. Duel comes out, and now there's the Supernova, and is it going to go off?
Nope.
No, now they just both die. Well, it's a 2-egg for 1 special here for Execration. They've got themselves the early bird.
Yeah, I definitely understand where he's coming from with the build, with Aghanim's build on Phoenix. It's just that it's so difficult to pull off.
How far away can you pull someone into the egg? I thought it's reasonably far, right?
Yeah. There's a decent edge. I'm not talking about the range of the egg. I'm
Yeah.
just talking about the fact that the enemy team will just go ham on that egg. That's it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was...
And you don't have, if you had some BKB piercing abilities to follow that up, like a roar, let's say,
Right.
like Beastmaster, then it's fine. You have plays, but you don't have a play. Underlord with Pit of Malice will not stop them from hitting that tag. Same goes with Nyx Impale. If there's a rage on Lifestealer, he doesn't care. So you need to find a way to control him first, and after you control him, then you can use that defensively. Maybe a halberd on Phoenix for the first item was a better idea, but
Yeah, it's gonna. If he wanted a halberd now, it'd even be order. Just not gonna get that far. It's all been committed towards that Axe. Quick kill there on a Hishki. That is gonna get the Legion to 150. The Pokemon equivalent of damage. Gen 1.
he's actually not even buying the shard. They're diving Marvel. There's a BKB on Tiny, there's a BKB on Legion, there's a Rage built-in BKB on Lifestealer. It's very difficult for Lilgun to fight right now.
Yeah, Palace is just going to stand high ground. Not really worry about whatever's getting thrown his way at the moment.
They could help him out if they wanted to, but they don't have to.
He wants to do it himself.
Yeah. They just don't have to go in. If they go in, most likely they have to expand their BKBs. But if he can do it on his own, why go? Is this a fake back? Nah, it's not. They're actually just gonna go top, it looks like. Maybe mid.
Yeah, it seems like they could do whatever they want at this point.
It's partly the itemization from Lilgun, really. It's these Ag Scepters. They really are a problem. I think on Phoenix they needed the halberd.
This halberd's still not even here for the Underlord. They've got the duel coming out of the Hishki. Another duel victory, and while Nico, he's been infested, and they'll get the kill on the Ace. They just right-click him down. RR does lose his life, but I'm not sure that's really going to matter. They're going to try and kill Marvel before he's able to take the taxi back home, but he's already away. They've bought back on the Phoenix, and X123, he'll be run down here too.
Yeah, and the gem was dropped as well. They might pick it up, probably.
Sanctity with the Remnants.
He's gonna get out. It looks that way at least. Yeah, just another fight in which Lilgun, they don't truly have a way of playing the game. Yeah, you can take down the supports, but that's about it. Also, Phoenix bought back. He didn't use the egg there too.
I mean, the idea was there, right? Buy Ags, try to make it harder to kill the egg, and now I almost want to say dying so quickly in that last fight, not the one that happened in the triangle, but the one over mid, makes you think that it's not possible. God, the damage on a Sanctity!
210 plus DD. He had double damage there.
Yeah.
That's easy kill on the enemy mid laner.
It's like 618 damage.
Yeah, they also want to force him to buyback, so they're actually pushing the top lane here. There is still a tier 2, however. So
Yeah, guys, you can't do that.
Usually it doesn't work. So if I'm buying Ags on Phoenix, I'm always looking at, do they have any built-in BKB carriers like Jugs, Ursa, well, not BKB carriers or attack speed buffers, right?
Right.
And if they have none, I might be tempted to go for Axe. If they do have some,
A lot of damage on Palace.
yeah, you have to think about it again. Has BKB.
So not in too much trouble. Now blinking in, going for the duel, well far in. Ice Blast comes out, still victorious. Nico not stopping.
There's no buyback. That Phoenix actually just bought back a minute ago.
Yeah, in that triangle fight. Which means no egg, no save, which potentially means one less hero doesn't die. But they get themselves the set of racks, so now the side lanes are open for business.
This Legion is just Palace.
Remnant forward, they get the kill on a Palace. All right, that sets up something. Remnant back over, looking over at Nico. He'll pop the BKB, trying to fight here, but the damage is too much.
The damage from Bristle is actually not something that you can ignore. He had plus, what, 350, 340 damage? Just on the right clicks, that is. Plus the minus armor that you're getting from Nasal Goo. It makes me feel like this Lilgun's draft definitely did have potential if they executed it just a little bit better and maybe itemized on a couple of heroes a bit differently.
But now Hishki, he's got his Ags. This is where we see teams win, is when Nyx has the Ags and everything is... Here comes the big turnaround. He burrows in and just changes the entirety of the game.
Well, he can do a lot. You saw how much Lifestealer suffered from not having mana. Like, he actually could not use Rage. I think they need to feed him mangoes or save Arcane Boots for him. That's it. As he literally died because he had no mana to even Rage, yet alone Rage and pop Satanic. So you need to be able to pop that Rage, to use the Satanic, to turn around, heal up a little bit.
I will say, if another fight goes their way on Lilgun, they can go towards Roche. It's up in like 40 seconds.
Yep.
Win a fight, get a couple pickoffs, go to Roche. Potentially, you know, get something going.
Nice 2 items that they got, Paladin Sword, Cloak of Flames as well, on the side of Lilgun, and a Quiver. So a couple of really nice items that they're getting that will really buff their damage output in the next team fight. But if your Execration is really simple. Go in with that duel, pop the BKB, A ulti. Whoever you duel should die. I don't think they can live through the amount of damage that Legion alone is pumping out. Big smoke though.
They got to try and make it happen.
They probably think that they're Russian, so...
They had the Remnant there for a little bit. I want to say they had the information that they weren't Roshing at that point.
That doesn't help, really. They go in with the Lifestealer this time around. He almost has a Nullifier, by the way, so... And level 25. There's a Shard in this Rosh, too, so... You'll probably give that to the LC.
What's the shard for Lifestealer? Open Wounds?
I really think you give it to LC. There's...
I'm surprised that Lilgun gave this up like this.
Yeah, LC gets it. It's probably my top 3 shard. I don't know if there's... It's LC. I like the Bounty Hunter one as well. Medusa's decent, but LC is probably the best. Just
Yeah,
a casual
like
1400 BKB on 11 seconds cooldown. Why the hell not?
It's still such a good shard. Jeez. I mean, so now he's got magic immunity from BKB. Press the attack.
Not only does he have BKB from that, it's his teammates too.
Yeah. And he's getting close if this game goes long enough.
If he
25.
gets, exactly. Everyone is going to have it. And then your eggs are pretty much defenseless.
Avalanche comes through, toss back. That should be into the duel. And they've got themselves the Ice Blast. The damage coming under the Bristleback is enough. X123 ends up dead.
Where's the egg?
He does not have buyback and still no egg from Ace.
Like the Sunray that he was using actually doesn't matter there because he was hit by Ice Blast. Unfortunate. I think he was trying to get into position to egg with Sunray, but it was a little bit too slow. And if you dive, you're kind of taking that way around and you... But it was a really nice position to egg him on the high ground.
Right.
Like you could save him on your own high ground. And then they have to decide, okay, do we dive further or do we move back?
I mean, they technically held.
Yeah.
Tier 3 didn't go down.
Nyx Assassin, holding strong.
It's where the game changes. It's when he gets that eggs.
Yeah, they did smoke again though. And with the Nullifier on Nyx, on Lifestealer, man, I can't shake this name. Like, I keep on calling him the Boomer name.
People like that name better.
I don't think so. There's a lot of people that don't even know.
Dust forward, Soulbind in, as well as the Ice Blast coming through. They've got the taunt on Hishki as he is in trouble. Ace also loses that shard. They'll get the kill into the Nyx Assassin. BDZ does end up going down. Sunray right on top of Yowie. He's falling quite low, and he might actually burn away. They get the kill here onto the Tiny, who doesn't have buyback. They're looking to get themselves megas as these racks still stand. Marvel going up against this Palos Lifestealer, who's been disarmed for just a second. They've got themselves the Fire Spirits. X123 in the front line. Sanctity gets the kill on an RR. So Palos, he's got an Aegis.
Palos
He's got Rage TP. He's got the ability to potentially get out, and he's just going to right-click away.
I love how he stopped with Satanic to just heal up a little tad bit. and then he finishes off the objectives.
And he just takes mega creeps by himself, doesn't really need the help from the rest of his team. Although Nico looking for an opportunity to duel because it's up in just a second. And Palos, Infest still not dead, right into Nico, and now they're going to pop the Infest. They've got the duel, the damage onto X123. The turnaround is there. Down goes Marvel. Nico, he's got 330 extra damage.
The nullifier there as well.
Oh, Sanctity can't even fight him.
Of course
Sanctity getting run down. Nico, oh, okay. Say that, but he gets some help there from Hishki.
Palos,
Still Palos in the base, taking tier 4s by himself. It's a one-man machine.
Remember that he still has Aegis.
Yeah, he hasn't been stopped. Now the throne is exposed. Palos
Satanic.
getting low, but he's got the Satanic again. This man does not want to die. He just keeps right-clicking, he just keeps healing, and nobody can take his life. He can't... I'm not going to say he can't fall, because he'll die eventually and lose the Aegis when it's that many numbers, but we'll see. Can they kill him? Oh, they'll call him GG. They just wanted to kill him.
Yep. He had that rage available after he died anyway, so he just goes and finishes the game on his own on this lifestealer, really. They were fighting on the low ground around him, meanwhile he was just taking Raxes.
He didn't care. He's just taking racks and does the damage, and they don't do enough to him.
Not the cleanest game from Execration as well.
Yeah.
Lilgun, they're kind of up and down. It's what we've come to expect from them. From Execration, maybe a little bit of a cleaner execution, but overall it was good enough. It did get the job done.
Yeah.
And some combinations like that, AA plus Legion Commander plus Tiny, it was too difficult for Lilgun to deal with.
Yeah, Lilgun, they kept it close for like 20, 25 minutes, and then all of a sudden it started to really fall apart. There were a couple of bad fights from them. Phoenix never really was able to get a good egg off, and it just really didn't go their way. So Execration take game one. They're one game away from potentially being in a tiebreaker, a big one at that, and a breakdown game number one. We've got the panel, so we'll throw it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Felt like Lilgun was just kind of playing whatever they thought was fun, but winning is also quite fun, and I don't really think that they were on a path to do that in this game number one. But they got quite a little farm. I was surprised. Lacosta's Phoenix got Scepter. Bristleback, despite having a lot of counters against him with AA and Legion, still managed to get his own Scepter and stuff like that.
Everyone just got the Scepter on their side. It seems like they wanted to go for Ag's type of a strat. Didn't work out in the end. But looking at the drafts, something that we discussed, the Lifestealer not countered at all. Like, he's really not afraid of a single hero, what they got. And this is how you punish them. They open up with Nyx Assassin, Underlord, first phase, something that's not strong, not common. There's a reason why we don't see it in other regions.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say anything worse about Lilgun than we did in the draft already. I think it was a pretty unwinnable game for them, just in terms of like what the win condition was. And honestly, I'm quite surprised that the game wasn't more one-sided. The game was actually quite even for about 20 minutes or so. Props to Lilgun for that, but ultimately the draft is just pretty much unwinnable, and as the Lifestealer got bigger and bigger, the game got more and more out of the reach.
Every single time Lifestealer gets an item, it feels like he got an item and a half, pretty much, because he feels uncountered at all, and Legion Commander was completely popping off. Big fan of Legion Commander plus a Grimstroke combination, that's just because of that double duel.
This was a sick play by Snake to see, managing to steal the Aegis.
Managed to steal it in the end, pays with his life, even Underlord's gonna die there, tossed back into the pit. But overall, Execration, I still don't know what to think about this team. Like, I think this is the only team in Southeast Asia that I don't know. I see that they're playing, I'm like, is it good? Is it gonna be a good game for them? Is it not? Because this is the team that can pretty much win against anyone, but they can also drop the games when they shouldn't. Very inconsistent.
That's always been a hallmark of this entire, like, the Execration as a whole.
Yeah, like even through the first season, I had the same feeling. Like, I show up on the panel, what do I say? Like, I just one of the teams that I don't have a good read on.
And this game, no different. Even though the draft seemed
It was-
incredibly lopsided.
Yeah, like this game should have been much easier for them, I would say. But yeah, not.
At least they got the job done, right?
They got the job done.
They got
Okay.
the W in the end.
But if you play like this against other teams, maybe it's still enough, maybe not. Like this entire region is pretty unpredictable in that regard. Like maybe this performance one day will not be enough to beat T1, but the next day it might be because T1 is on top of the game. It is just an
I'm always-
incredibly hard region to read.
When I see performance like this, I'm always wondering. You go to the major. What is your goal there? Like, if you keep playing like this, what are your chances of getting like top 8? Probably low.
You say that, but what if they just hit their perfect game day twice in a row?
It's true. That
Like-
may be what happened in Neon in Singapore.
Yeah, it's just, as I said, they're so unpredictable that their highs and lows are so volatile that, like, sometimes they're a free win, other times they'll actually make you struggle a lot.
'Cause if you don't watch every single series from them, you might tune in. Man, Execration, they're so good because that day they're stomping, like they're playing like a top tier team. Then the other day they drop some games to boom. They look like their drafts look wonky. You're asking yourself, what is going on? how's this team like 3-3?
In their defense, this is a very important series
It
for them.
is, it always
and so
is.
if they want to play it safe and they know that they have the late game under control, and they're like, okay, well, we're probably better than Lilgun. They're probably going to make
For
a
sure.
mistake.
I'm not trying to take anything away from them because they are a really solid team. I always love to see them play to see like what's actually gonna happen. But at the end of the second season, I would love to say, Execration, they deserve to go to the major. This is the team that's gonna do okay-ish. They're gonna cause some upsets. We'll have to see. I just have to crystallize everything that's going on with the team.
Yeah, which makes sense because this is a team that is currently potentially going to be attending the major. That's
Yeah.
what all hinges on this series. So we need to judge them on major capabilities, and we need to make sure that Palos remains the MVP, or really actually anyone on Execration. But this game, the Lifestealer was the freest game possible.
He is their best player, I would say, without a doubt. He's been pretty stable in terms of carrying. His itemization has been on point throughout the whole league, and just looks. He gets the job done.
Yeah, game was made easy for him, but it doesn't mean that he didn't do what he had to do. I think he had one death. Not entirely sure. I think he died once in the mid lane and then not any more after that.
That sounds accurate.
Yeah, itemization was good. Perhaps he could have itemized into a little bit more damage. He was... Like, the entire mindset of Execration looked pretty passive this entire game.
Yeah, it was let's not lose as opposed to let's win.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if he just goes for a Daedalus after his AC rather than the Satanic, like, he will still not die, but he'll kill people much faster. But as we said, like, they just want to make sure they don't lose because the 4-3 guarantees you a tiebreaker for at
Exactly.
least the wildcard spot. Yeah.
So Execration still need to solidify that, but they need to get 2 wins before that happens. And Lilgun are known to keep things spicy. So we're going to go over to a quick break, enjoy our sponsor shoutouts of HyperX and the top quality comfort of Secret Lab chairs. We'll be right back.
wanna change your range.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Lilgun versus Execration, where I gotta tell you, I'm a little bit disappointed in Lilgun. They come in after TNC series, and I'm like, wow, this devil-may-care attitude. Let's pick Pudge. Let's pick Sniper. You know? Let's sit in some secret lab chairs, I'm sure, is what was the next step for them.
Yeah, but at the start of the
obviously didn't sit there.
season,
They didn't sit in
they
them.
did not sit in those chairs.
Why are they not spending more time at the secret lab, coming up with new strats? This is, what, it was Underlord? Is that a secret strat? No.
It's a chair. It's only reserved for special
the
occasions.
kings.
It's true.
Like the Dragon Ball Z, the hyperbolic time chamber, whatever
That's
it's
right.
called. Yeah, you can only go there for 1 minute a day.
But that's only for the professionals. You at home, you could sit here 24 hours a day, for
Yeah.
all I care.
Damn.
Damn.
You can feel special 24 hours a day. You can also sleep in that chair.
It
I'm telling you.
reclines like,
Yeah.
I don't even know how much, but
180
lot.
degrees, I'm sure.
180 degrees. Like, it can even do a backflip.
Exactly. Just plank on it. Oh, man. Well, actually, okay. In China, I'm usually a fan of Nyx Assassin first phase. I'm usually like, the team that gets their hands on Nyx Assassin, good for them, because that means that it wasn't banned out, because Broodmother and Nyx Assassin always banned out. Just doesn't feel like it's a Lilgun type of hero.
It's
maybe?
different this game because they have first pick, so they have the last pick in the first phase, so
True.
they can't get lifesteal out or something like that if they choose to Underlord or whatever they want to do.
No, Execration's in much higher spirits after that game one.
I mean, like it was just pretty free, right?
It
Like, they're
was.
like,
And I'm sure they were
okay.
stressed out that, like, after them beating TNC, they're like, oh my god, this Lilgun team, are we going to be able to get a game off them even?
Straight into the Doom. Okay.
Like Nyx Assassin is great against Doom. Just the carapace, AoE, uncontrollable damage. But then again, Grimstroke with the silence. Grimstroke just has everything, dude. Like, this hero is so good.
It's a strong dual lane too, actually. Like, you wouldn't expect Doom to be able to pressure much, but with that Inkswell, it can really deal a lot of damage with the Scorched Earth. Of course, double Doom, standard combo. What more do you want?
Strong opening.
Lycan.
Lilgun, stick to their guns. No pun intended. X123 Lycan.
What about banning the Bloodseeker this time around
Yes.
against Lycan? That would be a great idea. Great suggestion coming out from me, maybe Lilgun. They're listening and they say, well, we should do it because they banned
An
AM.
anti-mage against the
This-
Lycan. Okay.
They have 3 bans. It's okay.
Why anti-mage?
I mean, last time they did beat a Bloodseeker, to be fair,
Yes, that is true. But
somehow.
I don't think that was on Lycan.
Well, it
But
doesn't
why
matter.
anti-mage
True.
like here?
don't
Unless they
know.
want to pick Medusa.
I mean, AM against Lycan just doesn't even sound that appealing.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe they want to pick Storm Spirit.
it's not as bad as it used to be, because, of course, you don't have the Necros, you can't really up the tempo that much. But just in a team fight, I would reckon, like, if he just jumps on you,
Reckon.
runs at you,
I
I
like
would
that.
imagine.
No,
Reckon.
no, I like
The
Reckon.
reckoning of the anti-mage.
Yeah,
you
the,
know?
that's like that's a NA kind of lexicon that you're incorporating. I appreciate
Of course,
it.
I've been listening to
I've
some
been
NA casts
listening
as well.
a lot, and then I say, a lot of. I like,
You know, like
yeah.
like
Like,
like,
like
yeah,
that
like
one.
like
that one?
like
I
that. yeah.
actually noticed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a common thing for Americans.
Like
you know,
Yeah, like that.
like that. Yeah.
Like,
And so then I was like, yeah, like.
And at the other.
And then he was like that, and I like that.
Eventually, I'll get you guys to start saying "ain't." That's a southern
I already do
American
that.
specific thing.
It ain't gonna come
It
from
ain't
nowhere,
gonna come
man.
from nowhere, man.
Yeah. Like, what's the problem, dude?
That Underlord ain't gonna do anything.
Yeah. Like,
It ain't a
use the
thing.
pick.
It ain't a thing. Ain't
Yeah.
no thing.
Ain't did a single thing.
Juggernaut
Didn't do nothing.
ain't really an issue for Lycan. Where's the Bloodseeker ban?
Why did they ban Juggernaut? Isn't Lycan good against Juggernaut?
I'm wondering that too. I feel like they're banning for whoever their upcoming mid laner is.
I gotta scratch my head a bit, you know, with all these bans.
Well, it's a lot of
Don't
area to
make-
scratch. So.
Yeah, it's a big head. Yeah.
A lot of surface
Hey.
area.
Okay, he's actually eating his finger.
He's munching on it.
Yeah. What do you think it tastes like? Salt, probably.
Oh, he's eating some chips. That definitely tastes like salt.
Well, it depends on what chips they are. Maybe they're.
You have sweet chips?
Is it a thing even?
I've never heard of sweet chips.
I haven't eaten chips in a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that like junk food that you try to stay away from?
No, it's just I like to eat gummy bears and stuff.
Really? Oh, so you like sweet snacks more than sour
Salty.
snacks
Yeah.
or salty
No,
snacks?
this is my food as well, you know.
Oh,
eat
gummy
some
bears and stuff?
Haribo.
Yeah,
Gummy
hell
bears,
yeah.
yeah.
Those are classics.
Like I only really eat salty food when I do one of my stupid calorie challenges and I need some flavor. What's it called? Refreshment kind of thing. Like if you eat too much sweet, you need some
Right,
salty
you need
to
like
balance
a
it
palate
out.
reset.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay,
And
I'm
you eat
with
like a bunch of salty chips or whatever.
Mm.
It's really good. I don't recommend anyone doing calorie challenges, by the way. You're gonna put on a lot of weight.
Yeah,
and be
wait,
like,
why are you doing them? Is it like a sub goal for you?
No,
or
just for fun.
no, just for fun, I see. Just torturing yourself for fun.
I mean, I have done some like actual food challenges in Singapore pre-COVID.
Mhm.
Like you just go to a restaurant, they have like the unbeatable beast burger challenge, whatever,
Right.
and you just eat like 3 pounds of meat.
What's
1.5
the reward?
Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's just a shirt, sometimes it's free food for a limited amount of time.
Wow.
Some nice rewards, but really, if you finish the meal, you get it for free. That's the.
Yeah, that's the typical one that I've heard of.
It's like $40-50 worth of food. Easy.
You just have to hate yourself for 2 hours.
It's not easy. Also, the preparation that goes into it is not easy.
How do you prepare?
You have to stretch your stomach.
Stretch your stomach?
Yeah.
What's
But-
harder, preparing for that or preparing for a marathon?
It's
I-
opposite ends of the spectrum. All right, he's feeling himself. He's going ham. He's like, woo!
Dude, hell yeah. This Elder Titan pick, I have the perfect counter. I mean, Nyx Assassin's also pretty good against ET.
It is. But it is.
It is.
Phoenix again.
They didn't ban out Lifestealer. They did ban out the Jug, so that kind of justifies the Jug ban.
And so wait, they banned AM, Jug, and Void
Void Spirit.
Like that guy needs to go out
That's
right
the spirit.
Execration is one of the few teams that actually still plays Void Spirit.
now. Yeah,
We-
but what are
we
the other
don't
two bans then?
I don't know. A Jug maybe against the Egg, good against Phoenix, yada yada yada. But Anti-Mage, I can't really find the
What?
purpose of this
Anime
ban.
mode. Yada yada done there.
Yada yada yada.
He's from
I know.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I know.
Do you?
But also they use it in anime. Yada yada.
Yada yada daza.
Subarashi.
Subarashi.
Well,
Well, they
you
picked
two
Tiny.
are, very big fans of Japanese culture, the fighting games and everything.
It's true,
Of
actually.
course.
Have you been to Japan, Black?
Yeah, like twice.
Nice.
Once in the winter and once when the
Cherry blossoms?
yeah, sakura
Spring?
trees
Yeah, oh, man.
blossoming.
Dude,
Oh, yeah,
that's on my bucket list.
super nice. Like it's the weather's perfect. There's just like all sorts of
Yada yada yada.
He's from
I know.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I know.
Do you?
But also they use it in anime. Yada yada.
Yada yada daza.
Subarashi.
Subarashi.
Well,
Well, they
you
picked
two
Tiny.
are, very big fans of Japanese culture, the fighting games and everything.
It's true,
Of
actually.
course.
Have you been to Japan, Black?
Yeah, like twice.
Nice.
Once in the winter and once when the
Cherry blossoms?
yeah, sakura
Spring?
trees
Yeah, oh, man.
blossoming.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
that's on my bucket list.
Super nice. Like it's the weather's perfect. There's just like all sorts of flower petals like through the air.
Oh man.
It's super nice. Kind of looks like an anime, to be honest.
Yeah, I would believe that. You may be familiar with the fact that anime is based on Japanese culture.
It is.
Quite
but,
a bit of it.
But usually it's like completely over the top and not like super
True.
real, but that actually look really real. Like they're losing all the little pedals, you know. Like, woo.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Because that's saying like it's like a Hollywood movie. It's just like America. It's like well, yeah,
America.
I mean, it's based in America usually.
Well, okay. What about Lifestealer?
I think it's for
Lilgun.
Lilgun?
Yeah. Or Ember Spirit again. I don't know why. But he's playing into like
Doom
and Grimstroke.
and Grimstroke.
If you get leashed, you're dead. If you get doomed, you're dead. If you get silenced, there's a high chance you can die.
Doesn't particularly strikes me as a good Ember Spirit game.
Right, it's
They
against
have-
Tiny again, right?
Yeah,
Yep, that's what it looks like.
they have 3 out of 4 same heroes.
Execration, free to pick Lifestealer if they want an answer for the Phoenix Egg, or they can go for Bloodseeker if they want an answer to Lycan.
And the Phoenix Egg.
Yeah, actually, Bloodseeker's good against both. True.
We all know the saying, if it's broken, don't fix it.
Unless it's a hero in Dota, then if
Please
it's
fix
broken,
it.
please fix it ASAP.
That's
Because
true.
that, where are we at? Are we at D patch?
We're at C patch
C
right
C
now.
still.
patch. So we're
C patch.
waiting for that D.
Is anything picked that you
Always
would
wait
like
for
to get fixed?
Yeah, let's Beastmaster Aghanim Scepter. I think it's kind of bad right now. I think they should buff it.
Buff it in the next
Yeah, I
patch.
think they should
Or
buff it in the next patch.
At least give him a talent that increases axe damage.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
We have
like
that.
25 or something. I'm not 4%. I'm meaning like actual numbers, like 30 bonus damage
I'm with you.
or 40.
But don't get rid of his 20 talent. That minus 35 Primal Roar thing. I
30
mean-
now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, good point.
And
Minus
they
30.
finally decided to ban the Bloodseeker, as we mentioned. Like, it's just great hero against Lycan. A double Rupture could also be a bit tricky.
Yep, really good
with
against
the
Phoenix.
Grimstroke.
Oh, it's even good against Nyx too, right? Like he walks in which he just rupture him. He's like, oh,
It's true.
I'm stuck. Help. Yeah, hard carry for Execration. What's good?
You like Dusa versus Lycan at all?
Who says it's decent because you don't have the mana burn anymore. Stone Gaze is pretty hard to play into as a
I don't
Lycan
like it into
advantage.
Nyx Assassin.
Yeah,
Oh,
and for
that's
Nyx is
true.
not good. Yeah. I would like Faces Void looks pretty good.
Yeah, I just want something that can kill the egg. They can go for Lifestealer again. Lilgun, however, they are looking for
Offline. They have played Lycan often. They could be looking for a carry, like
True.
a Phantom Lancer type of hero could be decent.
X123 always plays it regardless, though. So he'll play the Lycan maybe from the offlane.
Venomancer.
They don't even know the matchup, and they just pick the Venomancer. So they're covering themselves because none of the range heroes, pretty much like draw rangers, they don't like to play into Lycan. So you're maybe trying to force them to pick into melee hero, and then you're gonna have a Venomancer. But what about Troll? Is Troll still available? Troll doesn't care about Lycan, doesn't care about Venomancer.
And the lane is a little bit difficult for a Troll.
Against a Venom.
So they do go Deuce against the Nyx Assassin even. Which is, I think, okay, because they have Doom, who, if he really poses too much problem, you can just Doom him. Like we have seen, I don't know if you've seen it, I've done it once before, where I just Doomed the Nyx inside his little hole, and he couldn't go out, and he couldn't do anything. He was just stuck in the little hole. There was even back then when Doom was infinite, when you just stood next to him.
Right. Oh, man.
He doesn't die because he heals HP.
Right.
and
But you're
That's
sitting
brutal.
on top of him.
It's like 1200 radius or something. You just kill
What if
everything
you
around
never
him.
let him out?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I did. He was in front of my
Don't you
farm.
have better things to do as a Doom, though?
No.
just vibing.
Yeah, but
someone drags a creep wave to you, you eat a creep just to get the efficiency.
There you go.
Exactly,
And
it's like-
keep standing on him.
hey, Kuroki, give me the creep wave. Okay, boss, right away. But draft, did you like to do so?
It's okay. Like you kind of convinced me with the Doom against the Nyx Assassin. Other heroes.
It's a carry tiny actually mid Dusa.
Interesting. B-Cop, Lizard, how you feel about this off-lane Venomancer? Yeah, get into the camera, Lizard. Don't be shy.
Yeah, I was checking the draft once again. I was doing the Lacoste and Black thing.
With the Tiny
Oh.
and the Medusa, you got tripped up.
Nah, I saw that happening, but yeah, overall looks like a decent Medusa game, and it reminds me of Execration from season 1. If you
Ah.
guys can remember the glory days, the first week, season 1, they had the best duos around. Let's see if they can recreate the history.
Does that mean you're going with them?
Yeah.
Okay. B cup.
Is it 5 execrations? Because I'm
Well,
going execration.
Yeah. I mean,
Put me down.
put me down.
Put me up.
Taking signups, if anybody.
If only they
execration.
picked Pudge. It could have been the worst Pudge game ever, and I still would have gone with Lilgun.
Exactly.
That's what I was
Where's
hoping
the punch?
for. The fun
I
drafts are
can't believe
gone.
this is the way that they're going out. At least maybe Venomancer can do something interesting. Beak up and Lizard, take it away for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah.
So
you know,
are we hoping for game 3 and maybe some Pudge there?
Ooh. Could we get like a wacky lineup? Pudge, techies, Hook.
I mean, from Lilgun,
yeah,
for sure.
I mean, that's what I would want. Hook into blast off. Maybe something, you know, a 4-position techies.
Hook
that'd be-
into blast, hook into mines. You mean? Isn't that easier?
You could do that too, but I'm saying level 1. You know,
Level
set
1?
it up. Just
Sure,
blast
sure.
off, go. Hook into mines would be fun too.
Or the techies blast offs and then you hook him mid-air
and then
and nothing
he
happens.
misses.
Yeah, he just misses. He loses. I think it cancels it out, or he loses the HP, but it doesn't actually hit anyone.
If it's at the right time.
Yeah, there's differences there at what point you hook, definitely. So they will be putting the Medusa mid lane. This lane matchup should be fine for Yowie. He'll get enough farm, plus the access to the triangle is a little bit easier. I'm not sure why you would rather put Tiny versus Veno instead of Doza versus Veno, to be completely honest.
That sounds like a lane that Tiny's not going to have fun in.
Exactly. Some Gales and you can't really move. If you miss the Gale and if Tiny gets on top of you, then definitely you have a kill potential. But yeah, you even have to put the ET on top lane. You actually can't lane ET versus Venomancer as well. It's really difficult because of the movement speed slow, right? Like, just can't get on top of him.
Yeah. We've seen safe lane Medusas do really well. The mid Medusas haven't exactly been...
It doesn't really matter. It's not about what lane Medusa is going, it's about what the other core is like.
Yeah,
And when you
if they're
have a
as
Tiny,
greedy.
yeah, if you have a Tiny as your second core, it doesn't matter where he's going as long as he finds that farm and play makes in the mid game.
True.
The problem here is I still feel like safe lane Medusa would have done much better. And they're putting Lycan mid lane. He should have a good time here actually with Lycan. Yeah, Yowie might struggle here.
Which means, you know, we've seen the matchup. Tiny might struggle as well. You already see the damage coming out. Takes, what, 2 shots, and all of a sudden he's down to about 2/3 his health. Not exactly something you want to be really dealing with.
Yep. On the mid lane, 3 denies already by X123. Plus the lane is pushing in heavily towards him. As long as he manages to last at all of these creeps under the tower, he'll do just fine.
What did Marvel end up taking first? He took the Poison Sting. Okay.
Yeah, you don't really want Gale level 1. It's like, if it's sure that you're going to get the kill, it's good, but Poison Sting just brings you more value as you can just chip at them, hit them a little bit, and trade more efficiently.
Right.
Sometimes Gale is good. Like if they have kill potential on you and you need to run away, Gale is probably better. But in most cases, you really want the Poison Sting. Top lane as well. RR was creep skipping a bit.
Just grabbing a couple of denies. Avalanche being thrown forward. There's really nothing happening at the moment, but already 10 CS here for X123 to the Medusa's 4.
Yeah, so he's doing better than the Medusa, but Tiny is doing much better than I thought he would. At least on these early levels, when they can't pressure him, he should do fine. Nyx Assassin rotating in to take the bounty, to take the water rune.
Yeah, grab a sip of water, grab that water rune. Both water runes being controlled here by the side of Lilgun. And Tiny already going in on a Marvel. They've got the Inkswell landing. They'll throw the tree forward. Can they get this kill onto Marvel with the right click from
can.
BDZ? It's just enough to take out Marvel for first blood. And
Yeah, because Hishki wasn't there. He needs to be way more passive when you're positioned
Sanctity
for.
too.
Yeah.
Oh. And he gets it. Nico getting that kill with the, with I believe the Scorched Earth.
Very peculiar. It's like 2 heroes that... I don't know. If I could call which two heroes would die early on, it would
wasn't them.
100% not be Ember and the Venomancer, but it happens. Especially versus a Doom that has mana burn. I don't even... Like, you're not supposed to be dying on the top lane. He literally just right-clicked you to death. But it happens. It's a fun game. People make mistakes, and that's what makes it so interesting.
Yeah, for the Doom, you know, you've got this extra damage from the mana burn that he's picked up early. He's got that level 1 in the Scorched Earth, Devour, getting that gold.
It's not really that much of damage from this mana burn, and you can't even use it that often because of your own mana pool.
Yeah.
It's pretty low.
Well, it's 100 magical damage, a little bit.
For 50 mana,
Yeah.
and you have 120 mana at the moment, and you need mana for Devour and Scorched Earth. It's rough. It's rough to be spamming that spell. You can use it every now and then, but you can't spam it.
I think I said it was Scorched Earth, but I want to say it was the mana burn that ended up getting that kill on a Sanctity because he made that point when you mana burn someone.
How's mid lane doing, by the way? 22 last hits for Lycan, 10 denies. Medusa, at least getting last hits, 16 to 3. So
Yeah. A lot of those denies could be wolves, though. Right?
Yeah, but he was actually just denying the creeps. Because it's difficult to last it as a ranged hero versus pretty much 3 units. And one has a Quelling Blade. It's way too much damage.
So Yoi just trying to stand his ground here. Get what he can from this lane. Not awful. Definitely could be going better for him. He hasn't died or anything, so the rotations haven't exactly been aggressive. And then the Venomancer at level 4 has gone 1-2-1, and that hasn't turned into anything bottom for Lilgun either.
Top lane, he's fine on that Doom. Can go base region, TP back in. Yeah, on the bottom lane, when you see this 1-2-1, that mostly means that he will, from this point onwards, be maxing out the Plague Wards. At least that's usually what it means. Level 2 Poison Sting is really valuable. Level 2 Gale is also nice if you're constantly getting kills. But if you are getting like 2 in Gale, 2 in Poison Sting, then you're not really pressuring the tower that much or that hard because you need more levels for more levels of wards.
Quick deny there on the ward. The Lycan, you know, he's over to the side, leaving Yoi to just kind of farm up. Thought this might be a little bit more difficult of a lane for the Medusa, but things have really kind of evened out and become a bit of a breeze, honestly.
Yeah, he itemized properly too, with a lot of edge, a lot of damage early on. He's rotating from the mid lane to the small camp, farming that up as well, which makes his CS look a bit better. But when you look at the net worth chart, you see that Lycan isn't that far ahead. It's 400, but 6 minutes in, it's significant. It's a small item, right? Like a band or gloves of haste, almost boots. Looks like he's going into his own stuff, like the Lycan, what he built before was that Echo Saber. It seems like he's doing the same thing.
Is that the build you really want to?
I don't mind
be
it.
going?
I actually don't mind it. I think Lycan is all about the right clicks at the moment. You don't go for these aura items or anything. AC later on is doable, but...
Impale with the Venomous Gale. BDZ throws the Inkswell onto the Tiny to try and maybe get one in return. And it ends up being the Wolves that get the kill on a BDZ.
Perfect for the Lycan.
Sunray, Icarus dive over, Nico on the run. Sleep doesn't land. Nobody dying up towards top just yet, and there was a smoke used by Hishki.
Yep. What surprised me about Execration getting top lane kill first is that it's not an easy lane for them. Like, you have these two massive right clickers, and
Oh, he landed the stun.
Oh,
Yoi's dead.
he got him.
He's gone 3-4-0, so he's got none of the mana shield. Gets hit by that stun and ends up going down.
And now they're taking the triangle. Well, no stacks, but they are farming their triangles, so it feels good for X123. RR, he's gonna scout it.
I think Yui got a little bit greedy with that because he saw the smoke break on that Nyx Assassin and then just tried to come down to the low ground of the steps to farm up a little bit or continue to get that farm, which ultimately led to him getting hit by that impale.
Yeah, that's all there is to it, right? Greed. it's what makes carries always die. It's like, you know that there's danger, but man, does that one extra creep, that one extra second of efficiency feel good? And then you're dead for like 30, contemplating your life.
So things not exactly hyperactive at the moment. Lycanson top of the net worth ahead of this Medusa, but we saw this in the last game for Lilgun as well.
Yeah, this time is a little bit different, I would say. I feel like they do have a better win condition for themselves, or a strategical approach to the game that can crush Execration early on. In the last game, they really didn't have that, but they still have to execute on a top level to take this game. Like an almost having that Echo Saber actually, and the Wolf Form is off cooldown. Yeah, that's it. Wolf Form activated. He's running top.
And Palace almost has this Blink Dagger. They'll get the stun out onto RR. But the Wolves chasing, looking for the sleep, which will cause him to die off the Spike Carapace. But Avalanche toss, Hishki dead in return. 3 heroes up towards top. So they already lost one. Sunray onto Nico. He's trying to get through the trees. They've got the Inkswell onto the Tiny. Palace chasing. And that will mean they should get Ace. Ooh, Avalanche finishes him off, but just barely. And now Palace going the other direction, but he'll toss the Lycan onto the Ember.
Yeah, Nico actually has Doom here, so if you're a Lilgun, you have to be careful how you approach it. You can't really just overstay your welcome. Your Wolf Form is out as well, so he just TPs mid, goes back into farming, and Medusa is actually farming the enemy triangle.
Yeah, well, the whole team just went top, so he had that opportunity to go to the enemy triangle and try and get a little bit of farm himself. X123 coming bottom. He doesn't have that shapeshift.
Actually, some
but
efficiency.
The mana burn and the damage on the Yowie forces him to TP out.
He TP'd mid, at least. He didn't TP too far away, so he's just gonna continue farming. Meanwhile, mid lane,
Inkswell, Avalanche toss, and the damage on the Lycan is just enough.
Yeah, it's a really good combination that they have. Tiny Blink Dagger plus the Inkswell. They're getting kills.
I believe that was the Blink reveal right there, too.
And perfect Blink reveal. Right?
As to last game when he just got spotted immediately with the Blink. Which caused, well, obviously that wasn't Palace. That was Yowie who had the Tiny in the last game. So he ended up having that Blink debut not really go too well.
And Doom actually has a Midas as well, so he's living life. Nico is in the zone. Guys, don't touch me. I'm gonna come in like 20 minutes. Let me farm up. I have 2 Midases. Yeah, here comes the money.
Money.
Like we're flaming this Midas a bit, but the attack speed that you get from it is significant too.
Taking out Marvel's Courier, that had the finishing touches of a Spirit Vessel on it.
A pretty big item for an offlane Venomancer, right? Like that vessel is really important. You want to get it as soon as possible. In this game as well, it has some value. You're playing versus Doom, you're playing versus Tiny, Medusa as well.
Bottom tier 1 will be defended. Doom coming in. You need to be careful. He still has not used that Doom yet. Goes into the ulti form. There's the Impale. Fire Spirits, Avalanche, toss coming into Hishki with the Inkswell popping, but they don't have the damage yet. Blink away from the Tiny, and X123 wants to chase. Although drawing them in, this could be a problem if they come in a little bit too far. Nico ends up dead. Holding the Doom has buyback. Avalanche comes out onto 2 of these heroes as they land the sweep. The Earth Splitter as well. Palace, though, under the tier 2 towers, still getting chased. Slowed up, but not dead. Sanctity, you can see he wants it. He wants to slide in and try and get this kill on a Palace, but he might have overplayed his hand, and he has.
Hishki, he's behind though. Can he get the kill?
Yes, he can.
Yeah. So overall, pretty good for Lilgun, I would say. I mean, they took the tower, they got a couple of kills. Hishki should be fine here. They do have Inkswell.
Stroke. Lands, slows. Now the Inkswell on him. Spike Carapace will get him safety with the Impale.
Yeah, he gets out. He's a speedy little bug. Gets away.
This is all space, though, being made for Yowie. He's got the Yasha getting close to the Sanj. We'll have that SNY. I assume the Ags is afterwards.
And it's really not a place that you want to be in as a Venomancer. Like, you always want to be involved in these early engagements. You want to be pushing. he was pretty much just farming the top lane all day long while the teamfight was happening on the bottom. Still, Lilgun, they executed it properly. It was good for them. Blink on tiny mid. Doom.
No.
Yeah, this is a little bit actually difficult to execute. Ember, just like Storm Spirit, should never get doomed unless he is stunned first by something else. Like, there's just way too much of a backswing on that Doom animation to use it on these spirits. They should react.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's a smoke.
It's a weird thing that he has to backswing because he just says doom and you're doomed. It should just, you know, take away the backswing. Sunray and the sleep, but that's not going to help RR. Sanctity getting the kill there.
And there should be another tower for them. They have the Venom wards just plaguing the perimeter. You can't approach it. You can Inkswell the Tiny, but he can't really move through all the plague wards to blink in.
Yeah, it might be hard for him to get that blink off as time goes on, especially if Lilgun are set.
He's caught. Palace.
Vendetta hit, Impale lands, toss away, Remnant forward, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains with the Sunray. Avalanche comes out onto 3. They've got the Doom coming through. That's onto the Lycan as well as the Ember. Inkswell lands, and they get themselves one. The Earth Splitter comes through. Hishki and Sanctity are dead. The Doom on the Lycan, they need some help to finish him off. Stroke splits the seams of Marvel as well as the Lycan of X123 who will survive the Doom.
That was so good from Execration. It didn't really work for them in the end. They still lose the fight, but the Splitter, the Double Doom, the Inkswell, it was just a pleasure to watch.
They just need that extra piece, the Medusa.
Exactly, they need that extra piece, but that extra piece is AFK farming at the moment. She will come into play later on. What I want to see come into play immediately, though, is Phantom's Embrace from the Grimstroke. I understand this build as well. I see players go for it, 404. But when you're playing versus an Ember, versus a Phoenix, I think Phantom's Embrace at least one level is extremely valuable. Like, 3 levels of Stroke of Fate and get at least 1 level of Phantom's Embrace. This is questionable a little bit.
It's greedy.
It's a bit greedy, yeah.
So Medusa has a Sanjin Yasha, might feel a little bit more confident in fighting.
You can join the fights at the moment, but you don't truly want to. What you're waiting for is that Ags. Once you have the Aghanims, you're able to fight, really.
Yeah, I mean, them all running at that choke point right there could have gone, what? It could have honestly been 5-0 if the Ags is available for the Medusa. Obviously, it's too early for that to be a possibility, but if they fight there again, that could be troublesome.
The Wolves are scouting.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through. Sunray all out onto BDZ. But he's under the tier 2 tower and will still burn away.
The Stomp this time around didn't really connect on anyone. He does not have a TP, but he should be fine. They backed off a little bit. This is something that Lilgun does really well with the Wolves. They scout out targets constantly. And they did scout out Medusa here.
Supernova used, and Yoi's already out of mana. He's dead.
Just that 1 mana burn. He was already a bit low, but plus 1 mana burn, he's completely out of mana, no chance of using his ulti. Really, like, Lilgun, not sure if they're playing on point, which they are, but there's also from Execration a little bit of sloppiness. Like, this Medusa, where could they be? They're not pushing bottom.
The sloppiness may be something that allows them to, like, not allows them, but it's maybe something that they're allowed to get away with in a series like this. But if you win this series and you end up in a massive tiebreaker,
it's going to be rough.
It's not going to work out if you don't clean it up a little bit.
There's even, like, historically, playing versus Lycan, you would get a gem a little bit earlier, just to get rid of the Wolves. Because they're very annoying, constantly giving info. It's hard to play when the enemy team knows where you are exactly at all times.
Yeah. So they really need this Medusa Ags, although Hishki is going into that Ags as well. He's going that Nyx Ags. We'll see if this time it's a close enough game where that Nyx Ags makes a difference.
Or will we see something like something like the storyline Black told us about. Jump on the Nyx, doom him while he's under
He just has
the
to
ground.
stay underground.
Keep him there. Probably not the best hero that you want to doom, but with some soulbind action, maybe it will happen.
Help, help. I'm stuck in my
Radiant's
burrow.
bottom tower is under attack.
Stat Doom doesn't help you. He just dooms you a little bit more. Use that Infernal Blade.
Yeah. Makes it very difficult for you to ever see the sunlight again.
Radiant
Maybe in the next life. Spear Vest only one charge on it. They've got the Mystic Snake talent coming out for the Medusa. So
It's a big one, right? Like that
if you
level,
can just get the Mystic Snake off before you're out of mana.
that level 15 just buffs this hero up so much. Bottom lane, Palace.
Takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, we saw this in the last game as well with Sunray. It actually damages Tiny quite a bit. He's just naturally a beefy, bulky boy with a lot of strength, so...
Yeah. And that with the mana burn too. Like that, it's hurting. Level 4 mana burn, doing its thing.
There's a smoke coming from Execration, actually. Even before the Aghanims is completed.
They have the Blink Doom, so that might be...
The Blink Doom, the Tiny, Soulbind.
Yeah, that might be what's driving them.
And Medusa, actually, Yowie, he also TP'd here. It's a hard tower to fight in.
Blink, Doom, Solo Doom, with the Inkswell, Earth Splitter all committed onto the Venomancer. They've got the Soulbind to the Phantom's Embrace onto the Nyx Assassin as well as the Ember. That means they land the Sleep. That comes in on the 2, toss up into the air. Sanctity with the Slight. Palos low, no mana. X123, he's shapeshifted, and they'll get the kill onto the Tiny. Inkswell, Nico not going to land it. Supernova in, and now Execration, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Double stun.
2-man stun lands on a Nico as well as Yowie. He's throwing out those Mystic Snakes. It's starting to get this Lilgun team low on mana, but X123 doesn't care. He's going to go for BDZ under the tier 2 tower. X123, he's caught with the Inkswell. They'll get the kill. They'll lose BDZ and Nico. A 3-for-2 that, fortunately for Lilgun, doesn't turn into anything worse, and I guess the same could be said for Execration.
Yeah, I actually would say, fortunately for Execration, the Medusa didn't die. The Nyx Assassin wasn't there to mana burn her too many times in the fight. I don't think he mana burned her once, actually. Fortunately for Execration, because they, first and foremost, they doomed the Venomancer. It's not really the greatest target to doom. You want to doom him, but he's not that important. He's just standing in front and being annoying. Plus, you doom him straight under the high ground. If they were a little bit faster to react on the side of Lilgun, that could have been a disaster for Execration. Still though, Lilgun got a couple of kills, traded. Can't be happy with that though, as Medusa is continuously ramping up that speed towards Aghanims.
Now the fillet comes out for the side of Execration. Wouldn't mind Grimstroke taking that. He wants a Blink Dagger and a Shard.
I always liked Fillet, it was a fine item. But when I started stacking a little bit or watching Owen's or Shiver's stream,
Radiant's bottom
I understood
tower
just
is under
how
attack.
much they love it. It's like, you know, when you're a support, when you're poor, you really want that Philosopher's Stone.
I'm just brown boot support over here.
Yeah.
Philly! Oh my god, this is the best day of my life.
Yeah,
I'll
there's
take
just,
that.
You're just throwing cash, partying, that's it. Hands in the air, you don't need to do anything anymore, that's
The
it.
next round's on me.
Yeah.
Buying wards and clarities for everybody. Smoke used here by Lilgun. They'll come over and across. They'll see if they can catch anybody. With how sloppy Execration is playing, I'm surprised they're up 5k. But again, Medusa's had a lot of space to farm.
Yeah, they definitely did do that. They accomplished what's pretty much the most important thing when you're playing with Medusa, and that's to give her enough space, enough time to find her farm, to get this SNY, to get the Aghanims. From this point onwards, they can pretty much fight as 5,
Under attack.
and they should be contesting this rush attempt. And they will. This is a smoke 100% coming from Execration if they have it. Yep. If you're Lilgun, you don't even take rush that fast. I don't think you should be attempting this.
Marvel coming around the side. Breaks Nico's smoke, blink, and doom again onto the Venomancer. We'll see if that costs him. Last fight, it was a little bit difficult after they had only doomed up this Venomancer. The BKB is going to be popped by Nico. They've got the Supernova down with the Avalanche toss coming through into the Lycan. X1, 2, 3. He ends up dead. Earth Splitter comes through. Supernova goes off and lands on the 3 of these heroes with the Remnant forward from Sanctity, but he's silenced thanks to the Phantom's Embrace. They've got the toss up into the air. Do they have the damage? They don't. Sanctity on the high ground, but Nico follows him, mirrors his movements, gets the kill onto the Ember. Marvel standing his ground, trying to get the kill onto Yowie with the help of Hishki. He's low on mana, trying to get anything he can out of this, but they get the kill onto the Medusa. They've taken out 2, and that goes surprisingly okay for Lilgun again.
Yep.
Taking out Medusa as well as the Doom is certainly perks of a good fight.
Yeah, Venomancer, because of that pipe, he goes onto the high ground. Doom stopped chasing him, so he was fighting different targets. Meanwhile, Veno, he was living on 5%? Not even 5. He was living on 1% HP over there. Just chilling on the high ground, waiting for that Doom to pass. After it passed, he goes back in, uses Vessel, ulti, Gale, everything that he had onto that Medusa, and she just disappears afterwards. So, surprisingly well played by Lilgun. Then again, no Soulbind Doom combos, nothing
They're just
like that.
focusing it onto the
Marvel.
onto Marvel. Yeah,
He's happy to take it. That's why he's standing where he's standing.
like, does he die? Yes. Do they care?
No.
No. As he stands on the high ground with a sliver of health. Somehow surviving the Doom as well.
There's a BKB on Doom, so he might go in with this BKB, perhaps try and snatch it. No, he's actually being scouted by the Plague Ward.
Still though.
Stomp.
Sleep lands. That'll delay it. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through, and then they've got the Vendetta as well as the stun onto this Elder Titan, but they've got the Infernal Blade in. They get the kill on RR. It's a double silence with the Phantom's Embrace as well as the Soul Mine. They get the kill on Hishki. They look over as the Avalanche toss comes out onto Marvel. Marvel, though, he's happy to tank all of this. They get the kill on Palos. They take out the Tiny, and they're looking over at Yowie. Supernova down. This could go horribly for Execration. They need to be there to help out this Medusa. They've turned this like into stone. The Supernova goes off. That's going to stun up this Medusa again. Yowie on the run. Hit with the Spirit Vessel coming out from Marvel, but the Infernal Blade as well as the Inkswell onto the back lines looking for the Lycan, and there's a 3-second stun for the Inkswell. It's a 3-man. They get the kill on Ace. They'll take out Marvel. Now they look over the Lycan. They're taking the Aegis out of the hands of the Lycan. It's a big turnaround for Execration from the 3-man Inkswell. Infernal Blade TP. Yeah, right, X1, 2, 3. They've got you surrounded. They've got you dead to rights. You're dead on your screen already.
Hishki as well. Tiny is chasing Palos with the Avalanche, but there's the Spike Carapace, and yeah, he should be fine. Man, Lilgun, that was a big throw considering they took ages, then they dive a little bit too much. I understand what they wanted to do. Medusa was left alone, Tiny already died, but he bought back. The moment he buybacks, I think you need to run. You can't continue chasing. The Inkswell was perfect on the Doom. Then the Mystic Snake follow-up for even more stun duration. They didn't know what hit them.
3.5 second stun, full duration. Inkswell comes out on 3-man. Look, this fight, they kill the Tiny so quickly. Palace is already out. And then the Supernova, the focus is there. The buyback comes out. And look at where BDZ is standing over to the left. Like, he had the opportunity to just hide.
Another Inkswell.
Doom caught, BKB throws the Doom out onto the Ember. They need to get there to try and help him on this. They've got the stun with the
He can do it alone.
Hook Stomp, toss, 3-pointer. Palace gets the kill. They've got the Soulbind on 2, and now they're going to follow that up. They've got the stun into both of them, but Medusa trying to continue to walk in.
Another
Avalanche hits on Marvel as well as Hishki. They've got the Inkswell toss up into the air, and now we'll lay up there for Palace as he alley-oops the kill over to Yowie.
Grimstroke pretty much fell out of favor in other regions. Like, he's not as popular as he used to be a couple of months back. But SCA is just a different level when it comes to this hero. They're just making it work. And that comes off of all these Tinies and Dooms and heroes that like to jump in first and the way they combo Inkswell with them.
All of a sudden, it's an 11K lead.
11K lead, BDZ with that Philly almost has a Blink Dagger on that Grimstroke, so the Inkswell will always pretty much be there.
Yeah, Inkswell upgraded with that Ag Shard as well.
The spell is actually really neat. It's a hard dispel. So in a game such as this one, versus the Venomancer versus the Phoenix, can be really, really useful on the Medusa. It's not also grim. When you look at Lycan, he has that AC for a while now. He almost has the BKB completed.
Doom going Shivas. He's 200 gold away from it. They still have this tier 1 up towards top. That's crazy.
Radiant are
Considering where the fights have been, I'm surprised they haven't taken it. But Lilgun, they have 4 heroes. Make it a 5th with Sanctity showing,
Full form.
but Sight Searing Chains doesn't land on a RR. And they're nearby. They're potentially looking for the sweep. They've got the Mystic Snake coming in. That turns the stone into the Lycan. Now they've got the Inkswell hitting on a 3 again. Sweep Supernova. It's all the way in. Sanctity. He's getting focused up here by Palos and Hishki. He's dead first. No buyback. Supernova now down.
Yeah, they took 1 kill and they disengaged. And I like this. They're showing discipline. They're not overextending. They're not trying to get an extra kill every single time. Because it could have went badly if the egg connects on more, right? If it explodes, then the Ember comes in, the Lycan is hitting you. Probably not. It looks like we're in a part of a game in which if Nyx isn't there, Medusa is unkillable. But better safe than sorry. Bottom lane, Doom.
Yeah, Blink, Post Stomp, Doom. There's the kill on X, 1, 2, 3, making it look easy.
Now Medusa with the full butterfly completed. Man, this is looking rough for Lilgun.
Yeah, it just I think Execration, they did such a good job of opening up the space for the Medusa, and well, now you got to deal with this.
You mean by feeding on the different sides of the map, right?
Tactical feeding.
Tactical feeding. Ah, I see. I mean, whatever works.
Yeah.
If it works, it works. Who are we to complain? There's a Psychic Headband as well. I think you give this to Grim, some more range. Now he can actually use the Philly or give it to Elder Titan.
And yeah, Elder Titan's got the fear there.
Elder Titan isn't really the best hero with it, but
He likes his damage.
yeah, he truly does. But in a game such as this one, in which you have 2 levels of spirit, I think you take the Philly. You're mostly playing around the stuns anyway.
Yeah, and he's landed some good ones. Going for this bottom tier 2. The Wolves will check it out, only to die.
is under attack.
Yeah, BKB also completed on Tiny. There's a DD rune in the river. After you pick that up, you probably go for the tier 2 mid, but it's outpushed a bit. You need to deal with the lanes. Or they'll go just straight down bottom. Let's see.
Smoke used, maybe looking for a move across the river.
Even better. Get a couple of pickoffs first.
Axe picked up. We'll see if it's enough for Hishki to make a difference here. Because it certainly can be.
It's a big item. It's a big pickup in a game such as this one, because you will always have that range to mana burn the Duza. He just needs to be careful to not get distracted by anyone else and actually just constantly mana burn the Duza.
Dire's courier has been killed.
X123 losing his courier to the Tiny, who was taking the outpost. No Ags this time for Ace. I agree.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Yules, even in the last game, I think was a better option on the Phoenix. Like if you, in the last game, he could use Yules on the duel.
Right.
This time around, it's a nice dispel. It can break some damage, so. Actually, I'd like it more in the last game than this one, but Halberd might have been a better option this game.
So Burrow on the high ground from Hishki. Roche potentially up in a minute. So both teams will probably start to maneuver around this pit, posture a little bit. Obviously, you've got the Wolves to try and scout.
Yeah, the only advantage Radiant has got right now is they're farming the triangle while also being around the pit, right?
Yeah.
So, but Roche is quite far out, like 40 seconds it may respawn, so 40 seconds or 3 minutes and 40 seconds. It's a lot of time.
I was wondering if I had a moment to, you know, I've done this with everybody. Wouldn't it be cool with you? It's becoming a bit because my ideas are starting to really stink. But what if they made the Roche pit low ground? Move it around. It feels like you've got this advantage by the triangle for the Radiant.
Wait, wasn't that suggested already? I believe it was. I think it was suggested already, but sounds horrible. Like, how do you ever kill Roche? Like, there's someone standing next to you, just you know.
True. Gotta make it hard. I feel like Roche is a little
Preparing.
easy right now.
It's like you're a nurse at taking Roche, and the whole enemy team is like a
Peering in.
bunch of techies shaking their booties, waiting for you to go low enough to jump in.
Although I do like the other idea we came up with, me and Black, where if you walk into Roche Pit with a double damage,
It
Roche
disappears.
absorbs the double damage.
Oh, he takes the DP.
Yeah. Or if he's got a regen,
Or
he
maybe
gets a
it's-
bit of an upgrade.
A big buff would be the moment you go into the pit, you get all your buffs dispelled.
Ah, so you can't have any passives.
Yeah, that would be a big buff. To Roche Pit, I mean. But do you really want that? I don't think so.
Maybe not the first Roche, but I think Roche later in the game should be a little bit more difficult to
number
take.
5 takes all your auras, combines them, and uses
Throws
them
them back
himself.
at you.
Yeah.
Good positioning from Hishki here. Impale lands onto 2. They've got the Sunray on the Yoi. Marvel throwing that Venomous Gale out. They've got the Soulbind on a 2, and Yoi's got a little bit of mana to work with. They've got the Doom and the Sanctity with the Inferno Blade coming through. They should be able to get the kill, and Nico does get credit for it as they try to deny. They turn the Lycan to stone again with that Mystic Snake. Yoi trying to man fight here. He's got the Mystic Snake available once again. Uses that Stone Gaze, backs off from the Supernova. Poison Nova used by Marvel on a Nico. He's trying to TP, but the Spirit Vessel, the Sunray, now the gem on the deck.
Yeah, you could really see that this Nyx Assassin is causing real problems to Yoi.
Yeah.
He popped the ulti, obviously, because of Lycan and the egg that was planted there, but the most important reason why he was even in that situation is Nyx Assassin with the mana burn.
Earth Splitter. They're not going to allow Hishki to continue to do this.
And they got him. They had a sentry there.
Tiny tossed him out of his burrow.
So he dug him up and tossed him.
Just
Then-
hand through the earth.
Hand through the earth, through the hole, catches him by the hair, tosses him into the air. Okay, okay.
Aegis Cheese Shard available on this Roche.
Once again, it's Lilgun that's attempting to go into the pit first. They do have AC this time around, so quite a bit more damage.
They need the Nyx Assassin. He's such an important factor with that Ags in this fight.
Yeah, they have time, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
The problem is, how do you take Roche so easily versus an Elder Titan? You can't. Like, this hero is,
Under attack.
well, probably the best at defending the pit. Like, you go in, he stomps you. You go in, he stomps you. And the downtime on that stomp is just so low that you can't play around it. Yeah, I think if you're a Lilgun, you'd be better off perhaps getting a pick off first. There's a Skadi completed on that Medusa. Basher now completed as well on Lycan.
Yeah, he's got that Basher with the Echo Saber. BKB is at 8 seconds.
They really value this Lycan quite a bit on Lilgun.
They're coming over towards the pit, and Hishki is just doing his job. He wants to be here near the pit just in case.
Being AFK, it's a good job to have.
5 minutes there, he gets an abandon.
Yeah, just go into the burrow and AFK. It's a great job to have.
But they know he's there. And that was super wise there from the Elder Titan, knowing that he's going to be there. Forces him out of the burrow, forces him out of his hole, and will get the kill. They've got the Sunray on Nico again, burning him so low. And they will kill off Nico, and when he's at the front lines and this Sunray comes in, they get an easy kill, and they're going to continue to fight. They've got the kill on a BDZ. They look over at Marvel. Yoi going to the Stone Gaze, and Marvel will end up dead. It's unstoppable for this Medusa. Icarus dive all the way through. And Sanctity wants to go after Palace, but he pops the BKB. They've got the Avalanche as well as the toss. Sanctity getting low, and they'll get the kill to the Ember. Hishki walking in. Not sure you want to be there.
On one side, Nyx Assassin instantly buybacks, which is the right move, but he struggled to get back into the fight, on time at least. On the other side, a hero that has so much gold and doesn't really care, even if he buybacks, he's gonna farm it up in 1 second. Doom, he holds his buyback. He's like, nah, guys, you deal with this problem, with this team fight on your own.
Right.
I don't have Doom, you just fight it off. But yeah, it's just interesting. I'm pretty sure most players would buy back as Doom in that situation. He probably just thought Yoi is just too strong to die anyway.
Which was true.
Which was true.
Having faith in the Medusa.
That Medusa is quite big.
Hishki can't burrow there again, and he wants to. But I just think they know that's his spot now.
They found his favorite spot.
Yeah.
They're fishing there now.
Like, if he moves up anywhere similar, he's...
He can. They just have to kill the wards first, the sentries. Do they have a gem? They don't, so... If you kill the sentries first, he can pretty much burrow anywhere.
Impale lands onto just the Medusa. Roche down to about half health. Venomous Gale doesn't land.
Roche is falling quite fast. They send the wolf in, but Lycan isn't even near. Like, you can't contest this anymore. Maybe you can steal it.
Venomous Gale, Icarus dive, Ace! Oh, he got the kill on the Roche, but they snatch the Aegis. Yoey, you'll also get the kill on the Ace as well.
It's a nice attempt. Like, you go in with that extra long dive, you try to snatch it away. It's commendable, but sadly it didn't work. The Inkswell was on point. It actually stunned him the moment he went into the pit.
Palace eats the cheese, he'll take the shard. You've got Axe being built on this Phoenix.
Why did he eat the cheese?
Hungry?
Hungry? Just likes cheese?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a nice halloumi in the fridge. I'm ready to eat it.
I got some mozzarella. It's my favorite, at the moment at least.
So let's see if they can hold the high ground. Hishki going into his burrow.
He can pretty much just buy that Satanic right now.
Dire's bottom tower
He could also save for a buyback, but I don't see why not. Yeah, just buy it. You have Aegis.
Soulbind comes out, and that's 2-2. They've got the Avalanche coming through, and I believe
He doomed
they...
himself.
Yeah. That's going to be a bit of a problem. All they got was the Doom of the Venoman, so they look over. Yoey in the front lines gets hit by that Impel. Supernova
I was so close.
almost getting off there.
It was a nice impale and everything, but
Venomous Gale coming through. Avalanche as well as the toss. Sanctity going in to just dot. He falls and he doesn't have buyback.
Wait, what's happening in their base? Why is Lycan fountain diving?
Yeah, he's going for the tier 4s. Infernal Blade as he tries to TP out, and, well, now you're dead.
He was literally fountain diving. He wasn't going for the tier 4s. Okay, a nice attempt.
Sure, I got a tier 3 bottom.
He did force them back at least, you know, that's something. I'm looking at the fight and I see something's wrong. There's a bit of red in the Radiant base. I'm like, okay, there's no way Lycan can solo take their throne.
He was trying.
Yeah, he got one tower to
1700 on the that tier 4. It's possible.
A for effort. It's something.
You know, one time you have the Nyx Assassin alive. He impales the heroes trying to TP out who don't BKB.
Do you know what you do in that situation? You just run into their fountain and buy back. That's the only play.
I mean, he has no mana.
They're feeding him mangoes.
That they are. Venomous Gale comes out. Spike Carapace. Obviously, Yoey has the Aegis, and BKB from Nico trying to right-click here on the Hishki. They've got the Sentry Ward on the high ground, which means you're stuck in your burrow and you're dead inside your home. And Gems on the deck.
Yeah, he refreshed the Warstorm. He didn't use the Doom. He refreshed the Warstorm, the Nyx, so he's dead for good.
A lot of Plague Wards here.
A bunch of them, yeah. He
Venomous
has the
Gale
talent.
hits again, yeah. And they'll take that mid-set of racks.
He has the Plague Ward cooldown talent, he has the Shard, so every time he hits that Gale, another set of wards creates itself, but you're
still losing the racks.
Yeah, you're still losing because you can't defend against this Luza. You need an Nyx Assassin for the mana burn, but it looks like Yoey doesn't care if he doesn't have mana.
Yeah, he really doesn't. He's just standing and taking all this damage, which really isn't much, and he's got Satanic anyway. They're just going to continue to stack the Plague Wards.
He can always heal up with the Satanic. He also has the Aegis.
Okay, Lycan's going to try and push out top while this is happening.
Yeah, because there's a tier 2 on top lane. If you don't want to throne as Execration, you actually need to move back, out push top.
Radiant are scanning.
Now Telescope, another item you can give to BDZ. Or maybe even to Elder Titan, we'll see. As long as someone is carrying that aura around, it doesn't necessarily have to be the hero that uses it the most.
Go take that outpost. It's Lilgun are maybe going to push out bottom.
By the way, these two logos from the two teams, Execration and Lilgun, it's like on one side you have Lilgun banners, that's like cute little whatever that is, raccoon.
Yeah.
Top tower has fallen.
On the other side you have this super Punisher-like stuff, you know, like serious mean team.
That classic logo.
Yeah.
So Aegis expires. This might be a moment where Yoi just wants to back away. Doesn't have mana to work with. Do they still have mangoes to feed him? No.
The good old combo, force into the Gale. Sadly, it did not do enough. They don't have any mangoes. You need a mango farm to feed his mana problems.
Remember Mango Tree?
I remember. Member mangoes.
Bring him back.
Bring the member mangoes. Yeah, I like the tree. It was broken, but I liked it quite a bit. It frustrated me when people would plant them outside of the base for vision. I mean, it can work, but those mangoes usually have so much use early on. Later on, they become kind of redundant, but...
I don't know. If you got BDZ picking up stacks of mangoes.
In this patch, like, you would literally just be hoarding mangoes and feeding them to the Medusa.
Oh, yeah. So Grimstroke, he's going for a Hex. Sight of Searing Chains coming through on RR. Soulbind gets used, but that won't connect them. They go to the back lines. They've got the Impale. Do they have the damage to get the kill on a BDZ? The Poison Nova comes out. They've got the Ink Sword on two of these heroes. They get the kill on an Ace. So they've lost the Phoenix, but down goes this Grimstroke. Remnant in. They've got the Doom onto the Lycan, and he is stunned up forever with the Ear Splitter coming through. They get the kill on a Marvel as well as X1, 2, 3. And now, it's not looking good for Lilgun as they have found Hishki. Spike Carapace is decent, but not going to keep him alive. Godlike for Yoi.
Yeah,
They lose 4.
Two buybacks, only for the Grimstroke, right? No one on the Radiant died besides him. Good Earth split once again. Good Stomp from Elder Titan. Nice Doom from Nico, followed up by War Stomp on that Lycan. Just getting them all these kills. Then again, it's Lilgun that attempted this move. They didn't use the egg. Phoenix got doomed way too fast, so... maybe could have executed that just a tiny little bit better.
For sure. There's the buyback. Almost making this a 40k lead. Uh-oh, X123 has been spotted, BKB.
Yeah, there's
TP
no...
out.
and there's no refresher, there's no Doom, so he just gets out there. You can't stop him.
Could have been dangerous, though.
And he was forced to expend his BKB, but it's only about the cooldown, really. In the next 50 seconds, you have this opportunity to push or wait for Rosh. By the way, Bcop, what happened? Where's the curse?
The curse of 25-minute games.
Exactly.
It's gone. Somebody broke it.
Somebody broke our curse. Like, the last time we casted Lilgun, the games ended in like 13 minutes total. So
Then we had that
then we had the
SAG
TNC game and SAG. Yeah, this is something very, very different.
But I like it. It's more time with you. You think it's going to be 40's the max lead that they're going to get?
What?
Is 40 going to be the max lead here for Execration, or do they get more?
They might get more with a couple of extra kills. Sure, why not? Medusa is almost in that Daedalus territory. Like, he could buy it right now, but if he does, he has no buyback. Let's see, Doom almost has that 2 Dooms. Needs 20 more seconds on the refresher orb. And you're pretty much ready on Execration. You can go in. You can see them smoking up. They actually even see the Lycan. They have this high ground ward. Dinker 1.
Radiant
This is...
Uh-oh. He's got BKB. It's not going to matter, though. They've got the Doom. Toss once, toss twice, hit with the Avalanche, and
Another toss.
gone.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
They went in a little bit too soon. Like, they could have killed him without letting him even use the wolf form, right?
Yeah.
Because they had full vision on him. But it's fine. They still get the kill. They move towards the Dire base. Lycan is dead for 100. And it's pretty much that time. It's time to call it for Lilgun.
Sanctity trying to push in here bottom.
Yeah. It feels... I can respect their effort and defenses. This is their last game in the DPC Season 2, right?
Infernal Blade, yeah, it might be. Splitter coming through. Hishki getting low, tossed up once again. Hishki tossed another time. He's just getting tossed in the air like a child. And Hishki, Ace, Sanctity, they all go down. They've got the buyback onto Sanctity as well as Ace, but it's not going to matter. They end up losing Marvel. This is going to be a full team wipe if they're not too careful. And I mean, it really already has been. They do end up losing Palos, but there's the GG call. And well, it'll be a 2-0 for Execration, which puts them into a spot of potential tiebreakers.
Potential tiebreakers for Execration, and at the same time, Lilgun sadly are
Relegated.
Confirmed relegated,
Yeah.
right? It was already known,
Yes.
but this is their last game. They're going to the lower division. I have to say, their game versus TNC definitely gave me hope for this team. I hope that they will continue playing together, that they will steadily improve,
sure.
because they do have different strategies and they're not shying away from them. The Lycan carry, the Pudge on the offlane. All I want to see.
I wanted that crazy draft. That's what I wanted.
You got the Lycan. You got
Is
one
that crazy?
out of
Is
the
that
two,
really crazy?
Not that
That's,
much.
you know, it's not like a Pudge or anything. It's not like, oh my god, I can't believe they picked Pudge and they made it work. But you know, unfortunately for Lilgun, there's still things to work on. Hopefully they stay together, because you know, he's still got more games coming up, not in the DPC, but maybe in the future with something else. So we'll see if they do keep it together, because there is potential there. I like the way that Lilgun do look at times.
There's definitely potential.
Yeah, they look real.
Some hopes that maybe we would see another breakout performance from them, like how Lilgun performed against TNC, but apparently they only had the power for that one series, much to TNC's disappointment.
It all came down to that, you know, one series pretty much. Not very surprised how it went. Their lower division team that they got in the upper division this season. Across all other regions, like Brame and RNG, they were the one doing the best. Our rest of the lower division team struggling, can't keep up with these tier 1 teams in the upper division. This game, again, draft-wise, I think they as a team are very, as individuals, they're very highly skilled. But when it comes down to draft and strategy, they could definitely use a coach. I would love to see them getting a coach just to help them out with the drafts, because their drafts have been all over the place in like some cookie cutter strategies, first phasing Underlord in the previous game, which gets punished. I want to see a different approach. Like, I want to see some more strat, more counter picking, more thinking. Like, what are you gonna do? Why? Whenever you pick a hero, whenever you ban a hero, like, ask yourself why many times, just to confirm it. Why is it good? Because their drafts look a bit too wonky, not too much synergy between them.
Yeah, but now it's lights out for them in the upper division. Well, it already was before,
Yeah.
but this was the last game they had, and admittedly, I'm quite disappointed after last week's series. I thought at least they would just bring the innovation to the table that got them the advantage over TNC, but they kind of went out how the first 5 series went for them, like pre-TNC. It's a little disappointing, but at least they managed to gather some experience, bring that back to the lower division, potentially come back again in the next season.
They can participate in TI qualifiers also.
True.
So I think that while we don't necessarily consider them a favorites by any means, they can definitely disrupt some of the standings, much as how they have disrupted our upper division standings. TNC is now in the soup of tiebreakers, along with everybody else. Nobody is free from tiebreakers right now. And I think our next series will at least maybe be able to resolve one of the teams out of tiebreakers, but again, there's nothing guaranteed. Even with only 2 BO3s left, there are a multitude of possibilities. And Execration, yet again, in this game number 2, felt like they were playing not to lose as opposed to win because it was competitive. It remained pretty even for most of the game. But Medusa was the game winner, and Lilgun didn't
personally
have a
though,
game winner.
Not a big fan of the item build of the Medusa. I think if they play an evenly matched team, this item build is going to backfire quite a bit. I feel he wasted about 1,000 gold on Skadi and Aghanim Scepter.
Against a Nyx Assassin specifically?
Yeah. Like, I really just feel like if they play an evenly matched team with a little bit of a better draft, perhaps, it's going to look very different. But as you said, itemized not to lose, and they didn't lose, so at least they got that done. But you got to go into the tiebreakers with a different sort of mindset. You're going to be much more aggressive, back to your old style. Because this is not the execution we usually see.
No.
They were very timid.
Definitely want to see some more aggression from the team. I want to see them going in. This type of Dota kind of punishes you and you make a lot more mistakes when you play super aggressive, which they've been known for. But they also put more pressure on the enemies and you do not give them enough time to breathe, to recover, to decide what they want to do. This time around, they were just trying to play to win, but in a way where, yeah, we're not going to go for any risky plays.
0.
It's all good though. They get the dub in the end, and I guess now they are the same number as Omega and Boom.
No, they're
So-
4-3 actually. They're ahead
Oh,
of
never
them
mind. Yeah, you're right. They're 4-3, and so they're competing now
for the major.
For the major. So
No
good-
matter what, they're guaranteed a tiebreaker at least for the last spot, which
Correct.
is the wild card. But at the same time, no, actually, if T1 loses, there's still a chance they could be second as well. So yeah, they're kind of hoping for T1 to lose for a massive tiebreaker for the second slot. But either way, wild card tiebreakers are on the table for them.
All right. Well, we got our MVP for game number 2. It's going to be Nico on the Doom. Double dooming.
Double Doomin.
I honestly, him and the Grimstroke together, like the ink swells on him. Obviously, it's on Nico to get the perfect positioning to get those 3-man ink swells, but the coordination between the two of them was fantastic.
Yep, really good. Also had a lot of farm in the lane, of course. He went for this greedy Midas that we always see. Itemized pretty well, just to be a frontliner. Got good dooms off on pretty value targets. Like he managed to doom the Veno a couple of times before he gets his Nova off.
It was a tough matchup also. We said Nyx Assassin was a good answer to most of their heroes. It was good against Medusa, good against Doom, but Lilgun didn't really seem like it was the best case scenario for them.
It's just rest of the team didn't do that well either. Not sure why they're sticking with this Lycan pick. I'm not feeling it. I just don't think the hero is good compared to the old Lycan with the Necro Book, where he takes over pretty much the whole jungle, comes online faster. You have this Purge ability, the spell, True Strike, like True Vision you have, and yeah, this one, it's all about the right clicks. His ulti lasts longer. But
That's fun
you're
to
just
see at least.
You're running around, I don't know, like a puppy most of the time instead of a dog, like a real wolf that you want to
An
be.
alpha wolf.
Yeah, this is some Omega wolf.
That was really cool though. He activated ult in mid lane. When he reached top lane, like 15 seconds later, it was still half duration. He's like, didn't do anything, but it looked cool.
A nice buff for Lycan, but not good enough. And now we have an opportunity to speak to an Execration player. We will be speaking to, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Yahweh. But let me know if I'm not pronouncing
Hello?
it. Did I say that right, Yahweh?
Yeah, it's
Yoey.
yeah. No, it's Yoe.
Ah, Yoey.
Okay, Yahweh.
Yeah, you're correct,
Damn it.
brother.
Pleasure to speak to you. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory versus Lilgun. Though I gotta say, you guys played a little timid this series. Were you kind of looking at how TNC lost against Lilgun and you were like, we want to play it safe? Or do you feel like this is how your typical performance would be?
We did not study about how they play against the NC. We just play our own comfort style. We usually just play normal, enjoy the moment, something like that.
Okay, now you have a tiebreaker secured for at least the wildcard spot. Like, what is your preparation gonna look like for the next couple of days? Are you gonna try extra hard, or are you gonna just sit back and try to analyze a bit more?
Yes, for sure. We're gonna grind more games and extra effort on each player, but we don't care who we're gonna up against because inside our mindset, every team is 50-50, no matter who it is.
Okay.
Yeah, well, to talk to me about like Medusa pick into Nyx Assassin. Is that something you would do quite often, or was this just like specific for this particular game?
Uh, I I think it's still okay because overall in the lineup, Medusa is a good pick against on that lineup. So yeah, Medusa is okay.
I got another
If
hero-specific
you're
question.
if
We've been, I think your most played hero in this upper division was Void Spirit, and in the other regions, we're seeing Ember and Storm kind of be more of the more popular spirits, and Void Spirit kind of fell off. Do you still like the hero, or was
Yeah.
that just at the beginning of the season?
I think I still like the hero, Void Spirit or Ember. It just depends how do I say it? How you fit in the team. If I fast phase or slow phase.
Which one?
I usually talk to my teams. I mean the Void Spirit or Ember, the timing.
Which one's which? Which one's faster? Which one's slower?
I think Void is faster
Okay.
for me, for my opinion.
Well, congratulations on the 2-0 performance, and you got a long road of tiebreakers ahead of you, but hopefully it ends up with you guys ending up at the major, so congratulations on this win, and good luck in the tiebreakers.
Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dude, they didn't even look at the TNC series? That's crazy. I would have been like, wait a second, this team was 0 games won, and then they beat TNC, but I'm not worried about
I like
that.
how he mentioned the 50-50, because I think this is how you describe this region. Like, it can go both ways. It's really 50-50 in most of the matchups. Like, you just don't know what's going to happen. Like, even the players understand that. On the good days, they might beat them. Maybe for Southeast Asia region, we need 2 BO3s to be played.
That's what I'm saying.
Or
Yeah.
10.
I think the outcome would probably still be the,
Yeah,
like,
probably.
the
Yeah,
same. 50-50, 60-40.
Yeah, the outcome would be the same in that it would be completely unpredictable every single time. You can simulate it like 1,000 times and you'll get a different team on top every single time.
Yeah.
But we can take a look at what we have this time in this reality with these standings. As now we have only 2 BO3s remaining as Execration bump up to 4-3 and Lilgun down to 1-6. They already had the red line through their name, but was maybe hoping to see a 2 next to the wins to see if a Pudge could have brought them to a second victory, but not quite.
Now it's even redder.
Yeah, it's even redder.
It says not as red as it can be, but quite red.
Quite red. And we don't know who the second red will be yet. That has yet to be determined, and we won't be able to figure out today if there will be any third team added to the tiebreakers, because currently our next series is going to be at the top. TNC Predator 4-2 versus Fnatic 4-2. One of these teams, in terms of how it balances out the tiebreakers, because one of the teams is going to be 5-2, the other one's going to be 4-3.
Yep, the winner secures minimum second place, depending on how T1 does. And yeah, it's a very big match for both of them, because that means you're not in the wild card.
That's right. So we got to go to a break. We got to make sure that this game happens, because this is one of the banner games of the entire season. All week long, all month long, all 6 weeks long, we've been waiting for this. So stick around. We'll be right back after the break.
change of range. Look, you got me. A chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me, I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change of range?
Welcome back, everybody, to perhaps the match of the entire season. Season 2, DPC, Upper Division, Fnatic versus TNC. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while, so I want to look at the standings again, just to illustrate the importance of this match in terms of major implications. Again, we only have 2 BO3s left in this entire season before we have to go into tiebreakers, and tiebreakers are going to be a plenty. It doesn't really matter too much in terms of what... Welcome back, everybody, to perhaps the match of the entire season. Season 2, DPC, Upper Division, Fnatic versus TNC. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while, so I want to look at the standings again, just to illustrate the importance of this match in terms of major implications. Again, we only have 2 BO3s left in this entire season before we have to go into tiebreakers, and tiebreakers are going to be a plenty. For this series, doesn't really matter too much in terms of what is going to happen with the tiebreakers, but immensely in terms of what... Too late. You can't do that one. One of the ones that has a possibility of going to the major. Which one do you think is going to be your favorite to at least secure the playoff spot? Not necessarily perform the best at the major, because that's always random. You know,
Well,
that's
T1 so far looks pretty solid,
Okay.
right? Like they're also pretty much owning the scene,
Yeah.
winning versus every single team. They've dropped what, 1 or 2 games, 1 or 2 series, but they're the ones that look the most stable, at least in the SCA. Everyone else is in.
Well, everyone kind of has the same score, though.
But they're the ones that look the stabliest, at least.
Stabliest?
Stabliest. I'm gonna invent some words, some hot takes, hot words, but. I don't know. SCA region looked way more clear in season 1.
Mm-hmm.
The waters are definitely muddier. They've been muddied by Neon first and foremost, then Fnatic not really playing to their standard early on. TNC as well doing much better than in season 1. So like you said, everyone kind of has the same score. So
Right. How about you, Black? At least between these two, TNC and Fnatic, you got to give me a favorite.
Between the two of them?
Between the two of them.
I think I like TNC.
Okay. Give me an
Between the
explanation.
two of them. They've just been almost stable, and I feel the wins that they've had look better than the wins that Fnatic had.
Sure.
But the losses that they've had, they also look pretty
Worse, yeah.
bad. Like the T1 loss looked terrible, and the Lilgun loss looked even worse. So, still, simply because they have been mostly consistent, I think they still have a little edge.
And also Fnatic still adapting after a couple of weeks, right, to Chuyan. He's been looking good though. In the last couple of weeks, he's been looking much better.
That's what I was going to say. I think the most growth I've seen out of Fnatic, I said it week after week, but at this point, Trion, I have no doubts about his offlane capabilities. Initially, I was just like, his hero pool seems kind of limited.
Sus?
Yeah.
A little sus.
He's just not among the other offlaners, really. He's playing Centaur constantly in like week 1, week 2, and I was like, okay, but maybe you could, expand it a little bit. And now he has some Timbersaw, some Beastmaster. We interviewed him. He said that he's been playing a lot of pubs to expand his hero pool. At this point, I have no qualms with him.
Yep.
I think
Moon,
you're too
however,
easily convinced.
It definitely looks like he is the one that you suspect first, but he's not the imposter, as he has adapted from that mid lane onto the off lane.
Sure, yeah.
What did you want to say about Moon? Take the bad words
I don't
out
want
of
to
my
say
mouth.
anything about Moon. That's the problem. I want to say good things about Moon, but I don't think I've seen much growth from him over the course of the season. And I guess, tell me about Season 1, Moon. Was it any different? Was it, with Masaros, the dynamic a little bit more...
Night and day.
Really?
Yeah, night and day. Moon in Season 1 versus Moon in this season would win 10 out of 10 games on mid lane. That's what the difference is.
I think the biggest difference is just that he never lost the lane.
Okay.
In Season 1, he was just a very stable guy, a very stable player. Much like Fata was in Europe back then when he played. Like all his DKs and Death Prophets and Zeuses and that
Razors,
stuff. Like you don't lose the lane, you don't win the lane, you just do your job. That's what Moon did last season. But this time around, usually no matter what he's given, even in a decent matchup, he just doesn't quite perform up to standard.
Yeah, and that's I'm with you. That's what I used to know Moon for. When he used to go by Nana, I was like, okay, he's not necessarily like a standout performer, but he always is consistent. He's like an anchor that you can always count on.
Which every team needs.
Yeah.
He actually, I think one of the first tournaments they won was here in Bucharest. They won the minor a long time ago, 2017 or something. But it was Mineski, not Fnatic, one of those stacks.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, but ever since he joined Fnatic, he's been that stable rock in the team that the game revolves around. It's about his cooldowns, it's about his Dragon Eyes, Death Prophets. But we've seen him in the last series, or not the last one, but the one before the last series, when he's a Death Prophet, he just ice pushing high ground, gets completely out of position. Rubik mid lane versus the Beastmaster wasn't good, then the Beastmaster afterwards also wasn't that stellar. Maybe just a little bit of exhaustion after Season 1 and seeing what happened on the major itself.
Perhaps, but his work's going to be cut out for him in this series because I think Armel, like my decision changes like on a weekly basis, but my favorite mid laner after Singapore was obviously Yopaj in Southeast Asia, because you'd be hard-pressed to argue any other mid laner in Southeast Asia. Throughout the course of this season, Neon Quiet hasn't matched the standard that they hit in Singapore, so Armel or Carl, probably my favorite mid laners in Southeast Asia.
You can't just say two names.
Okay, fine. I'm going with Armel then, because I think for T1, the support duo is what's carrying T1 for the most part. Carl's doing well, of course.
I'll go with Carl, obviously.
Fine, because you're a T1 fanboy.
Yeah, sure. T1 fanboy right
That's
here.
me.
We have one already.
Fine.
It's not. I'm just completely unbiased.
Sure.
I'm here to give my professional opinion and unbiased opinion, more importantly, about all of these players, all of these teams. And right now, what's your unbiased opinion about these two openings, Black?
I think we have our Moon hero in terms of Doom.
Okay.
Could potentially be an offlaner, but I think it just fits Doom really well and the position that he has, or should have in the team, in my opinion. And Grimstroke, Doom, we all know the deal. You jump in with Inkswell, get double Doom off potentially, but Centaur is already a pretty good answer.
Yeah, it's already kind of good for TNC because you can run away with that Stampede, say adios to Mr. Doom, but maybe some Mars on the side of Fnatic.
What if it's not an answer, actually? Like, they picked it into the Centaur, right? Centaur is the answer to Doom.
Yeah, I mean, you can have the answer and still give a wrong answer yourself.
So
right?
there's still an answer?
There's multiple answers.
Like you're doing an equation, and the math teacher already drew the answer on the board, but you kind of get it wrong anyway.
Well, you got to show your work, though. If you don't show your work and you just end up with the right answer, it's
yeah,
pretty...
but you can show some BS and just copy the answer in the end.
Is that why you're here on a panel instead of... What was your... Oh, no, Black was the engineer. What was your academic background, Lizard?
Actually, like electrical
Oh,
engineering.
jeez.
I finished my math though. My math was on point.
Was it?
You know, more or less.
I'm not hiring you to
mean,
wire my house
Everybody has a different definition
of success.
of on point
Okay.
and of success, of course, too. Yeah.
Okay, we have
Yes.
Wraith King and Luna banned out by Fnatic. That's on point of carries together with the Morphling. Meanwhile, when it comes to TNC, they aren't expecting Doom perhaps to be mid. That
Yep.
Prophet banned out.
I don't think Moon played it even. Just the recent turn of events, a lot of mid laners started playing more Doom.
Right, Bristleback also from Moon, so it just kind of seems like in his new hero pool kind of thing. But yeah, he hasn't played it.
I mean, it's really all of these heroes. They have something in common, which is it's almost impossible to lose or win lane. Like you can just draw it every time. You just get your farm, they get their farm, but you kind of know what you're working with.
There was a patch when Doom started being played on mid that he would be dominating the lane. I remember Topson going 0-7 versus Iceberg's Doom. Or
Yeah.
some similar score. Don't quote me on it, but it was close, maybe even 0-9. But right now, if you're playing versus Doom, you kind of know what you're expecting. You know what's coming at you, so you're more prepared. Plus, he doesn't regen. He has more armor, which makes it a little bit easier for the Doom to dive you, but he doesn't regen from Devour, so it's at the same time a little bit more difficult.
Black, we were highly critical of Midas Doom at the beginning of the season. Have you softened on it at all? Or you still think it's a pretty grief build?
I feel like if you're middle, it's not good
Okay.
because you already get all the levels, and Midas Reach just helps you get the levels up. But when you're off lane, you can kind of excuse it with the fact that you're mostly dual laning and your levels are quite low, and that levels are so important on Doom. But I don't think we've seen a single mid Doom go for Midas. It's mostly the
It's mostly the offlaners.
Yeah.
Also, one thing that Midas really brings you as Doom is attack speed, which makes your Infernal Blade way better. Like
true.
you need attack speed on this hero, at least a little bit. Is the Midas the right way to get it? Perhaps not. You can go for AC later on if you aren't going for that Shivas. But yeah, it worked in the last series. We've seen it.
It did, and a lot of the heroes from the last series are showing up. Phoenix now for TNC. Fnatic have a variety of egg hitters left in the pool. There's Jug, there's Lifestealer. Medusa is banned out. Fnatic, I mean, the IO is banned out, but they played a lot of Gyrocopter with the IO, so maybe not so much in this draft.
For me, Lifestealer looks like a no-brainer here. It's pretty strong. Good versus Centaur in the lane, good versus Phoenix later on, good with Grimstroke if you want to lane it that way. I think it would be a solid carry for Fnatic.
Man, if it is a mid-Doom, I could also totally be down for a Timbersaw for Fnatic.
Sure, it's just picking more of these chunky boys into a Phoenix could potentially be risky.
The Sunray, the
Yeah,
percentage-based damage.
True.
We've seen it versus Tiny in the last game. It can happen in this one as well.
Also the egg. Like, sure, you can pick one egg hitter, but it's never guaranteed that a single hero that can hit the egg will be in position to do so. And then
Just Fnatic things with the Clockwork,
Clockwork.
Grimstroke. You know, if you're Fnatic, you need to have 2 position 4 heroes. You can't really have
But they already
real
have 2
5.
mid laners also. How much overlap do you want on this team?
That's the way the Fnatic is operating at the moment. Jabs and DJ just really 2 really good force.
It's true.
Forced to play, one forced to play kind of 5, but I mean, in this patch, I think it's even better when you have 2 4s because you get so much gold on both supports.
Yeah, and people are just like constantly duo laning now. The era of roaming 4s is pretty much just you check the water rune and you're like, okay, I'm going back to my lane now.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all you do. Just control the water rune and go away. Maybe Timber. Is it
Dragon Knight, okay.
Timber
I mean,
for
it's 3
Fnatic?
strength heroes, bro. The Whirling Death.
Yeah, for Fnatic it would be pretty strong. Wait, what are we talking about, please? I saw Timber being banned out in the first stage together with Nyx.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And I keep on
We're
talking
crazy.
about it like it's
My
banned
bad.
out.
Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know why.
All right, fine then. How about Legion Commander?
Oh, for Fnatic?
Yeah. More egg speed. A purge for Lion.
Execution?
Execution is perfect.
I feel like they will be having damage issues then, though.
Yep.
if it's a mid Doom. Because he doesn't offer a lot of damage. He offers
True.
like utility in terms of disabling heroes, but his damage really comes like in the mid game. But your early game could be pretty rough.
They go with the
Darkseer.
Darkseer. That's definitely more damage.
Okay. So there is the mid Doom also.
You have this Clockwork plus Darkseer combination on the offlane.
Yeah, sounds like TNC should hire me as a coach, since I said it's going to be Doom middle right
You
from the
did.
beginning.
This is true.
Called it.
And yet
Shouldn't have
also
wasted so many bans on it.
ban this. Well, it's not that many. It was
Okay,
one ban.
DP.
One ban.
DP Dusa.
Deuce
Deuce
was a
is safe.
Raven hero.
We see a
also.
lot of Dusa as middle.
I
Isn't
mean,
this
sure.
like an AM for TNC last pick? If you,
Yep.
I
I already
think
thought AIM was good pre-Darkseer.
if you're Fnatic, this is probably an AM ban for you.
Dude, I wouldn't mind putting an AIM middle against Doom. Like, you just burn his mana, he can't just Devour anymore, he actually feels so bad.
Not a bad idea.
Until he gets that juicy mana rune.
Yeah.
Drink
And also
it-
you're
drink
losing
it
the
up.
advantage of putting the Manti-Mage against... Oh, okay, they ban it out.
They ban it.
Against the
You
Darkseer.
you had to.
You
You
have
had to.
to.
You have a Darkseer on your side. No catch for the anti-mage. Doom cannot doom him easily, so it's
Ye-
better to ban him.
Need to ban out Jug also, or are you okay with that?
There are some options now left for you. If you're TNC, there's any of the Agi cores would do, I suppose, but you could also go for a Sven versus the Darkseer.
I think Void could be pretty problematic also.
Void actually sounds pretty good.
Because they have the egg as well.
Only
have-
problem is the Doom, right? But
Yeah.
you could go for some... Is Wraith King banned? Actually, Wraith King is banned out, yeah.
Most carries are banned now.
Ban out the
Spectre.
Spectre.
Which I'm not sure why. I think Doom completely destroys Spectre. Especially once you get Aghanims, you break the Dispersion as well.
I would for Fnatic, I would really like to see still the Life Stealer if it doesn't get banned out.
I feel actually that's risky with the Faces Void in the pool still.
Okay, so could have banned it out perhaps, I guess, but
TNC do have final pick of the draft.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Lifestealer so far. I'm just really scared if that last pick Void comes out, that the Lifestealer is just going to get chronoed, his rage is over, and he's just pretty much dead.
still looks like the best fit for their draft. That also deals with the Egg, with Dragonite, with Centaur, hero that benefits so much from the Surge and Ion Shell.
What's like a 5-head pick that we're overseeing here? Like, Lifestealer is good,
Yeah,
sure.
For
but
Fnatic?
yeah,
Some Jug.
Juggernaut
Jug, I guess, yeah.
seems...
Yeah, Jug.
okay.
Okay.
That's not very 5-head.
I still like Void. I feel Void is like the perfect
It's
addition
no,
to this
no
entire
difference,
draft.
right? Lifestealer or Jug?
Yeah,
Still
same
go for
thing.
the Void.
And you also have the perfect protection for this Egg. Like, he wants to spin it, you just chrono him, and he's more likely they're not going to die.
Yeah, the Void just rounds TNC's draft completely. I like
If
it.
they don't want to go Void, potentially a PA, but he's going to struggle in lane quite a bit against Darkseer. I just like Void because his lane is free. Like, Darkseer cannot pressure Void.
The game overall, all you have to worry about is the Doom, right? That's it. If you're not doomed, you're good to go.
But
Even if you're doomed, you have the Stampede to get away from him, so...
Potentially a Drow Ranger, but into Clock, not
Yeah,
the
because I was
best.
curious about the Arc Warden ban, and it feels like because they wanted to pick Drow, maybe, but
I don't like that too much.
It's also really good against the Egg and Dragon Knight.
true.
And they go for
Shadow Fiend?
Wait, so it's safe lane Dragon Knight.
Okay, well, I mean, regen against Darkseer, but mid SF against mid Doom. You can definitely do some damage as a Shadow Fiend here.
Yeah, it's a lane in which you could actually ball out of control on the Shadow Fiend.
Not what I expected, though. Like, I feel Jug into SF is quite good for Jug.
Well, we are seeing a resurgence of physical damage Shadow Fiend. It's not always this, especially against a Jug. I don't think you can do Yule's Blink, because he's just going to Blade Fury every single time. So physical damage, pusher with DK. You take the Presence Effects Buildings talent.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Just such a different build from TNC. They have these two mid laners, right? Like Dragonite and SF.
Yep.
Two heroes that kind of do the same thing.
Lacoste and B-Cup. Were you saying the Shadow Fiend last pick, Lacoste?
Definitely not. Not in a million years, because I thought it's going to be a mid Dragon Knight. SF, he can
Interesting.
pressure,
Ooh.
Doom
Okay,
more.
sorry. We couldn't hear you for a second. Say it again.
I said I did not definitely expect it.
Oh, you could have changed your answer. You could have said,
Oh, no. I'm not changing my answer. I say something, I stand behind it until someone proves me wrong.
All right.
But, so I'm looking forward for them to prove me wrong. Shadow Fiend into Jug, into Clockwork doesn't seem that good. He's going to have a good time against Doom because Doom can't really pressure him until there's a rotation level 6. But Doom's one of the heroes, if not the best hero, who doesn't care if he's pressured, like always has that extra free gold. I don't know. I'm just not feeling the Shadow Fiend pick.
so you're going TNC?
Yeah.
B Cup?
I put all my points in chat on TNC.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm going to have to stick with that. I was 43,300 points.
That's steep.
It's a lot of points in
Which way you
chat.
going?
Fnatic.
Lizard?
Yeah, Fnatic as well.
I'm going to go TNC. I think Shadow Fiend, if you're final picking it, you must have something in mind. Lacoste and B Cup, enjoy casting game number 1.
Thank you very much. I will enjoy casting, as this is the Southeast Asia El Clasico, as it's been known.
Wait, I didn't go TNC. I just said so many bad things about the Shadow Fiend, praising the Doom, how he can recover. We better change that prediction.
You're going for Fnatic?
I'm going for Fnatic. I'm not feeling the Shadow Pink at all.
Production trying to get you.
They're putting the words in my mouth. I don't like that.
I could see it now.
Because I don't see it on
Cost.
screen. I don't see the team names. You know, I'm thinking about the heroes. They ask me if Fnatic. I'm like, yeah, just TNC, yeah. Because I need to see it in front of me. And now I sit down in my own PC, looking at the drafts. Maybe. Okay, production saying we changed. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, so that leaves me and Tsunami on TNC. The most analytical of the two, of the 5 of us, I would say.
Combined, yeah.
Yes. Well, maybe.
Well, you've proven, you know, to a lot of us that 2 of you are smarter than 3 of us.
4 legs better than 6, I guess. 2 brains better than 3. Armel, see how he does over mid.
Yeah.
I'm
I guess the
excited.
reason why they decided to put Dragonite on the safe lane is he doesn't care. He has this built-in region similar to, let's say, Anti-Mage when he's playing magic resistance. And you don't care about the harassment too much. Clock down in my own PC, looking at the drafts. Maybe. Okay, production saying we changed. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, so that leaves me and Tsunami on TNC. The most analytical of the two, of the 5 of us, I would say.
Combined, yeah.
Yes. Well, maybe.
Well, you've proven, you know, to a lot of us that 2 of you are smarter than 3 of us.
4 legs better than 6, I guess. 2 brains better than 3. Armel, see how he does over mid.
Yeah.
I'm
I guess the
excited.
reason why they decided to put Dragonite on the safe lane is he doesn't care. He has this built-in region similar to, let's say, Anti-Mage when he's playing against the Darkseer, built-in magic resistance. And you don't care about the harassment too much. Clockwork starting with the Boots of Speed. So you need to be careful. If they get level 2 potentially faster, Boomy in a bit of a bad spot could potentially result in a kill. Armel not starting with any mangoes in the mid lane. Instead, just rushing that bottle straight away. Only used 1 raise so far. There's the second one.
Just throwing some harassment out at Moon. He hits level 2 first.
On the mid lane. Shadow Fiend, definitely gonna free farm in this.
Yeah, there was like a split second in time where I was seeing a lot of like Yule's Arcane Blink.
Yeah,
all
this is
that.
very popular. It's more of a pot type of a build. But with the addition of Satanic and stuff, this is something that Shadow Fiend really benefits from. Like just being able to stand his ground and take a fight. He's just completely dominating this lane.
Yeah, he's got that ward on the high ground, so he's kind of mirroring the movements of Moon and was able to land those raises to start. Makes things a little bit more difficult for Moon. Another raise in, getting him really quite low. And while that water rune still sits top, nobody's rotated over from either side to really secure it. And it's going to be Armel's if he wants it. Another raise.
Does not have enough mana. If he had 1 mango, that's a kill. The triple raise would definitely kill him there. Extra damage will pick up that second bottle, water rune that you mentioned.
Yeah, so he finally goes over to that water rune. He'll have a refresh on that bottle, get a cold one out of the fridge.
Dire's structures are
And
fortified.
for the moment, 18-5, things looking really good for TNC based on the CS at the moment, and especially if you're looking strictly mid.
Doom gets that extra gold, so not too worried about it, but definitely Doom can't get a kill in this matchup unless they rotate one of the heroes. Who is it gonna be? Clockwork, one of the better rotating heroes, but you can see Shadowfiend already getting the boots of speed just to be able to cover himself against that top lane.
Earth Spike, Hex, and there's the hoof stomp. They have the double edge, but DJ surviving for the moment, and that last right click, not a carry. That bottle, get a cold one out of the fridge.
Dire's structures are
And
fortified.
for the moment, 18-5, things looking really good for TNC based on the CS at the moment, and especially if you're looking strictly mid.
Doom gets that extra gold, so not too worried about it, but definitely Doom can't get a kill in this matchup unless they rotate one of the heroes. Who is it gonna be? Clockwork, one of the better rotating heroes, but you can see Shadowfiend already getting the boots of speed just to be able to cover himself against that top lane.
Earth Spike, Hex, and there's the hoof stomp. They have the double edge, but DJ surviving for the moment, and that last right click, not enough damage.
They'll get the courier. DJ has a healing cell, deciding if he wants to pop it on himself or he needs to use it on Raven.
Pops it on himself.
I think that was supposed to be a kill because Centaur went back for a split second instead of just attacking him, and that's exactly what they needed. One extra hit.
They'll get first blood over bottom as Gabby gets the kill and it jabs. He's been very annoying with that rocket flare, stealing some of the CS, but ooh, stun comes out, double edge. Raven now chasing with the Inkswell, going after Tims, who's out of mana. Right clicks in with the Blade Fury. This should be a kill onto the Lion. He'll try to
Trying
deny
for a
himself to the
deny.
neutrals. He
He
gets
gets
it.
Wow, that's pretty good. A lot of commitment. They spent the 1 quarter. Didn't decide to put another point in Dragon's Blood because maybe he feels safer sitting near the tower, getting that extra armor, extra regen from it anyway, and wants to be able to burst down the creeps that Iron Shells are on. Kind of a missed opportunity from Fnatic there.
They didn't get anything out
They
of
got
that.
nothing.
That is devastating. It was
And
good
top,
rotation
like-
for Tims.
Teams understands that Bach is not going to die on the top lane because Vanguard's already finished. They
Oh,
can't
Moon.
really burst him, so he can afford to go and make some rotations. Now
Has
he's
no
on
idea
a mid
this is
lane.
coming. Raises
Double
in. Wow. Great movements right now from TNC.
This is similar to Timbersaw, where your position 4 can make more rotations. You just set him up for a good start. DJ planting an Observer Ward in a triangle and will steal that Bounty Rune. Just TP out.
Not enough damage. I wonder if Boomy's aware of that. Aware of this obs that's down right now.
Dire's
All
middle
he's got
tower
is an
under
obs of
attack.
his own. Doesn't have a sentry to deward it, even if he does understand that it's there. But they're wrapping around on a Moon once again. They've got the Earth Spike. They'll use the Stampede and the Requiem right on top. Moon back to back. He has died, and SF already starting real strong.
SF popping off in this game. Earlier point in Requiem at level 7. I've seen this only in situations where SF save a point, potentially turn around
Oh,
kill that
Gabby.
they can get. Let's say they die with 2 heroes. Be out.
Not enough damage. I wonder if Boomy's aware of that. Aware of this obs that's down right now.
Dire's
All
middle
he's got
tower
is an
under
obs of
attack.
his own. Doesn't have a sentry to deward it, even if he does understand that it's there. But they're wrapping around on a Moon once again. They've got the Earth Spike. They'll use the Stampede and the Requiem right on top. Moon back to back. He has died, and SF already starting real strong.
SF popping off in this game. Earlier point in Requiem at level 7. I've seen this only in situations where SF save a point, potentially, and there's like a turnaround kill that
Gabby.
they can get. Let's say they dive with 2 heroes. Dragon Knight.
Getting the
He
kill
should
as they
be
used
okay.
the wall. They tried to commit onto the DK and they didn't have the damage show on. Again, he goes down playing aggressive, and we've seen throughout the season, I would say, a bit of an underperformance from both the mid and the off lane here from Fnatic, and you're dealing with 2 players that are known for their mid.
They're losing so much from the laning stage. Dragon Knight sitting at the top, 4,000 net worth. Shadowfiend just 200 below. Has invisibility. If they can get a kill on Juggernaut, potentially turn that into tower. Tier 1 tower in the mid is sitting at 200 HP. TNC, they're all over the place. And to go back to the Requiem talk, it's not about damage, because your Necromastery is pretty low if you have 2 points in it. So it's about setting the raises up. That fear mechanic.
Makes it easy to just go short, mid, long, if you even need all 3. Because you've got the Earth Spike sets up the point blank Requiem, and then all you need is 2 more raises.
At least they will get a tower on the bottom lane in return, but you can already see TNC grouping around the mid, bringing the numbers just to secure the tower. 4 heroes mid on a 200 HP tower. And that's without Dragon form.
They do have 4 TPs available for TNC, so they could take this tower, maybe rotate somewhere, but they've already lost that bottom tier 1. So this is TNC doing a good job. They've taken the safe lane tower, they've taken the mid, they can squeeze the map. How much are you going to get out of this out of Fnatic if TNC can seize the opportunity and choke you out?
Fnatic already preparing for their jungle to be invaded. 1 observer board near the tier 2 top tower to scout things out, because they know TNC will definitely want to farm there. No mid tower, no top tower. Let's see what Dragon Knight decides to buy. He has Hound's Halberd queued up and a Blink Dagger. Instead decides to get a Blink Dagger. Just to have that initiation. Because Centaur, he will get the Vanguard, he will get a Hood, and then transition that into a Blink Dagger.
So he'll be the aura guy, and then you just be the initiator for now.
Not necessarily an aura. I'm not a big fan of Centaur aura build anymore. He's not going to be upgrading those to Crimson Guards, Pipes most likely. It's about that Blink initiation. We've seen what Centaurs with Heart can do, with Overwhelming Blink, with the Shard. Hero that really scales well.
Right.
One item that he definitely needs to get, I think this should be his item actually, against picking up a Blink Dagger after Lotus Orb.
There's the blink into the Dragon Tail coming out onto the Darkseer. They've got a dominating spree here for Gabby. Yeah, Lotus Orb could be really...
Lotus Orb, one of the best
really
items
good
against
right
the Juggernaut. He is never going to feel safe using that ulti. Great against Grimstroke, great against Doom. Just a lot of value from the item.
Anything you can bounce back is going to feel really good for your team fight. On a team fight that, from TNC, honestly already looks pretty good. You move in with a Stampede, you get yourself, say that blink, the host stomp, the lockdown, Supernova over to the side of the fight
They
with
need to
Requiem
smoke.
going
They
off.
need to smoke and try to get something happen. There we go. Fnatic using one. Grimstroke got that ulti. Double Doom is available. This time around, Moon can't go for the Garrido route because laning stage didn't go too well for him, and now he is biting just drums. Which I like. You need to be able to fight early with the team. Hook shot.
With the Inkswell, and they've got the Earth Spike, but the silence is out with the Phantom's Embrace. Boomy will not be able to get a Supernova off. Not that he really
Cares too
would've
much
wanted
about
it.
it. Yeah, like it was a smoke hook shot just to get a kill on a position 4 Phoenix, 6 Phoenix, and they're pretty happy with it.
You know, this is the SEA El Clasico, but we do have the Brazil scoreline, the 7-1.
Yeah, brings back memories. Who was Brazil playing again?
Germany, I want to say?
Germany?
I think so.
Wish Black was here to just be silent after you say it.
Man. Yeah, it was Germany, Brazil.
It was Brazil who had 7 goals, right? You don't know. You don't know. Is okay.
The screen's not that bright on my face. You can't see me looking this up at the moment.
Now just keep talking. Yeah, you know, I remember the
Germany had 7.
Germany had 7.
Yeah.
Whew.
Totally knew that off the top of my head. Didn't just type that in.
I remember, but I just didn't remember.
Which way?
Yeah, which way, and the other team. So literally not remembering anything.
Anything?
No, I know there was a meme. I know there was like a huge meme, and that's all I care about.
Hook shot from Jabs doesn't get anything done. I'll end up missing that as TNC continue to farm around the map.
It's a 2k gold lead. Not too bad for Fnatic, considering that they lost the mid tower, they lost the top tower, and the laning stage didn't go too well. But Doom will recover. He will manage to get the farm back. The VAR is maxed out. Extra 240 gold coming out from it.
Only a 2K. We'll see. Maybe TNC are waiting more for this Blink Dagger from the Centaur. They do already have one for DK, so they can make aggressive moves around the map with that initiation. Because it seems like every time it'll be Dragon Tail followed up by Earth Spike, Hex. The control's there. And if you lose control, you could Stampede, run on top of these heroes.
They have good chase potential. That's what matters whenever you have Doom.
Smoke gets
Double
broken.
Doom. Smoke broken.
Jabs hook shotting so all the way onto the Centaur. Not sure this is who you want to go for. Supernova's in a great spot. And now they've got the Soulbind coming in, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They get the kill to DJ. They look over at Jabs. They'll get themselves 2. And now they'll find potentially a third moon burning out to the Sunray as well as the right clicks from Armel. Double Doom, but they don't get anything from it.
Yeah, they try to jump
Is under attack.
Grimstroke straight away. Blow him up instantly, but didn't happen. He managed to get
Dire's top
the
tower
ulti off, plus the double Doom. Not enough. These heroes are super tank. Oh, they even find Chuan.
Oh, wow. They get themselves the Darkseer, and there's the Hex. Sunray on top, and they'll just burn him out.
Everyone is super tanky. You have a Dragonite, you have a Centaur. We've seen that in Southeast Asia when they get drafts like this with the Bristleback plus potentially 2 extra. I believe it was Bristleback, Centaur plus 1 extra tanky hero that just doesn't die. Maybe even Tiny it was, where it's very hard to burst them. You have a limited amount of damage. Shadowfiend, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, tanking up. Mask of Madness later on will be disassembled. Get that Satanic that I mentioned, now going into a BKB. Just wants to be able to stand his ground and take a fight.
Right.
Especially against the Clockwork, who can be potentially very annoying against the Vacuum. Look at his attack speed, actually, from Shadowfiend hitting those neutrals. It's because of the talent. Yeah. Talent plus Mask of Madness.
Back only an extra 20, you know, from the talent. Is that a lot? Like 20 always seems like a deceiving number.
It's not just talent, it's also 110 from Mask of
Yeah,
Madness, because
yeah.
he was shooting real quick. Next time they take a fight, they might take the Roche, or it seems like they're going to go in. Check that attack speed. This doesn't sound like, 20. This is 130.
Well, yeah, with the Mask of Madness. But I'm just saying, though, the talent, like, I don't know, just the talent by itself, not the Mask of Madness. Does 20 seem like a lot?
It
Would you-
feels Fnatic will not take this fight. They are just letting it go. I thought TNC will get one more fight, potentially just to pick off on 1 or 2 heroes, and then go in and try to take it. But they have enough sustain, as we mentioned. 2 tanky heroes, plus the lifesteal coming out from the Shadowfiend. He will definitely be the one picking it up.
Yep.
And now working towards that BKB.
Yeah, so he wants that BKB. He's got the Dragonlance with the Mask of Madness. So like we've been talking about, he's got that extra attack speed. He's sitting top of the net worth. You've got Gabby going into the Heaven's Halberd, then that Ag. So he's looking for that upgrade on the ulti.
Moon, he's looking to use ulti on Centaur, because if he doesn't, Stampede will be popped. They just run away. So it needs to be Centaur +1
Dire's middle tower
in
is
combination
under attack.
with the Grimstroke. Not that easy to execute. Grimstroke will need to have his Ether Lens getting very close. Just needs to buy Voidstone, 200 gold away.
So Centaur's going for this Lotus Orb. Would you mind if he got Ags after that? Like, would that be something? I feel if you're trying to secure the Centaur's kill, make sure you can't get the Stampede off. If you can make it even more, get that damage reduction to 40%. Why not, right? if you pick up that axe.
Sure, it's just about Lotus Orb right now, which I mentioned, a lot of value from the item, the best item he can get.
Yeah, and then after that, I was
After
saying.
that,
Is under attack. Dire's structures
do they need
are
it?
fortified.
I don't.
Like, it's good against Omni Slash, good against reducing the damage from the Darkseer wall and the illusions. They
Ooh,
get the
blink
jump.
host stop, and now they've got the finger out onto Raven. They just blew up the jug. Wall gets committed, and well, Darkseer couldn't save his jug at the moment. Raven gone real fast.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
Hook shot not landing. Now another host stop comes out. Finger onto DJ.
Dire's bottom
I've seen similar build from Boomy. He, I believe, played one game of Ancient Apparition with three Null Talismans. Just Spell Amp is good. I don't think as a position 5 you need to invest so much gold in item that just gives you something that's 1500 gold. You could potentially try to build another either Lotus Orb, a Force Staff against Clockwork, Glimmer Cape, anything. This is just you trying to take care of yourself and deal more damage. I mean, Spell Amplification is nice.
top tower
You know, you
is
get
under
3%
Dire's
per
bottom
Nully,
tower
so that's 9%, especially on the Sunray, which
bottom
could be
tower
big,
has fallen.
but it's a lot of slots.
Now 3 slots for 3 null talismans. At least he's looking blinged out. 3 null talismans around his neck. See a Phoenix come in.
It would be too shiny. You know, Phoenix is already
Fire.
fire, can blind you. Imagine having all these like necklaces around the neck.
Are scanning.
Null Talisman, that's silver, right?
Dire's middle
I
tower
think
is
so.
under attack.
Maybe
Ooh, a
white
sapphire on the bottom? I have no idea. Hookshot comes out. That's going to be through on a Gabby. They've got the Doom out onto the DK. They'll vacuum him back. The Soulbind leashing him up. They get the kill on the Gabby. They'll take out the Darkseer now, or take out the Dragon Knight now, looking over at the Centaur. So they get the kill on the Bach as well as Gabby. They'll finish off Jabs. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Supernova expended, and finally feeling like a fight back from Fnatic with that one.
This is the fight that they needed. They did not kill Shadow Fiend, who had Aegis. Still, I don't think we have seen Omni Slash in this game. Maybe
No, I don't think so.
I misseen what was happening, but I don't think we've seen it so far because he was getting initiated on, he was getting doomed.
Just Moon to Normal.
Fele, drop for Fnatic. That's exactly what they need. Just a bit of an extra gold. Coming out like Grimstroke. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Give me that Grimstroke Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Aether Lens.
Yeah, so
What
who grabbed
about
that Philly?
Shard? Shard is also okay.
The
Against Fiery
strongest
Spirit.
spell.
Yeah, strongest spell against the Lion's abilities, against Breathe Fire,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
even Dragon Tail stun.
Dire's middle tower
Might
is
change his
under
mind,
attack.
but definitely a lot of value from Aghanim Scepter in this game, whether you want to get Shadow Fiend. So you could potentially have Darkseer illusions of certain heroes and then another stronger illusion.
Sanjay Yasha finished there for Raven. 7K lead for TNC, but that last fight for Fnatic felt more so like the game was even. But obviously that comes from Fnatic getting that hook shot in, focusing their attention on the Gabby, not allowing that Dragon Knight to get anything off.
My problem is they don't have any real good combo with the Darkseer. It's not like Sanking Stun, it's not Disruptor Ulti. Right now, they got Vacuum into Thunderclap. Easy clap right there, not the best combo.
Radiant
Vacuum
are scanning.
into
Vacuum into cogs, and then they bounce off the cogs.
There it is. That's the combo. Smoke used here by TNC. They're going to try and make a move. Bach has that Blink Dagger.
This is what we call Cogbo.
Cogbo. All right. Blink. Hostomp coming through. That's out into Jabs, but Bach will immediately leave it. The rest of TNC still wrapping the long way around. Raven, Moon nearby, smoke breaks, Blink, Dragon Tail coming out, healing ward immediately put out. They've got the finger coming through into the Doom. They get the kill on the Moon, and now they get the vacuum into the wall
Everyone's
as well as
inside
the
the
Cogs.
Cogs.
Jabs, he ends up dead. Two is dead on the side of Fnatic, but they've already taken to the line with the Audio Smash Panic slinging around. It's not going to be enough. Raven in trouble, feared away thanks to the Requiem, but he still has that healing ward, and that will allow him to leave safely.
A lot of that damage was shared from Omni. I don't think anyone would die anyway because they're super tanky, but a lot of bounces on the Ancient Creeps, and that was a Shadow Fiend with the double damage. So they go in, they blow up Doom instantly, no buyback on him. He just bought a Blink Dagger. So this should be one set of barracks. Too much damage
22
coming out from
minutes in,
SF.
wow.
Yeah, Presence Aura affects buildings,
Dire's middle
plus a
tower
couple of right clicks. They also had a Siege Creep unit.
Blink Dagger for the Darkseer.
Now it's going to be much easier to execute the combo that we talked about.
Cogbo.
Yeah, Kogbo.
You see it right here.
I
Cogbo comes out right here.
almost twisted my tongue by trying to say that word.
Look at that. 4-man vacuum Cogs into
How
the
many
wall.
heroes are in the Cogs?
4.
there?
Huh? Hookshot comes out. Doom under the Shadow Fiend. This is a moment to make something work, potentially for the side of Fnatic. They get the kill on Armel. Can they find anything else? The rest of the team just not even close for TNC, so they allow Armel to die, and they get yet another pickoff. But I say yet another. It's only 4 kills so far for Fnatic. The
But
pickoffs
it's a
they
big
have
one.
are big.
It's a huge one. Raven gets the last hit, 600 gold for him, working towards the Scotty to tank things up. Great against the reduction, like just reduce the healing from the Dragon Knight, the slow against the range carries like a Shadow Fiend.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This has always been my problem with SF, because like you die and then you respawn. Also one of the worst heroes to buy back with. It got buffed, so now the soul lost on death is reduced from 50 to 40%. Still doesn't feel great,
Right.
and he can pop up like he did in this game. He's been very active, dominating his lane, but once that BKB is down, like it becomes a bit problematic. One of the reasons why he's itemizing like this. Straight up damage, Daedalus, and then we'll disassemble the Mask of Madness, go into Satanic. Satanic, one of the best items at the moment in the game. Roshan being pinged up, TNC. They want to take it. They know that Doom is down for another minute. And this is a fast spawn. This is Shard plus Aegis and Cheese on top of it. Who gets the Shard is my question. Who do they give it to? Because Phoenix already bought the Shard for himself. Shadow Fiend Shard is lowers there by
14%?
yeah 14% AoE. Magic resist.
Although the Centaur could just take it.
What about Fireball?
True.
Let's see who decides. Maybe they just give it to Shadow Fiend.
Nobody nearby for Fnatic, so there is no threat of this going any other way. Ooh, did they just give it to the line? Yeah, okay. Tim's takes it. I like that.
Oh, it's very good. Actually, now I know why. Because
We were just thinking carries.
we were taking carries, but against the Darkseer, Wall Illusions, triple mana drain, you're being magic immune. It's gonna be great. It's actually the best one that they could get. Because I am a position 4-5 player. I never get priority to get the shard. I know someone would steal it. Someone from my team, no matter who I'm playing with, would say, well, you're not getting it.
You don't
You're
need
that.
this.
There's a reason why you're playing position 4. Like, there are 3 people that want to get it before you.
Are scanning.
Satanic being built here for the Shadow Fiend, going after that Daedalus. So, probably, what does he take at level 20 here? The 3 damage per soul or the 120 Shadow
Damage,
Raiders
definitely damage. You go for other talents when you're not playing the spellcaster.
See how much that'll add to him. Because it's an extra 60 damage, right? Plus 3 damage to 20 souls max.
It's a lot of damage coming out from the SF, yeah. Just right click.
Then if you get the Ags, it's even more. So Fnatic need to defend here as the bottom tier 3 Can be taken quite quickly.
Dire structures are
The
fortified.
glyph, and let's see if they can pull off the Kogbo again. The only one standing forward right now is Armel. He knows he has that Aegis. And to jump on him alone, you've got Tim's with a blink, you've got Boomy with a supernova he can place. So there it is. There's the hook shot immediately into the air spike. They've got the Blade Fury out onto this Shadow Fiend. The hook stomp comes out. The vacuum main. Armel, he'll lose that first life, but they get the kill and a jab. So they look over at Bach, who walks through the
Stampede is
wall.
available.
They've got Stampede if they need to run. They've got everything if they want to fight back. And now the Doom comes out onto the Shadow Fiend. He's trying to run with the BKB. Moon moving up on him with the Inkswell. That lands on a 3. They've got the Infernal Blade, and they look to kill off this Shadow
got
Fiend.
him.
Armel is gone. Bach looking next. They'll hit the damage peak and just get Bach and Tim's.
What a great understanding from Fnatic, like what needs to be done. I think maybe Dragonite should be the one potentially also sieging the high ground, or they should be swapping the roles, because Shadowfin did not manage to get ulti in that fight. Like, we're gonna see the fight again probably. So Clockwork, he initiated with the hook shot, and look at the great Earth Spike from Lion, just to block the cog so he can't push him back. In the end, Shadowfin still dies. Great Vol, gets the Vac back, and you never want to go through that wall again. Now they are gonna pop the Grimstroke ulti, pop the Doom, it connects.
On it too. I mean, this is how they wanted to play it. That's the thing. But back over in the river, Boomy dead to jabs. While this replay is going on, we show you that, you know, Fnatic do take that win and defend the high ground. Now it's only a 3K lead, and that's how TNC wanted it. But
Exactly
yet,
how they wanted it.
it doesn't go their
You
way.
also have Moon with the Blink Dagger and Shiva's Guard BKB who can jump in, scout things out. You have a Clockwork that also wants to go in. So a lot of ways to initiate a fight. The DJ getting closer and closer to the Aghanim Scepter. Then he makes illusion either of a Dragonite, either of a Shadow Fiend. They get the minus armor. They can also do that with the Darkseer wall illusions. A lot of confusion gonna happen. And I'm not sure they have enough AoE to actually deal with all of that.
Meanwhile, DK's almost got his Ags 50 gold away from it, so he'll upgrade to the Black Dragon.
Yeah, it does a lot of stuff. Free padding, magic resistance, splash damage, just like this bigger slow. Definitely one of the best Ags upgrades, I would say. And it looks like one of the coolest ones.
So we'll see what they can do on TNC, because they're starting to lose their grip on this lead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Doom comes out, and now they're going to go after the Shadow Fiend once again. They've got the Dragon Tail onto this Darkseer, but they'll get the kill onto Armel. Can they finish off Shawan?
Gets the
And
pipe
look
off.
at it. Vacuum into the wall. Omnislash
Healing
coming
ward
in.
keeping him
Tim's,
alive.
Bach, both die, and they finally get the Darkseer, but this doesn't feel like enough. Gabby trying to fight back. That BKB no longer up for him. With the Blade Fury right on top, Gabby will just get
100
ripped
move
to
speed. He's
shreds.
not
He can't even
moving.
move out of here. Hook shot from Jabs. He'll take the kill. 4 heroes dead on TNC, and it's probably a 5th. Moon looking for the War Stomp. Doesn't land it, but Boomy will still die to the Infernal Blade of Moon. That's a full team wipe for Fnatic. And all they lost was the Darkseer.
They get a good jump on Shadowfin before he can get anything off. Can't pop the cheese, can't use BKB, no Requiem. Just a great play from Moon there. They have good vision, as we already mentioned. You have this Clockwork scouting things out with the Rocket, Shiva's Guard providing that, and it's not gonna get easier. I'd say Fnatic, they're in full control right now of the game. You have this Refresher, almost done on Doom, so potentially 3 Dooms.
Her Spike lands on a 2, draining their mana. Moon, he doesn't have any mana to play with anymore. Shadow Fiend wants to go in on this, but
You could potentially actually cast 4 Dooms with Refresher and the Grimstroke. So, like, one target dies instantly, then it connects to the other target, which is not doomed, and then the secondary Doom target dies, it connects to someone else. And then you Doom those 2.
See if the math checks out.
Probably not going to happen, but
Can dream.
one can only dream. They can have 3. So far, Refresher getting closer and closer. DJ has that axe that we talked about, the Dark Portrait. Illusion damage taken is 350, so they need to focus it down. And it's a stronger illusion, does 150% of the damage of the original target.
So we'll see if they can fight with this DK Ags, if that makes them feel strong enough on the side of TNC to hold back what Fnatic are throwing their way.
I really love that Chuan did not go for the autopilot build. I see it quite a lot, especially in Southeast Asia region, where they always pretty much go for, I'm rushing this Aghanim Scepter no matter what.
Yeah.
But this time around, he decided to swap things. Pipe of Insight, Solar Crest, a lot of value. He understands that there's a ton of right-click damage. Shadowfiend Aura could be problem. And then he itemizes differently, which I really respect. Because I've seen Mind Control. Mind Control is the best Darkseer player in the world, period. He rarely goes for that Aghanim Scepter. Prioritizes the team fighting items, mech, pipe, upgrade the Guardian Greaves potentially.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Does this 3K lead for Fnatic just feel gone? Like, too far gone for TNC?
Oh, Jug, thinking about going in. They have so many stuff to buff Jug with. You have Iron Shell, you have Surge, you have the Solar Crest from the Darkseer.
And now he's got the Axe, so Swift Slash. Swift Slash, Omni Slash, all there. See if he can survive and if TNC can do enough to hold this game together. Bach trying to go into that Ags after finishing off that Lotus Orb, but he's still 1,000 gold away from it, so they need to buy some time for that. However, Fnatic going.
How cool
Roche.
is this big black dragon?
Radiant are scared.
Joey Wheeler's a fan. This is Aegis Cheese and Axe Blessing. Roche is up. TNC, they're going to get there on time, but they need to play this right, and it's going to be difficult. They're going to wrap high up and around. Gabby, well, he doesn't have that Elder Dragon form. They've got the blink as well as the hook stomp. That's going to go out on a moon. The hook shot coming in from Gems. They get the kill on a moon. That's going to be the Doom dead to start this one off. He buys back. He goes over to the outpost. He's trying to get his way back into the fight. The Requiem comes out with the Swift Slash being used by Raven. They've got themselves the hook stomp as well as the Infernal Blade. They get the kill on a Bach. They're going to buy back on the Centaur. They look over at Armel. They get the kill on a Shadow Fiend. He's not the best hero to buy back with. Tim's on the high ground. Misses the Earth Spike. Gabby on the run. He's got himself the Elder Dragon form in just 8 seconds. Gabby's still running. Solar Crest is there. Tim's trying to help. Gabby's got the Elder Dragon form, and he's going to pop it. But there's the Swift Slash, vacuum back, and now the Blade Fury, Bach into the fight. Can he help out? He's just standing there. Tim's ends up dead. Double Edge onto the Jug. Do they have the damage? Sunray, it's keeping Bach alive. They've bought back on Armel. They've got the right click damage coming in on the Moon, who bought back earlier in this fight near the Roach. But they've got the Earth Spike coming up from Tim, so get the kill on a Moon. But the Stroke of Fate hits on a Bach, takes on the Centaur. They've got themselves the Healing Ward, which is keeping Raven alive. The Hex, he's running quite quickly as he's got himself the Surge that came out from the Darkseer. There's 2 heroes down on the side of Fnatic with 1 still gone on TNC. Roche at about a third of health. So we'll see if anybody wants to take advantage of this, especially with Gabby having that Elder Dragon form for another 4th of its duration.
I still feel that they should try to defend it with the Darkseer. Wall available in 20 seconds. Try to buy a bit more time. I can understand what Moon tried to do there. Not pop the ulti. He was trying to go on a Dragon Knight, and then when Shadowfiend bought back was saving it, there's the kill.
Boomy gone. Now they're going to look over at the Roche Blade Fury BKBs. They're going to get popped with a hook shot from Jabs. Is it going to be enough to pick up this Aegis? It's down.
SF got cheese only.
SF got the Aegis. He gets the Aegis. He's got the cheese. The wall is down. Gabby on
down the run. He doesn't have the Elder Dragon for another 27 seconds with Raven now chasing after Gabby. He's got the Swift Slash available. Is the damage going to be there with the Blade Fury? Yes, it looks like it will be. Gabby ends up dead. He's got buyback. Might want to buy back into this fight immediately as the Sunray comes in on Armel. That's going to keep him alive with the heal. They've got Chaiwan out of mana. Inkswell onto him. It's a strong dispel as he tries to run into the fight. They got the Aegis out of the hands of this Shadow Fiend. They'll run away for the moment as the Supernova comes out. But Raven, right on the edge, uses that Swift Slash, gets to the back lines, and now get the Inkswell to pop out and attempts to get the kill on the Lion. Blade Fury, Raven still looking over at the Phoenix. Armel back into the base, and they don't buy back on Gabby. So they get the Aegis, they get the cheese. Satanic finished off on Shadow Fiend, and maybe, just maybe, an opportunity for TNC to hold on. But it is a 15k lead
Armel
for
was
Fnatic.
so quick there in the Roche pit. He pops, he gets the cheese as the first item, realizes that Aegis is still on the ground, pops the cheese immediately, and manages to take Aegis while Clockwork gets the Aghanim Scepter. So free Aghanim Scepter from Clockwork there. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Gabby losing that. Losing half of what... he loses the AC, so he loses the Hyperstone. Take a look at this again. Hook shot out. Roche low. And Swift Slash bouncing off the Lotus Orb.
Oh, it was actually the Omni Slash, the full Omni. Not just the quickie. Juggernaut Shard is really, really good. Like, you apply Maelstrom procs, you apply Eye of Scotty, the extra slow. 16k gold lead for Fnatic. It's so much confusion with all these illusions. Now Clockwork has a hook shot. 2 hook shots, has the overclocking ability, plus a BKB, so he can go in 2 times, potentially stop Shadowfin from using ulti twice.
Yeah, it's an 18k lead. A lot of that, not a lot of that. Some of that is bolstered by the fact that you just got a free Ags on the Clockwork, but buybacks are only available for the Grimstroke and the Clockwork. So, you know, if the fight goes one way or another, we could see a big push from, a victory push from either side.
We could. Jug needs to farm his buyback, 1500 gold. Someone needs to kill the Healing Ward. Healing Ward has been pretty much full duration in the last couple of fights. Maybe Phoenix wants to dive in and get it. Centaur with the Stampede, potentially. Like, if Lion blinks in, tries to get it, he's most likely just going to straight up die.
It's hard to tell with all these illusions. Like you said, what's going on at times. But 5v5 situation now.
And at the moment, Darkseer once again realizes this. Aghanim Scepter on me is not going to do that much. I'll just buy a BKB and protect myself. They have no abilities that go through Magic Immunity. I really love that. I love players that think outside of the box and not going for what we call like standard item build. Like, this is the standard item build for this particular game.
Yeah, adapt to what you need. Don't just stick to what you've been getting.
Adapt, improvise, overcome.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Scanning.
What do we got? Illusion
Timeless
Escape.
Relic, Illusion Escape.
He's going to keep Illusion Escape, send the Penta-Edge Sword back. Timeless Relic. Who do they give it to? They could give that to Grimstroke, I believe, which is going to get a lot of value from his spells. Stroke of Fate cast range as well. Inkswell movement speed. I want to see a shard. Right now, he has buyback. I guess he's just waiting to get the gold for Aghanim Shard and buyback. Hex is good. Hex is great, don't get me wrong, but the strongest spell that you put on Jug could make a hell of a lot of a difference. Dispel the Dragon Tail, anything from Lion.
They're posturing so far forward on Fnatic. They really, despite the fact that they don't have buybacks on Jug, Doom, they do have it on Darkseer. They're not scared to be so far forward.
Refresher available on Doom, plus a Spell Prism.
Raven's been doing this. Blade Fury into the tower, get as much damage as he can on it.
In and out. Buyback available for him in 600 gold. Doom, no buyback for a minute and 30. Same goes for Shadowfiend.
And there it is. Blade Fury again will take that tower.
because they have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so he can just keep doing this bottom lane, getting pushed. Something that I noticed, I believe it was the first time GH was playing Clockwork with overclocking ability. He had to deal with the split push, so he just uses a rocket, overclocks, and then uses another rocket, clears the whole creep wave. Unfortunately, he's not level 20 yet. That extra 100 rocket flare damage would be necessary. So it's extra 200 damage when you use it twice.
Yeah. Just got to be careful, the self-stun. Don't want to
You can't be careful about it. It's not dispellable.
Yeah.
Like you use it.
Positioning-wise, I guess.
You're possessed. Nothing can stop it from there.
How close? Box far from this Ags after having to buy back. But his buyback's up in 30 seconds. He needs 500 gold for it. Looks like both teams are content on waiting for the 10v10. Although Phoenix's buyback's not up for another minute 30, so he'll... I would almost go to say he's probably not going to have it. It'll be 9v10 if we do have all these buybacks up. And Raven just in again.
And we have a Shadow
And out.
Fiend illusion from Dark Portrait.
Vacuum, whoa, massive jabs! Comes in with a hook shot. They've got themselves the Soulbind on to bolt the Centaur as well as this Dragonite. They'll get themselves the Doom.
It's a double doom.
It's the
and
Rax.
Yeah,
They back out.
They can't afford to go for it. They don't necessarily need to take
Hex
a fight right now. Hex
onto
into
Raven.
stun.
The healing ward's still doing a lot. They've got the Ink Swell. He'll start to run.
Cast range from Grimstroke is insanely good. Ether Lens finds himself a Psychic Headband. Still thinking about that shard, whether he needs it or he needs to get the Hex instead.
Right.
So it's more of a zoning tool, zoning Doom. I don't mind that. Has a Spell Prism reducing the cooldowns by 18%. So Doom will be available in another minute and 20. Full Bloodthorn purchased by Dragonite, so that's one way to deal with the invasion.
So the buyback's just not available on Dragonite and Phoenix. Dragonite's 1,400 gold away from it. Everybody else has it.
Can they get a good jump?
Ooh, the Raven, Blade Fury. This might be the jump that they're able to make, but it's right into Fnatic. Blink. Ooh, they find Moon. Earth Spike as well as that as the finger. Do they have the damage to even get the kill on the Moon? They've got the Summary right on top of Moon. Teams, Boomy, all gone. 3 heroes dead immediately. They're looking for the Requiem. The hook shot's not going to land in time. Requiem ends up coming in, but it's not going to matter. They've got the overclocking and a second hook that hits on Armel. All forced by TNC, and they lose the fight.
Dragonite is super low in smoke. Is he gonna go for that region? Could be. Oh
boy.
That was close. If Jabs gets there like 10 seconds later, he could potentially get a kill on him. And now Juggernaut just going ham on the buildings. 2 buybacks expended.
Raven losing his Miona recipe as DK took it out before he TP'd back. They're trying to hold this buyback.
I don't think you can. I just don't know if you have enough.
Unless you're willing to be down 2 sets of racks. Inkswell Moon looking for the moment to jump in, and he does. He'll get the Doom. It's reflected.
Not sure what the play there was. I think, like, maybe...
There's the Soul Bind, and now they're going to go in with the Vacuum as well as the hookshot coming out of the Dragonite. Now the damage out on the Gabby. Supernova sends them back. Sunray, it's there, so Gabby's staying a little bit healthy. They've got the self-stun that comes out of the Jabs. They're going to drain the mana from the Darkseer as well as this Jug, but is it going to matter? It looks like these racks are going to go down at the end of the day with Raven going into the Blade Fury and, well, being free to hit it. Inkswell onto the Illusion from the Dark Portrait. That'll stun up this Centaur.
Doom should buy Eon Disc at this point. Like, your job is to make sure, sell that drum, buy Eon Disc. You can refresh your Eon Disc as well. Probably gonna proc like straight away, and he goes for it. I really love that. You know, B-Cup, sometimes, you know, you can say it.
I was gonna say it too, but you started the sentence, you call him real quick. I'm telling you,
that's his job. Like, he needs to be able already use the buyback. That's the only way that you get your spells off, pretty much.
Just taking a look over there, I need to make sure that your mic isn't linked to their feed.
It's not linked to their TeamSpeak, Discord, whatever they're using.
Ventrilo. Gabby. Well, spot Raven. Nothing more coming out of that just yet. buyback's not available really for TNC other than Armel and Gabby, which we've been saying Shadow Fiend's buyback doesn't feel great.
He locked Eon Disc. And I would prefer if he doesn't.
Ooh.
Like, it's so much at stake. You're tanky, you know. You have a decent amount of armor. You have 3,000 HP, so you can unlock it. But what happens if you
Hook
don't?
shot all the way in. They've got the Soul Bind. Hex onto 2. Stampede back. Okay.
Not the initiation fully just yet from Fnatic. This refresher wouldn't be a bad idea here for Bach. I know he's going for it. It'd be interesting to see having that double stampede to have that damage reduction.
An interesting Shadow Fiend.
MKB.
Like his Dark Portrait reduces the armor of the buildings because of the talent. I believe I've seen that correctly.
Gabby moving forward. Shiva's blink forward, Doom out. It's onto the Shadow Fiend. Armel's going to be in a lot of trouble on this one. Raven, they've sold him out. He's in so much trouble. Icarus dive, can he save him? He's got the Supernova. I believe he has. They get the kill onto the Lion. The Doom is still running on Armel. Now with the Minotaur Horn going out from Bach. Right clicks in. Hook shot again from
Another
Jabs.
Doom.
And it's another Doom coming in with a refresher. They get the kill on Bach. They look over at Armel. They'll take out Armel. Bach's gone. Tim's out. Gabby being Omni-Slash to death. And they will find the full team wipe here. Fnatic. Just
That's
overwhelming
game.
TNC.
They got nothing left in this game. It was a good try there from Boomy with the Aghanim Scepter. Saved the Shadow Fiend, who was doomed, respawns, full HP, full mana, but another Doom was available. Buyback from Gabby. Roche is up. If they want to play this safe, go Roche. If you want to play this safe, end the game right now, so that there's nothing left for them to do, because they are playing with 2 heroes only. Now you can just completely zone them out. So
Hex,
there's
Dark
no
Portrait,
need to go for Roche.
Vacuum
And,
Swift Slash, and
just
this
gonna
should
end
be
it.
the end. Although the Satanic, the right click's not going to be enough. Gabby ends up dead. Armel is soon to follow, and it will be game 1 going to Fnatic. TNC just not pulling through as they had themselves the early lead. But, well, they ended up just giving it away, going for that high ground siege.
They did, and great hook shot initiation into wall. This is where the game breaks. Fnatic manages to come back into this game. It was around like 7 to 10k gold lead for them, but good play. They could not put a single kill on the board for quite some time. They were sitting at 0, then managed to get 1 kill. A bit slower start considering how things were going, especially the mid lane. Shadowfin was just completely popping off, but that's the thing with the Shadowfin. Like, he can go ham, even if it's Spellcaster Shadowfin, if it's the right-click one. I just don't feel the hero. Like, he could potentially won the game, maybe if they executed a bit better, shooting that tier 3 towers.
Yeah.
But still, compared to some other mid laners, kind of meh.
If they won that fight bottom, that was the difference maker.
Yeah,
and they set up the way they wanted to set up.
It was
too.
ages timing for them.
Yeah, so it ends up going the way of Fnatic, and they're 1 game away from taking the series. To break it down, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys. Take it away.
Sometimes you load up a glass cannon. You know, you take the cannonball, you put it in, you fire a few shots. It works out well, but you can tell the stress fractures start to show. And a hero like Shadowfiend, if you're going to bet it all on a mid laner, physical damage, glass cannon like that, then you better make sure that you come correct with every one of your pushes. Unfortunately for TNC, one of those pushes was the death knell for their draft.
Was there ever a glass cannon? Did someone actually try to
No,
make
I'm
it?
actually curious where that concept came from.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it now.
Because I
too.
guess like what the most powerful weapon, I'm sure, whenever that expression was made, was the cannon.
Yeah, I'm thinking about some Ottoman cannons
Yeah,
and whatnot.
exactly.
Taking
Mounted on, like, an
Constantinople.
elephant or
yeah,
something.
yeah, exactly.
But glass is also pretty dangerous. It's very sharp.
True.
The glass cannon could potentially be
But what's the most fragile material you can think of?
glass. Probably.
Yeah, exactly. So you want a powerful weapon made out of a fragile material that's Shadow Fiend for you.
Probably never existed.
Probably never
I'm sure
existed.
Because
someone.
it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Like,
someone
imagine
in
going to war
chat-
with that.
Yeah, someone in chat, if there was some super hardened glass and whatnot, will.
Yeah, but then it's not
correct us.
fragile. That's the point.
Yeah, there is no way.
There would be like,
But that makes me question, where did the saying come from?
That's what I'm saying. They
Yeah.
wanted something that was a powerful weapon that's also fragile, a paradox, if you will.
but it makes no sense. So.
Can you talk about the game, please, Black?
Yes. Actually, I'll talk when the team fight bottom starts. You can talk until then.
Okay, fine.
Up to that point, up to that bottom team fight, it looked all right for TNC.
It looked better than all right. They won
The
all their
mid
lanes.
lane was crushing it. The bottom lane was in shambles for Fnatic. The
Oh, the
top
team
lane
fight is already
was-
over. Can I talk?
Yeah, go on.
Sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm done. That's it. That's about as
they-
much optimism as I've got. Positive.
The team fight didn't show. Why?
Yeah, I don't know why, actually.
Yeah,
That was
they
the
actually
most
started from
important
this
one.
one. They started from the bottom one. This is the second team fight after the tier 3 push.
Yeah. But in the base, I think they had, what, 11k gold lead? They lost that fight and suddenly was down to like even gold. And if you're in even gold with a way worse draft late game, then you're going to lose. I'm actually really surprised that Fnatic lost in the early game as hard as they did. They didn't kill SF a single time until that base push, which is kind of baffling to me. You got Doom, you got Hookshot, he had no Hurricane Pike, and he went Mom before BKB.
Armel was just dominating. He was posturing himself like a boss, like he has Lincoln's BKB and Pike. That's how he was playing, and they weren't punishing it.
But
they
he
just
didn't. He had
scared
Mask
away.
of Madness, Daedalus, and then he eventually got the BKB. But
He was definitely over-aggressive in the bot lane. I mean, it was just a mistake of communication between him and Centaur.
yeah, so I mean, like, expand on that. We didn't get to see the fight, but it's a good thing that you pointed out. So talk about how the Lotus Orb on the first life versus second life was dependent on the Centaur.
Yeah, so okay, what happened is they initiated on the SF with Hookshot, with Inkswell, and of course, usually on that first life you don't want to pop BKB, so he died, but as he was dying, Centaur put Lotus Orb on him. Then as he respawned, of course, Centaur's Lotus Orb was still on cooldown, they Omni Slash him, they Doom him,
So
and he dies.
Lotus Orb was on the first life,
Yes.
which was the problem.
Yes, and then he
Because that means
respawns
that-
and it's cooldown.
Exactly.
You can't use it on the second life, which then means that his single target ults that destroy him will be unanswered, which is what you built a Lotus Orb for. So either what has to happen, he Lotus Orbs and BKBs on the first life, or both on the second. Like, you got to decide together. Small miscommunication, but it cost them the game.
Yeah. Need to have a little bit more coordination, because that was the only thing. Going through BKB was Doom and Omni Slash. That's the only thing that Shadow Fiend needed to be afraid of.
Look. What cost them the game is the situation that they put themselves in to have such a small thing. Let's not say small thing, but such a lapse in communication just completely destroy their chances to win.
Sure, but that's what SF drafts are typically all about these days.
Well, you shouldn't have an SF and a Dragon Knight then. Like, if you have an SF, you should have another stable core on your position 1. And Dragon Knight is there, but not the way he itemized too. He wasn't scaling.
Yeah,
at all.
I don't know what that item build is for. Like Treads, Blink, Halberd, BKB, Aghanim, Scepter. Like, do you want to be an offlaner or are you the carry of the team? Like, sure, SF is the real quote-unquote carry, but just Halberd did nothing. Your Aghanim Scepter helps you. Like, you build like Saint Joshua, Satanic, Daedalus, MKB, whatever, just damage and right-click, and I think they can do it. But the way he itemized, SF dies one time, game is just over.
it's pretty all in on that Shadow Fiend, and part of the downfall for Nevermore came from our MVP for game number 1. It's going to be DJ on the Grimstroke, who, once he was able to get the Dark Portrait online, then SF was just murdering himself and his whole team. with
And
the
Dragon
Presence
Knight as
Aura.
well, yeah. Whoever he uses it on SF for Dragon Knight, suddenly you have a hero that's stronger than the hero itself.
How does it work, the Dark Portal on DK? Do you get the Black Dragon also? Or-
It's whatever, like
Whatever
any,
he
any
is.
sort
If
of
he's in the form,
metamorphosis that the hero is in at the time of the portrait creation, they'll maintain.
So he made Portrait even stronger with that Axe Scepter. then.
yeah,
Why not?
why not?
I mean, he was making SF most of the time anyway because he brings more to the team. But later on, the Dragon Knight illusion is also just as strong with the big black dragon.
especially he was in melee form. He was just like,
Oh, that looks so
throwing-
cool, actually. Like he
throwing the
hits you with
projectiles.
exactly. It looks like, I don't know, some B-class RPG game.
Exactly.
He's like throwing
generic attack
yeah,
animation.
generic attack animation, but an orb flies out to you.
He looked way better than the Dragon, to be honest.
Yeah, dude, he was like completely murdered out.
And he
pure
probably
black.
dealt more damage than the Dragon Knight.
Probably also.
Also just slows everybody by what, 60% with that Agam Scepter.
With the
They couldn't
splash.
move.
It was crazy.
Yep, yeah, it was good stuff. And they had the Darkseid illusion of him as well, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Because why not? More illusions, more friends.
Good stuff from Fnatic. Impressive recovery from game number 1. TNC was on the precipice of being able to take it, but we wanted a competitive series regardless. So hopefully TNC can make it an even series, and then we get a third game. If not, Fnatic are going to be hopefully punching their ticket to the major with the next game. Going to have to go to a quick break, and when we return, we will continue the series.
Look, you got me. A chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Yo, I'm gonna miss those heavenly choral sounds when the season 2 ends. But at least we're going out in style. TNC Predator versus Fnatic. Game number 2 underway. In fact, the draft has already begun. And I gotta say, It's staying as competitive as I was hoping it would be. Because I've seen TNC get stomped by Lilgun, and I'm like, well, that's not good. I hope that doesn't happen. And then I've seen Fnatic just completely bumble their way out of many of their week 1 through 4 matches.
Bumble. That's a really nice way to call Fnatic's season 2 performance so far. They've been bumbling
Yeah, they like had
around.
it, and they're like,
Yeah, they truly do have it. And yep.
But this one is neck and neck. You know, I think both teams played their strategies the way that they anticipated. TNC knew that it was all in on the SF. I think that influenced DK's item build because he was just like, it's cool. I'm not going to carry. SF is going to, win this game for me. And then it didn't. And then Fnatic were like, it's cool. We have Jug. He just needs to not die.
He felt more like that angry teammate that's not building the right items because you said you'll carry, and he's like sitting there telling, why aren't you carrying, bro? What's happening?
Ping, 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 ping.
Ping, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I built these items to support you, bro, but you're not carrying me. What are you doing, man? We
Question
didn't have
mark?
AC either, did we?
They didn't, actually. I was surprised by that.
Question mark, question mark.
Very disappointing. Very disappointing.
It's okay. Game 2. Perhaps come back stronger. Bristleback, Tiny, banned out by Fnatic. TNC pick up, or ban Nyx Assassin Grimstroke. Pick up Snapfire, DK. Fnatic pick up the Centaur.
I gotta say, really, the last 3 drafts of Fnatic, of TNC, they have been bad. Like the ones against Lilgun, they were really bad, and Lilgun exploited that. And this last draft was also sure, SF can work, but you can also just go the safe route and pick a Faceless Void.
So really it was just the last pick that you had an issue with for TNC.
Yeah, but the last pick is supposed to round out the draft.
Fair.
It can either make it or break it, right?
Yeah.
And that SF pick, that he even went deathless for as long as he did
And still
was
doesn't work, yeah.
a big surprise to me, since he had 0 defensive items for the longest time.
And it doesn't even matter. Like you go that far with an SF, but he's, what did you call him? A glass cannon.
Correct.
Eventually it does crack. Eventually you do take advantage of the fact that he isn't mobile, isn't tanky. You kill him off once or twice and he's gone. The strength gain is pretty abysmal, and there was no one to cover for him. If they had some more saves perhaps besides the Aghanim's on the Phoenix, maybe it could work, but
That's the one advantage that I give to Spellcaster SF over Physical SF is because inherently with Blink Yules, you're kind of defensive and offensive with the same items. But with physical damage, you're all in on I'm in the fight. There's no way I'm getting out.
But it's fun. I don't know if there's any hero that make you feel as bossy as an SF right-clicker. You're just a boy.
Which one do you prefer? Because I see a lot of mids prefer the blow up one person in the
I
Yules
don't
combo.
really play SF that much at all.
That's a cheese build, though.
Which one do you like?
The right-click build.
The right-click is the boss build.
I
You're a
don't
tower.
like to be cheesy. Wow, I found a guy alone. I'm going to Yule him, ult him. I'm so good at this game. No, you're not. And then you just farm for 2 minutes. The right-click SF build, especially with the new Satanic, I think, is quite good.
It's viable?
It's undispellable. Last game, if you had Satanic on that high ground there, he just activates BKB Satanic, he just right-clicks them.
Yeah.
But because he didn't, he died.
Also, another thing that's surprising is with how much we've been praising ranged Manta style. Would that
Yeah.
ever be viable on a right-click Shadow Fiend?
It's just, it's not terrible, but at the same time, I feel Saint Jasha probably makes more sense.
No.
Because you want to get out of stuns faster, especially with the build-up with Satanic.
And then if you want to dispel, you'd still rather have Satanic.
Yeah.
No.
Manta style is in a weird spot now because of Satanic being so good. And BKB most of the time still being needed.
Why does Satanic require no mana?
Yeah, I know.
Why? What's the reason?
Should be like
behind
150 or so, to be honest.
That's pretty steep.
That's pretty steep, but why none mana?
Yeah,
zero.
at least 50, I think.
But 50 is also nothing.
50 is nothing, but there are a lot of carries that end up with 0 mana.
Exactly. At least something.
Like
you know,
Medusa.
so exactly. At least something so that if you do get them, you have a play against it. Right now, you don't have a play against Satanic.
Nope, you can't dispel it, so Nullifier is useless. You can't.
You can stun him.
I mean, yeah, you can stun him.
You can
banish
stun them
him.
forever. Yeah.
You can disarm. Disarm's really the only thing. But against BKB Satanic, there's no answer other than Doom.
Yeah, but if
But
you
Doom
ever
is not
heard,
an answer either.
if you ever
Yeah.
heard Black never use BKB and Satanic at the same time, come on, bro.
Is that something that you've preached before?
No, it's usually Slarks when they BKB and ult together. I'm like,
Okay.
ah. And same with Ursa's BKB and Enrage together. I'm like, ah, no, again.
It's a little bit tilting to see that, agonizing.
Actually, the most tilting is when somebody just TPs out, Ursa is about to kill him, and then they use Enrage because they maybe still think it adds damage or something.
Yeah, I've
I'm
seen
like,
that.
bro.
Or they're just more mad, you know? They're enraged. They want
There was
Exactly.
3 years ago.
I like the lore play. I do that. I enrage every time. It doesn't have to add damage. It adds to the scenario.
Exactly. First phase, Ancient Apparition, perhaps discouraging a Phoenix pick, seeing as how TNC picked up the Snapfire. And bans for TNC going to be Wraith King, Death Prophet, Medusa. Fnatic ban out the Darkseer, Doom, and Broodmother. Is that Broodmother?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty late ban for a Broodmother, but something that...
Hoodwink. Why does early DK pick, by the way? It looked terrible in game 1. And
They have a break against him now, which is
and they have
something
an
that-
A against him.
So
Yeah.
Hoodwink plus A,
And they have a Centaur against
this
him.
Dragonite should suffer throughout the game if you do manage to get this Hoodwink on top of him with that ultimate.
I guess the idea was
Sharpshooter.
it's a flex hero because they can play it mid, they can play it carry.
Well, I don't
But-
want him on mid or carry this game. I would rather have him
Yeah.
offlane.
Like, if
buy
you ever
some
pick
pipe.
DK, I think just put him mid. I mean, sure, now I think they have to relegate it to offlane now. But why not just put him mid and pick him later? Keep your options open. Because he's still one of the best mid laners.
True.
I guess it's in this particular matchup you're playing versus Moon. You have that Prophet banned out, you pick the DK. Already Moon's hero pool is a little bit lower there. From what he's played a lot in this season and the first one at least.
Yeah, most Moon heroes are kind of out. And it is a mid DK.
Or mid
Hopefully.
Beast. It's also something that we've seen.
Hopefully we won't see that again, though.
Hopefully we won't.
Because from Fnatic we've seen it, and it did
What's
nothing.
up? Why did they go for Beast? I mean, you can...
It's good
You-
against Hoodwink.
Yeah, you can scout Hoodwink.
Trees.
You can destroy trees. You can scout Hoodwink with the Hawk. But
You're countering a support, which
yeah, and you're picking a beast that's been nerfed quite a bit in the last patch.
his aura got better, though.
Okay,
like
his,
5.
his aura with Dragonite is kind of nice. It
Yeah.
buffs up everything the Dragonite really lacks. That's that attack speed, which is nice.
Okay, so I'm looking up a statistic. Do you think Hoodwink is sub 50?
I do.
Do you think Hoodwink is sub 50? Black? Win
Let me
rate?
think,
All upper
wait.
divisions, all regions.
Thompson played. I think.
I'll give you, there are 16 Hoodwink picks.
I
Damn,
think-
16?
yeah, I know,
That's
that's
a lot.
way higher
I
than
think
I
it's
was
above.
expecting. It is above.
I've only seen the mids lose, but the fours usually do quite well.
That is correct. It is a 56% win rate.
56%.
Yeah.
On position 4.
No.
Just overall,
all
right?
overall.
Yeah. But four
I
does
can look
really
up a
well, and mid lane just always loses.
Yeah.
Then I must be watching the wrong games. Every game I watched, Hoodwink lost.
Watch North America, my friend. MSS is doing work on it.
That's the... Oh, man, come on.
That's the.
Can you...
No, I cannot. I cannot look at which team was playing what team and winning with it.
No. I just want to delete NA from your
No,
statistics.
that is not happening. How could I possibly delete the second best region according to Singapore Major?
What does it make China then?
China's the first best
Yeah,
region.
but if they're first and third, is it just like way better than everybody else, or?
Well, it's like cumulative, I guess.
Okay, so you just add it up.
Right, exactly. Like DPC
Who,
points.
who's the third best then? Europe?
No, because, well, yeah, I guess if you count league points, then probably, well,
Well, you said additive.
that's
Maybe
true, actually. Who is third
South
best?
America.
Maybe South America, honestly, yeah. Because I think South America has 3 contenders for attending TI directly. Who'd have thunk?
Yep.
2021, Brave New World. Terrorblade picked up. Reflection, pretty good against a Beastmaster. You got your own inner beast.
Yep.
And just strong versus him in the lane as well. High armor, the boars kind of tickle you. They don't really damage you that much.
It's risky also though. They have a lot of magic damage and, a BKB
Lion,
piercing
yeah,
stun.
Snapfire.
And the Lion Shot comes online, all your Ilus are gone.
True.
I don't particularly like this pick again. I just always feel like Fnatic kind of just draft themselves into a corner every time.
I like it versus Beast, but to his point, these two magic dealing heroes and also Snapfire from distance just eating you alive with that Mortimer's Kiss.
Like once you have your BKB, you're in a good spot. Like they don't have any damage to kill you. It's just like the early mid game is very exploitable.
Yeah.
Because the supports also can't help him at all. Hoodwink, AA. Like AA TV lane, like name a worse lane in Dota, please. It's hard to find.
Also, even though
Hoodwink TB.
Probably.
There you go.
that's the worst lane.
But it's probably a 4. A Storm?
Versus
Storm from
DK,
mid.
we've
Against
seen.
DK, I like that.
It's not as strong as we thought it was. At least in Season 1 it was owning. In Season 2 maybe it's not as good, but still pretty legit.
Yeah. And PL is banned out. AM is still there, but and I think AM is still okay because they have answers to the Terrorblade.
You just
But if
take
they don't want to
aim.
go AM, then what other good carries are there? Most carries are always just banned in the last phase nowadays.
Some Spectre.
It's always like subpar. Like
Faceless Void still in the pool.
Faces Void could be okay.
Spectre versus Storm.
It's a
versus
bit
DB.
rough
Hard.
against A since you can't time walk heal. But
Gabby did play OD.
nah. That game was terrible. I remember that game.
Just pick SF again.
No. The
Easy.
game was terrible. I remember the game.
You remember it?
Yeah.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
But yeah, I think just pick a good winning condition. Don't put your DK carry.
How about safe lane Leshrac?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they can, but it's pretty all in. This
TNC
TB
is known to all in.
Puck. Okay, they're safe lane DK again.
With this puck, they do get some catch versus Moon versus Hoodwink as well.
But no,
you get that
it's
Dream
TB
Coil
though.
versus Centaur.
He put them on the clock just
Again,
with his
they're on the
presence.
clock, yeah.
I do think that Lion kind of mitigates the clock, though, because being able to multi-mana drain conjure images...
And they don't have the best catch against Puck early game. But
Yeah, but eventually he
Storm
just pops the
TB?
BKB form and he doesn't need illusions. Like eventually he's just going to outscale you
Because
with
the
that
hardest
one
carry
hero.
that he has to go up against is DK.
Exactly.
and TB and Storm late game. It's tough.
Okay. Lacoste, B-Cup. You think TNC have once again drafted themselves into an early corner? What's going on here?
Ooh, they need to pop off early on. They have some good matchups. Doesn't like particularly good for Storm Spirit at the early stages of the game. Against Coil, against Lion, Dragonite stun might suffer until he...
Wait, sorry, Lacoste. Can you repeat that again? we didn't
I'm
hear
not
you,
gonna
actually.
fall
No,
for it
serious.
again.
Nah.
Yeah, until he gets a BKB online. But yep, TBAA lane, not a big fan. Not sure what they're gonna do. TB level 4 probably just goes to the jungle and leaves AA down there to feed.
Against Snapfire Beastmaster, yeah, it's likely. Which team are you going for?
I'm still gonna go with Fnatic.
B-Cup? I know.
You know, I already just lost 45,000 points
Oh.
in the chat. You know how long it's going to take to get back? A
Hours.
while.
I mean, stop all inning then.
It's the only way to play.
Well, that's
You
what
just
an
go all in.
That's what an addicted person would say.
Which way are you going all in on Fnatic then?
Yeah, I'll go Fnatic.
Okay. Lizard?
The late game potential of Fnatic, I can't go against it.
Black?
I think my boy TB got this.
Okay. I'm going TNC because I want a game 3. I want a nice,
Ooh.
even series. But I'm outnumbered here. We'll
Should I
see if the
switch?
same thing happens in-game. Take it away for game number 2.
All right, thank you, Tsunami. Coming
I'm
game
going
2.
at TNC now.
TNC, we're right into it.
Hey,
DJ,
hey, off to a good
with
start.
your spike, and there's kill.
As we expected.
Look at that.
First blood, it shall be duly noted.
So, first kill there for TNC. First blood secured.
30 seconds to go.
I'm not sure what that noise is from the Four Zoomers one. If you were here in the...
I'm hearing them. Maybe they want to rub something. Rub. It's like Timber Soul level 25, run, but with the rub instead.
True.
So, yeah. This bottom lane, I'm a bit worried for Terrorblade. Like, it doesn't provide you with much. Whenever you have meta, gonna be good. Whenever meta's down, you're gonna get harassed. Not the strongest lane, as Black said. Actually, one of the weakest one. So they swap things around. TNC's lineup is on timer. Dragonite, Puck, Beastmaster. I also want to see what the build from Beastmaster this game's going to be. I just hope it's... Okay, Helm of the Dominator going straight into it. No region whatsoever. Lion brought a bit of a different build.
Yeah.
No boots of speed plus tangos, what we usually see, because shared tangos, they do not have cooldown anymore, so you can just keep feeding your offlaner with it.
Yeah, so not going into the regen, like you said, he'll go straight into the helm. We'll see if that ends up biting him at all. The lack of regen in this lane. I think earlier today we saw an Ancient Apparition go with the Blightstone early. Are you a fan of that AA Blightstone?
Not really. I'm looking at the Blightstone from someone else. Hoodwink. This hero doesn't deal damage. In certain matchups, it's okay. It's pretty much similar to what position 4 Mirana does. It's just Mirana deals more damage. Now, like Hoodwink, 52 damage against Dragonite, who has 3 armor. Once he gets a point in Dragon Blood, that's going to be extra 3 sitting at the tower. Like, Hoodwink doesn't even tickle. It's just got damage whatsoever. Like, look at this.
I mean, just look how tiny the arrow...
That's why it's called, like, Sharpshooter. Maybe she's shooting the...
That charged up toothpick?
Maybe.
Yeah, Hoodwink, 52 damage feels...
lackluster.
Inconsequential. Like, it just doesn't really do that
Snapfire
much.
also has 52 damage with the Blightstone, but 0 stats, so Hoodwink has 49. Anything below 50 is pretty bad. So I don't think they can kill Dragonite. They probably need to look out for potentially Snapfire. Centaur not putting any points in the double edge, so it feels like they're not going to go for any kills at all.
Dragon Tail out in the Centaur, not really doing anything but disrupting his CSing. We've seen Moon on this Storm a couple times this season. And, you know, I think we've really talked about maybe how Moon's been a little bit inconsistent throughout the year, but I think last game he played fine. I don't think it was like this terrible performance or anything. He did what he needed to do, got the Dooms out.
Like he played well with the Grimstroke. Not the easiest lane, was off to a bad start. Managed to recover. In the end, got the W for his own team. Bottom lane, Bok dropping fairly low. Like Chilling Touch, Cold Feet, even Point and Reflection coming up from TB.
It's a lot of damage real quick, especially when Tim's walks away like that. He's the one feeding regen here.
TB doing much, much better than I expected. He's actually the most farm hero in the game at the moment.
Now Raven doing his thing, and I can't really name a time throughout seeing Raven where I feel like he hasn't done much. And Hope Stomp, double edge, Fire Snap Cookie to draw them back. It was well done with the Hoodwink there to get that Bushwhack into the 2-man Host Stomp. Maybe they could turn that into something more. Acorn shot bouncing back and forth. Gabby, who just survive as he gets under the tower.
I'm always wondering why Hoodwink is Agi hero. To me, it feels it should be more intelligence. Wouldn't mind seeing it being strength as well. Just to have a bit more strength gain. Will definitely get picked more.
Is Hoodwink a squirrel or a ferret?
It's a squirrel, I believe.
Okay. They're agile creatures.
They are.
You know.
Do you know that there are flying squirrels?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, you know, they go up in the air from the ground, but they jump from the tree, they spread their wings like a little Batman, and they land.
They glide. I love it. That was the one pet I always wanted as a kid, was a flying squirrel. And then a lot of people had those...
Now, I wanted a Komodo dragon,
little gliders.
But my parents did not want to get one from me.
Yeah, but now you can make your own decisions. You have your own place. You can get a Komodo dragon.
I don't think it's legal.
You can move to where it is legal.
I just moved to Galapagos Island, no problem.
Or just move in with the Komodos. As they nip on your heels.
They're dangerous animals, especially the Komodo hype in the chat. They're vicious animals. Poisonous.
Fire Snap Cookie sending Gabby away from the Centaur. Not sure if that was intended by Boomy. But Ball Lightning in, and Moon comes over for the first rotation, and they've got the Acorn shot with the Bushwhack. They'll get the kill
They
there
might get
onto
another
Gabby.
one.
They'll look over at Boomy, try to chase him down. And they have the right-click damage.
Oh,
They
nice
get-
play. You know, he stuns the Storm Spirit, try to go for it. Gotta respect that while all this is happening. AA TPs to the mid lane. Maybe he could have TP'd a bit earlier just to get that XP, couple of CS. It's all about the efficiency. If you're playing position 4, if you're playing 5, speaking of efficiency, dying, not very efficient, because he's definitely going to die here.
Yeah, Dream Coil committed for this Ancient Apparition, but it costs Armel's life!
Okay. This is actually big. Hoodwink just got level 5 from this, and is going to collect some XP while Storm Spirit is going to go to
Centaur?
base. He needs to go back to base. Region
Should've.
bottom. No one's scouting it out. Jabs.
Chase all the way
Ooh,
down.
that would be
there it
pretty
is.
big if you pick it up.
Gabby getting the kill there on Nichan as
Or
they-
if you can guard it for Storm Spirit. Let's see what he decides to do. He's pinging it out. Storm. Sir. Never mind.
take
Just gonna
himself.
pick it up. Like, having level 6 on Hoodwink early on could make hell of a lot of a difference.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Made that first rotation, that was nice. Oh, I can't believe Armel died there mid. I'm still on that. I'm still stuck on that. But it was a good rotation coming in from that Jabs Hoodwink. What kind of build do you think we're going to see here from the Hoodwink? Right now it's Arcane Boots, but is there any build in particular that you like on this hero, seeing how it's kind of been a little bit lacking in games we've seen?
Yeah, I prefer Veil of Discord. Gives you a bit of a tankiness, and just your spells. You amplify the Sharpshooter. You're gonna have amplifying thing with Ice Vortex for the Storm Spirit. Like Double Edge deals ton of damage. Jabs finally decides to put a point in Scurry. But seems like this tower is gonna drop. Helm of the Dominator creep. Couple of Skellies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I like Veil into Etherlands and then potentially transition if you can get a Maelstrom, get a Gleipnir,
That's
be that core. We've seen
lot of
Jinkyu
gold.
the other day, like, not too much impact from his Hoodwink. Try to farm up a bit more, get that Maelstrom online. They found Lion.
Tim's in trouble, Earth Spike out, but the cold feet's there and Jabs gets the last hit. I think we're seeing a lot more from Jabs so far on this Hoodwink than we saw from Jinkyu in that game too.
Oh, for sure. He's been way more active, pretty much
Little
involved in
shredder.
all of the kills. Top lane.
Up top, and they're going to get another kill onto the Centaur.
You're tanky, but you're not tanky against 3 heroes, and Hoodwink still playing the bottom lane. Like, you need to be able to play around the trees. Mana Boot's done on the hero. The cast range is nice, because with Bushwhack, you need to be very close. Same goes for Acorn Shot. And TNC rotating to the top lane. Dragon Form up. Little Shredder, Blightstone. Someone needs to address this problem. It's going to be a Centaur again, but they need to bring another hero.
And we've already seen him die a couple times in this lane. He's got Stampede available if they want to try and use it, but they need more to defend, and doesn't look like they're going to get it.
Tower gone. No one wants to be there.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
TNC moving quick as they take the bottom tier 1 and transition immediately after into a top tier 1. So things get a little bit sketchy here for Fnatic. They're not down by much in terms of net worth, but the map's starting to open up for TNC. Going Kaya Sanj on that Storm.
Status resistance is going to be great against all those hexes, especially against Coil. Maybe because it's tough. You know, you still play into BKB piercing ability. We've seen some Kayas into BKBs and back to Kaya Sanj. Maybe he decides to change his mind. It's going to be very hard for him to play into Lion, into Puck. I personally would prefer if it's Kaya into BKB, then go back to Sanj and Orchid. He ganks the Boars and ganks the Helm of the Dominator creep with the Zip. Helm of the Dominator creep does not give that much gold anymore. Bound to reduce from 200 to just 100.
So ganking the Boars, getting that kill. Works out. +1 on the mark.
Oh!
Bushwhack actually moves him over to a tree that pulls him out of the Ice Blast. Not sure that's going to matter. Sharpshooter in, and they will sharpshoot Boomy to death. They've got the Dragon Tail, though, and their heroes rotating in. Not entirely worth it if you're going to lose your Centaur. That does not feel good. That 1-for-1 trade is not what you want. It does force a decent amount of rotations there, which opens up the map for the TB and the Storm. Still, though, Centaur not feeling like he's having much of a game at the moment.
Yeah, might need to swap things around, get that Blink Dagger online so you can play with the team. Right now, they're lacking an initiator. Storm Spirit can jump in, but definitely does not want to be the first guy to jump in, especially into Lion, into Puck. TNC smoked up. This is a big kill that they're going to grab if they can get a jump, but they go the other way around. They find Ancient Apparition. Where's
Dragon
the follow-up?
No damage to get that follow-up. Ball lightning with the Vortex. Ice Blast coming in, and he gets it off before he dies. So despite the fact that DJ has died here, he helped to get the kill on a Bach. They've got the little Shredder onto the Centaur, lowering his armor again. I'm making him feel pretty uncomfortable going towards these heroes, but I say uncomfortable, and he just continues to march on
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter charged up. That hits, breaking this Dragonite, but the damage again on the Centaur. Maybe it was a mistake to move on forward.
They're not tanky enough. Boomy was in a good spot to use the Mortimer's Kisses. Dragonite a bit too tanky to be brought down. Has infused Raindrop, couple of charges. Dragon Blood is maxed out at the moment. So now, with the next Elder Dragon form, they can start putting some pressure on the mid tower. They can actually go in and use Little Shredder, Beastmaster, or 3 points in it. Already forced the Glyph.
Man. Not exactly the fights that Fnatic are liking at the moment. And this is going to be their last tier 1 going down. Fnatic, they're losing space, and TB doesn't have enough yet.
Hoodwink. Aghanim Scepter queued up. It's going to be a while until he manages to farm it. It's a good one. First, when it came out, was very skeptical about it. But now, like, it's a slow, more spell damage. You amplify the Sharpshooter as well, and lowering the status resistance. So the stuns are going to last longer. They have a couple of those.
Ball lightning in, and they've got the lockdown with the Bushwhack. Nicely done by Fnatic to get the 1-2 punch out onto the Beastmaster as well as the Dragonite. That's the combo. Bushwhack into the Ice Blast.
It's a long duration stun. 2.4 second stun.
Ice Blast just rockets in.
They finally get the tower. Terrorblade, Yasha done. Let's see what his next item is going to be. Does he go for straight BKB to be able to fight with the team, or he upgrades that to S&Y, status resistance, a lot of value. Manta style, we don't see too much of a Manta because S&Y just feels better in 90% of the situations.
Yeah, Manta's kind of taking a back seat, right? At least for a couple of heroes.
Even for anti-mage, I think the games that we saw, most anti-mages just preferred to get S&Y instead. The status resistance feels too good. So this is the spot that Hoodwink wants to play, like the top part of the map where you have trees to hide. Against Beastmaster, they have access to cut things down. They don't have the access to cut things down because he still did not skill it, but eventually will have it.
Mortimer's Kisses with this Dream Coil. Sunder early. Ice Blast coming in. Not going to do much. Sharpshooter.
They get him.
Got Armel.
Moon gets him.
Yeah, then they got the Acorn shot with the Bushwhack on a Boomy. That's going to be a second. Moon getting 2. So 2K lead for Fnatic. That really worked out for them as the TNC, they played aggressive again on this TB.
My favorite part about Hoodwink is the amount of text that it says. Like if you hover over Sharpshooter, like what is this? Like if I die while I'm level 20, I still don't have enough time to read all this.
Well, then you might not want to read
like
his
check
Ags and
Acorn
Ags
shot.
shard.
All right, Acorn shot and click Alt, please.
You cover the screen. Oh my gosh.
We need a TLDR for Hoodwink.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be onto something. Although again, the Ags and Ags shard, that's a lot of writing. That's a lot of if you've not picked this item up before on this hero, good luck.
Imagine playing Dota for the first time. You know, not necessarily first time, but you've been playing it for a month. Hoodwink starts attacking you. You're like, all right, I'll hover over one of the spells to see what it's doing. Dead. You died 2 times.
Or you're playing the Hoodwink, and that first month you pause the game. Why are we paused? Sorry, just reading my abilities. Need to figure out what they do here. It's a whole essay. It's okay, Hoodwink. It's not your fault. Ags. 2,500 gold away for Jabs. I kind of want to see him get this shard as well. I want to see that decoy. Just pick up Ags and shard. You have 6 abilities.
This is the worst shard upgrade in the game, period.
Ball Lightning coming through with the Stampede. Ice Blast coming in with a Bushwhack that apparently missed all those trees. And they'll get the kill onto Bach.
Beastmaster gone. Working towards the BKB. They might actually try to take the Roche. It's being pinged out. They set up a vision. Have a high ground ward.
Yeah, I don't know if you can fight into this if you're TNC.
Yeah, I do not want to see decoy at all. Like, I got it once from Roshan because everyone else got the shard. And it does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. Lesser Bushwhack.
Ice Blast coming in towards the back lines. That's not going to land. Neither does the Sharpshooter. Now the Dream Coil used on the Hoodwink. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. Jabs on the run. And he's not received the Kiss of Death just yet, but they have kept up with him and do finally kill off Jabs.
Roche, half HP. They're scouting things out. Fele dropped for TNC.
And they're going Roche.
Snapfire will definitely take that one. So no meta. I think...
No Dream Coil, no Elder Dragon Form, Roar, Snap, Mortimer's Kisses.
I think they need to give it up. AA Blast will definitely try to shoot it, make stuff happen inside the pit just to check what's happening, and then they decide...
Oh, moon! He got it!
He got it!
He got it!
He stonks went straight to the moon after picking this one up.
How did he... Oh my god! How does he... I feel like he does this every time we watch him.
That was beautiful. AA scouting things out with his ulti, and he's done it. This is huge. Like, this is how you win a game. Like, you would want to have... even though they don't have the best Aegis carrier, Dragonite is a transformation hero, so does not want to pick it up. Maybe you would get it on Puck.
I need to see that again. That was amazing. I can't believe that. It was picture perfect. Oh my god. Ice Blast.
He didn't even stun the ball. It just as he comes through.
It does not get better than this. God. It actually does not. You know, he received a lot of criticism, but...
Oh, Stampede. They've got the damage with the Ice Blast. Bach is going to end up shattering. Nice.
I don't think Chat can do it. Chat level Dota cannot definitely do this.
Well, there goes that Aegis. Hoodwink, Bushwhack with an Acorn shot, doesn't land, and, well...
Chat can do this one. Like, Chat can definitely use Aegis, die, respawn, die again.
Yeah. I'm a part of Chat. I do it all the time.
Not the best Aegis usage that I've seen, but...
Took it out of the hands of TNC.
And Filet dropped for Fnatic. I think you give that to Hoodwink so she can farm the Aghanim Scepter. Just needs 2,000 gold.
Back to 57 damage for the Hoodwink.
Yeah, but it's 57 damage plus -2 armor from the Blightstone. So amplifying that huge amount of damage.
He's almost another Shaw with that minus armor. Yeah. I still don't, and I feel like I can't comprehend sometimes why Bushwhack misses. I just see it spin around trees and then
it
just
does nothing. Yeah, I
does
feel
nothing.
that someone from Valve needs to check out the spell. It's been very inconsistent. I've been trying to figure it out. I'm like, yeah, this should hit. It's not an excuse because I'm playing bad. It's just the way it is.
It's like Shackle Shot back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. Exactly.
When it used to just be next to a tree and not hit, but do a right angle and shackle you.
TB farming quite well at the top of the net worth, of course. Going into Scotty next item.
No. Jabs is okay.
So strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Okay. So they try to get the kill on the Hoodwink, who really is lacking damage, but he'll get that axe soon enough with that fillet. I don't know if you ever watched the show Boy Meets World.
I did.
With Ben Savage. Every time I think of fillet, I think of Feeney.
I don't remember the names, but I remember watching the show. Smoke from TNC. Let's see what they can find.
DJ might break this smoke. Not in the best of spots, but he does break it, and TB gets into the trees, but tries to TP out. Immediately hit by that Dragon Tail. They've got the Primal Roar. Do they have the damage with the Earth Spike? Oh, they'll get him.
He'll definitely need a BKB. Like going into Scotty, getting close. His next item should 100% be BKB to be able to protect himself against Lion, against Puck spells. Puck, after finishing Boots of Travel, Blink, and the Witchblade, decides to go for Dagon just to be able to deal with these supports and Storm when he doesn't have a BKB yet.
They just caught a glance at him going into those trees, too, when they ended up getting the Dragon Tail. Perfect. We'll move from them. TNC, they've got themselves a little bit of a lead. Fnatic was leading by about 2K at one point. Things going the other way for the moment. TB almost has that Scotty, though. I'll Hoodwink with that. Fillet.
Getting closer and closer to Aghanim Scepter.
Which is the Hunter's Boomerang. I've not seen that in a pro game.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I believe it was OG who did it on a mid lane. It was Dobson building it.
So we'll see how quickly he can get that. How effective a boomerang is. Ice Blast coming in, and Bushwhack landing on a Bach. They'll get the kill. Ball lightning towards the back with the BKB pop by Gabby. Now going the other way. They've got the finger. They blow up Moon. He went in. He's away from his team. They commit the Dream Coil. They've got themselves the BKB and the Dragon Tail. They'll get the kill. They'll look over at DJ. Might be a +1. Illusory Orb hits the AA. And down goes DJ.
Yeah. Buyback from Beastmaster. Definitely not needed there, but he was just waiting, I guess, to join a fight, potentially use a Primal Roar if this fight keeps dragging. Storm Spirit definitely needs a BKB. That's why I wanted to say Kaya into BKB and then go back to Kaya Sanj, because if there's no Roar on you, you're still not gonna die. The best part about Hoodwink spells is you don't know how much damage it deals. Like, it's just Hunter's Boomerang. New ability. Thank you very much. Also new ability, Decoy.
Best ability, Decoy. Obviously. I feel like the Decoy is one of those like S tiers in 2K MMR, 3K MMR, my MMR, and then you know, just trick somebody. Always feels good. Bushwhack, Ice Blast coming down, hits Sharpshooter, and Gabby. He'll pop the BKB, and he will be fine. I did the math.
What are you laughing about?
I said I did the math. I said he was going to be fine.
Oh, I thought you said he's going to die.
No, I said he was going to be fine.
And you're supposed to be Ancient Apparition spammer. You can't even say what 12% of a 2000 is. Never mind. So yeah, Hoodwink Boomerang does 350 damage. Not bad. What's the cooldown on it? It's
Oh my
18
gosh.
seconds.
I have to see him use this.
25, everything's 25. 25 status resist, 25 spell damage, and also 20 movement speed slow.
Yeah. Mark duration
7
7.
seconds. Yeah, it's a long duration.
Hex.
Storm.
And
I
Moon
won't-
again. He's dead.
He got that regen rune. I see what he's doing for the next fight. He will probably have a regeneration rune in the bottle and a BKB. So just building it up for potentially next Roche. Moon just staying one step ahead. You might think that this is a bad play, but he is preparing. Let's see the Roche respawn, 2 minutes, exactly what he wanted. Will give him enough time to actually buy a BKB and pop the regeneration rune.
Sure. So 1K lead here for TNC. We'll see if that works out. Regen rune into the Roche pit.
Radiant's bottom tower
Because
is under
maybe he
attack.
does it again. Flies across, steals everything. Aegis cheese. Ag shard. That would be impressive. If you really
That's
do
a bit too much to ask.
grab everything. But yeah, he might, on the edge of that regen, be able to make something happen as Roche is up in a minute 22.
And he's out. He's out already. Level 16. Puck Dagon 2 already done.
Level
500
20.
damage.
Now, Witchblade, Dagon
Level
3
3.
now.
600.
Ooh,
You can
Enchanted
count.
Quiver.
Like, you're very good at this. It's
I-
just the percentage could be a
well.
bit tricky for you. I see.
Back in the day, let me tell you, I was first in my class counting 1 to 10. And that was 5th grade.
Were you homeschooled?
Well, yeah, that was the only competition I had with
Yeah,
myself.
that's what I'm asking. So yeah, definitely needs to finish this BKB to be able to not care about lion spells.
Had a big graduating class of 1. So, Moon, he's finished off this BKB. We'll have to see how much that'll help him out. It should be a decent amount.
Roche up in 15. Still no BKB in Raven. He will definitely want to have it.
He's going BKB then Satanic at the moment.
Yeah, understands that with these 2 items, he's going to feel pretty much unkillable. Right now, sitting at 36 armor, but needs magic immunity for sure.
So, Roche up, ready to go. We'll see who's going to posture for it first. Still head down mid for the side of TNC. Pop the Elder Dragon form, Jabs scurrying away. Hoping to get a jab in there somewhere with that high damage.
They got-
Hoof stop,
they
Ice
got
Blast
him.
coming in. They'll get the kill onto the DK. That was the Elder Dragon form used, and they've got the break on Abaka. Will force him into the BKB. They've Primal Roared up Moon. He'll go to the TP out, and well, Puck is forced to leave. Dropping down that Dream Coil gives Fnatic an opportunity of getting that Roche.
Yeah, if Dragonite possibly did not use Dragon form, maybe he buys back there, because buying back in a melee form is not really what you want to do. Good Ice Blast on top of him. I see Beastmaster going for Aghanim Scepter. Big dislike there from the offlane.
Kisses, Waning Rift, and there's the finger. They're putting everything on a Moon, and they'll get the kill onto the Storm. 50 seconds without Moon.
Yeah, Moon having a rough one. You know, after you hit the peak, what he done in the Roche pit, everything from down there was a kind of a downgrade. They can still finish off this Roche. No
Blink Hoof Stomp, Ice Blast.
kisses. Beastmaster can't get close, but
Oh,
the big
Earth Spike again. Armel coming in. Fire Snap Cookie. Tim's ends up dead. Aegis picked up by Armel. They also got the kill on the Dire. This time they'll take the Aegis.
Puck got everything out of that.
Yeah, he stole and swiped up everything. Bach ends up dead to Raven and will pop his new BKB to TP out. Centaur. Oh, TP as well. Jabs just camouflaged here in the tree.
Let's see who decides to pick up the shard. I would love to see Snapfire with the shard. Just a stun. Great against the Storm Spirit when there's no BKB on him. There's also the pushback is really nice. And Boomy going back to Aghanim Scepter. It's a save. Not sure what's it gonna do in this game. Save against... Like, save's always good, but it's very hard to execute until you have... Unless you have a Blink Dagger.
Gave that shard over to the Lion, by the way.
Okay, makes sense. Seems like Lions are getting
the benefit
from it. Last game it was against Darkseer and the Wall Illusions. Now against Terrorblade. Just drain those Illus. Still, TP is going to deal a ton of damage with just the hero himself.
So Moon TP'd bottom. He got out of there. He's going to the Lincolns. Ooh, and they've got the Dream Coil and the Dagon. They'll get the kill on the DJ. Jab still hidden in the tree, but not for long. The Hex, the Mana Drain, the Finger, and the kill. Jabs, DJ, both gone. TNC starting to extend this lead. We really feel like we haven't felt much from Raven just yet.
Yeah. He's been having a good time in terms of farming, got a couple of kills early on, but I want to see him popping off in a team fight, just standing the ground. They need the stuns. They need Centaur to lock them down. Same goes for Hoodwink. It's very hard for them to take a fight because they lost the second Roche. They lost everything from it. Dagon 5 done on Puck. He's holding Aegis and the gem, so no camouflage from Hoodwink. Gonna get rid of the old wards pretty much. Take out the outpost. Cheese on Dragonite going into Aghanim Scepter. Just needs to finish off the point booster and we'll have it.
So DK will have that Red Eyes Black Dragon form ready to go. Which will feel nice to work with, as he had it in the last game. Wasn't enough though in that previous one with the Shadow Fiend. This time though, Puck, he's got that.
Seems like Puck is a better late game carry than Shadow Fiend. Exactly.
Going Kaya Sanj on the Puck. There's that axe. So Snapfire now has the Gobble up and the Spit Out.
Yeah. Spell amplification on all of his spells, plus Dagon. 12 spell amplification coming out from the level 15 talent on 800, plus Kaya Sanj. It's going to be over 1,000 damage coming out from Dagon.
So Fnatic trying to figure out how do they need to go about this to bring this game back, as it is slowly falling out of their hands.
Let the fun begin.
You can see.
I don't know why Beastmaster it wants to go for Ags as his third item. 35 minutes in. Why not just get a Hex instead?
Looking for the kill onto the Centaur, though, drain his mana. Boomy getting credit for that one on the Centaur. By the way, Moon was top, and he used his BKB.
And we'll get stunned at the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Is there a follow-up? It's a long-duration stun. Lion was very close. If he just uses one of the spells, Storm Spirit definitely dies there.
Bottom tier 3 in trouble. It feels like sometimes in these fights that Raven really doesn't have a position to, like, output his damage. He's constantly forced back.
I want to see Raven, when he uses meta, how much damage he deals in a fight. Because Dragonite is super tanky, sitting at 3,000. Like, you can be tanky, but if AA Blast hits, it's more about the control.
Yeah, maybe he'll survive if I say he's not fine. If he gets hit by that AA Blast.
Let's test it.
Next time, when he gets hit, I'll do it. So, again, slowly extending this lead. They get the tier 3 bottom, 9K lead for TNC. Moon, he was rolling at one point in this game, had that Aegis snatch, and then I think that, like you said, was the peak. It had hit 72 cents, and now he's back to 38.
Yeah, what he did there is just insanely skilled. Like, you mistime it by 0.1 second, you're not gonna be able to pick up the ages. Like, you really need to be on top of it, exact moment. TB finished off the full butterfly. It says that he finished his butterfly, but on my screen, it didn't. And now it did. Okay, very interesting. Dota 2 is sometimes inconsistent.
Happens.
Are scanning.
Illusion just cleaning up, and yeah, Lion will take care of that. Tim's just a little mana drain on him. Coming around the back, and let's see if they can make anything happen here. Gobble up, spit out, stuns up the Centaur. They've got the Blink as well as the Hex. There's the Earth Spike. BKB's going to be popped by Gabby. Acorn shot with the Bushwhack coming in. The Fingers also used onto the Centaur. They'll get the kill here. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. The barrel from Boomy. Fire Snap Cookie, but the Vortex comes in to hit the Ice Blast onto this Dragon Knight. Looks like he's going to drop in this one, and they'll finally get the kill into the Gabby as they look over to the side and take out Jabs. But the right-click damage from Raven rips through Bach. These two heroes on TNC don't have buyback. They're trying to catch Armel. They've got the silence. He picks up the Invis rune, but they still spot him. And Armel, Waning Rift, Illusory Orb, getting some distance. And he's also got that blink, so he's out.
They're very limited on the catch. Like, Puck is still causing a lot of issues, but we can see what DB can do in the fights. Like, ton of damage coming out from him. Dragon Knight had the cheese ready, but got clipped by A ulti, so no point in using it. And Lion will get rid of all those illusions.
Trying to get rid of Raven's mana. They don't get a tier 2 out of this. I mean, Roche is potentially up in 38 seconds. It's a fight that is victorious, but I mean, they bought back on Centaur, and they didn't really get an objective out of it. So I'm not really sure.
I don't see really what Boomerang is doing in these fights. Maybe I'm not seeing enough of it. And also, do you see this? Do you see an upgrade? Decoy by Hoodwink, lesser Bushwhack. Also, the problem I have with this spell is when you use it, like, your hero still moves forward for whatever reason. I think your hero should stop, like, while the decoy gets out.
So he does go to the shard, and I'm interested to see this. What's the cooldown? It's 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's the all right. You can quote me on this one. It's the worst shard in the game. Maybe I'll go through the list just to double check.
60 seconds.
Yeah, Troll Shard is also pretty bad because I thought you're getting both status resistance and the attack speed. Sorry, you can get only one. Also, pretty long cooldown on it. 70 or 80 seconds.
So for 1,400 gold,
you get nothing.
You
can potentially, you know, bait. It's an illusion.
And then on top of that, you get a long cooldown. But if it's destroyed, it plants
needs
a
to
tree.
Die. Like, maybe if you attack it or whatever.
You should be able to detonate it.
Yeah, or that. It's just very inconsistent.
They're going to go here onto the TB. They've got the stun, the
Gobble-ups.
Gobble Up, and the Spit Out. Raven popping the BKB. He goes into the meta. They've got the Primal Roar that's going to stun up this TB for a little bit longer. The Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex that comes out through all the way onto Tim's, but the Fire Snap Cookie gets him away from Moon, who's not dealing with a lot of mana anymore. So now Armel comes in with the Waning Rift onto 2. Stormcrafter.
No one dies.
Be used by Jabs to remove that silence.
Let's check some of the tier 4 items. Minotaur Horn on a Centaur. TB holding a Trickster Cloak. A bit more evasion. Some magic resistance. Roche will respawn in 10 seconds.
He used the decoy. I didn't even see it.
Yeah, because it's so good, you can't even tell the difference. Like, he fooled you. And you can see which one is real.
True. Well, you know, when I was in that homeschooling, it just, they didn't really teach me about focusing on 2 of the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, I noticed. Like, you can only do play-by-play, but if you need to do math while doing play-by-play, it's kind of a rough.
Yeah. Oh, Spell Prism means you could put Decoy on a...
Oh, Puck will take it.
Lower
Just to
cooldown.
lower the cooldown on it. And Puck going into Windwaker. By the way, favorite
Ooh.
items. One of the most expensive items in the game. Cost casual 7,000 gold. But you can save people. You can save your allies with it. Someone gets focused down. Silences, reflection like you, dispel things.
Going into Roche. Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard.
I think they would prefer if that's Ags for both of the teams. Like Storm Spirit picking one up, potentially TB. On the other side, you would want to have Puck with it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I was just about to ask about this, and then he queued it up. But the TB Ags. I'm a big fan of TB Ags.
That's really good Ags.
Has fallen.
Just the AoE fear.
And the 10 seconds of meta.
Looking for me?
Moon almost 25. That will be nice for him to...
Like, if you ask me if this hero is close to 25, I would say no. But we just have a different perspective.
Oh, yeah, you know.
You're
20
also very close to start talking about the tier 5 items, aren't you?
18 minutes away. You know, don't get me excited. I'll have to stand up. But, yeah, you know, 20. I think 23 is kind of close relative to 25 levels. There's only 2 more
23
to
is
go.
close if you can buy a book for yourself.
We didn't have books in homeschool.
That explains a lot of things. So, yeah, still needs quite some time to get that level 25. TB also just hit level 23.
Close to 25. So they're posturing. They're waiting to see what TNC do. Maybe catch them off guard, give them an opportunity to go after Roche. Both these
Moon
teams
really
just farming
unlucky
up, though.
with tier 3, tier 4 items. Not a single good storm item.
Radiant
Like
scared.
literally nothing. No spell prism.
They're going to go in. Bushwhack, immediate BKB, but the damage onto Bach. They got him.
He has buyback, so buyback but no TP. They're gonna take over the outpost. I talked about his itemization, no real value from this Aghanim Scepter whatsoever. I mentioned the Hex that he can potentially get. He has that one queued up now. Just the Hex against the Storm Spirit, against the TB, and they're gonna give this one away or not.
They
Buyback
find
coming
Moon.
in.
He just gets blown up.
It's also Gem.
Gem on the deck. Centaur eating a lot of this damage.
And
And
this proc.
Moon bought back. He TPs into the outpost.
Oh, he needs this Aegis. He needs this Aegis badly, but Coil
Hex out onto
available.
the Centaur. Acorn shot bouncing around. And now they'll go to the finger. They'll get the kill. The
But the
gobble, the
gobble
speed
up.
out. Oh, it's on the 3. The Dream Coil follows it up. The
And
Aegis has
Gabby
been picked
gets
up
it.
by Gabby. They took out Roche. And now Raven trying to man fight here is trying to be the boss that is the raid boss. But he just doesn't have enough. The Earth Spike is
Refresher,
there.
Sunder,
Triple kill for Armel.
Fnatic,
Can he get it
BKB.
off? Ooh, goes into the meta and turning this for a second. Right clicks in. Gabby. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them. They've got the Hex. They've got the Earth Spike once again. The control is out onto this TV.
Protect your TB.
Dragon Tail. Still not enough damage to kill Raven. I'm a little bit surprised. Armel going after Jabs, who ends up dead to Tim's finger.
And they
right
have a
on the
Hex.
TB. They've got the
Well
control,
dropped.
and they'll get the kill. He'll buy back immediately. They found Puck for a second.
Sharpshooter. Let's see if he can snipe him.
Ooh. Close. But
Yeah, it seems like the story of this game is
Roche.
them getting into Roche, and whoever gets the stuff from Roche. Unfortunately, Moon did not manage to pick up anything. Raven got the refresher, popped it, kept himself alive because of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
so they'll take the tier 3,
Tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks
and they'll take the mid-setter axe. They'll go towards bottom. No Storm for 32 seconds. They caught Moon in no man's land.
He bought back. His item progression is really not there. Was trying to get the Lincoln Sphere to protect himself. Here we go.
They're going to go through the Ice
Hoodwink.
Blast Throne, and now...
Sharpshooter.
Oh, charging up the Sharpshooter, but that'll hit the DK and really not do much more than that. The Uzu of the Dagon all the way through onto Jabs. The Kiss comes in. It's the Kiss of Death onto this Hoodwink. Finger used once again. The right clicks out onto the Centaur. Both heroes don't have buyback.
Armel is just going ham with Puck in this game. Level 5 Dagon, amplifying the damage with Kaya Sanj. Also the talent, reducing the cooldown on it with the Spell
Blink,
Prism.
Dragon Tail, Moon. He was there and then he wasn't. If you blinked, you missed it. Moon, DJ, both falling. Raven with the BKB just trying to get back into the well.
Can they drag it for another 40, 50 seconds? TB, yeah,
No, they're calling it.
They're calling it. They just don't have enough. The solo TB cannot carry the game, especially against Lion and the 4 other members.
Gabby didn't want to let that
So
drag
yeah,
on.
first Roche, Moon goes in, picks up the Aegis, steals it from the enemy team. Then the second Roche, Puck gets everything. He gets Shard, he gets the Cheese and Aegis, which was kind of a game-breaking moment in this one. And on the third one, they also don't get anything out of it. Moon, after having a good early start, after stealing that first Aegis, was not a factor in this one. And they had no real lockdown for Puck. They needed this Bushwhack, a Centaur Stomp, which he can dodge. So, yeah, one of the reasons why Armel popped off in this game. I believe he was godlike in the end, 10-2 and 16, as we could see.
Yeah, so ultimately it comes the way of TNC. They force a game 3. I mean, it's been 2 pretty close games at times, and, you know, it's been exciting. This is the El Clasico of Southeast Asia, and it determines a lot. It gives opportunity to, I believe, take towards the top in the region. So, you know, we go to game 3. We'll have the panel break it down, and we'll be back with game 3 with us. So back over to you guys. Take it away.
That's correct. Playoff or group stage placement is on the line in this series between Fnatic and TNC. And TNC are not going down without a fight. Game number 2, Puck, proven to be the best last pick possible.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Puck and Dragonite, man. This is something that reminds me a lot of Liquid or X-Alliance and how they played around Mickey and Koikwa combination, in which Mickey would sometimes be that Puck on mid lane or safe lane, but he would actually itemize in Kaya and Yasha, Kaya Sanj, in Skadi, even right-click with that Dagon. Something very similar, but here Dragonite actually pulled his weight, carried his weight as well. Some AC, some BKB, with all the towers they took so early on, it definitely did give them an advantage. And for me, the 2 supports, the Snapfire just sniping, Lion, Snapfire just sniping people from distance.
Yeah, I mean, still, there's no way that two teams that evenly matched, like the game should look like this, right? Fnatic, I still think they have a way superior draft. The 2 Roche attempts were very half-hearted. Like, I think both Roshan they brought to 5% health and got both stolen from them.
Why are TBs not building Terror Wave anymore? I thought that was like one of the most popular things in situations like this, where you're like, I need to contest Roche, but I don't want to have to blow Metamorphosis.
I mean, it's a good axe though, but it got nerfed a little bit, I think.
Pretty expensive as well, right?
It is expensive,
but it was like the build for like at least like 2 weeks, I think. Right?
I think it's still very good. But again, I don't think that's like necessarily why they were struggling so much. It was just like pretty poorly executed team fights, honestly. Like TNC needed to outplay them so hard in order to win this game. Like in this fight here, they kited TB for probably a good minute. Like his Metamorphosis was running out. And super well played to TNC, but Fnatic once again showing a very subpar performance.
You think team fight execution was easier on Fnatic than TNC? Based off of these drafts?
Yeah, I think the winning condition is much easier. TB is in front. They go on TB, you save him, you win the team fight, pretty much.
Save him with what?
Glimmer Cape, stuns. Because you literally just need to disable the supports and then he can't die.
Okay.
Because he has like 3.5k health or so. They didn't really itemize into damage on the TNC side either. He went his Aghanim's build again, and AC more defensive.
Can you guys just tell me what happened to Centaur?
Great question. We were also wondering that. At a
Well,
certain
nothing
point in the game, he was lower net worth than the Lion.
Yep. And then he lost another team fight and was even lower net worth than Lion.
Yeah.
Like 3k behind or something. And TB can't solo carry these kind of games. Like, it was really on Storm to keep people in place. Like, he needed...
The support specifically.
Yeah, he needed to be way more farmed. Like, he should have had an Axe on top of what he had, maybe even a Hex. But Moon, like, he had one really good play. But after that really good play, he kind of just fumbled super hard, right?
Fumbled,
whatever. Like, he died twice bottom. He jumps to 4 heroes, gets instantly hexed, stunned, dies again. He just jumps to the region rune, dies again instantly. It's like 4 deaths in a row. It's like, what are you doing?
They did have some catch versus him. They had some disable from the mid lane, from the supports, but...
It was namely from our MVP, Armel, on the puck for game number 2.
Look at that boss face.
Look at that boss face.
He's like the security guard at the club you want to go to. He looks at you like that. You're like, all right.
I'm not going in.
I'm good, bro.
I'm going to go home, drink my milk, go to sleep.
Bro, I got a DK on my team. All right, you're cool. You're in. I like what you said. It's a good parallel to... Because we were wondering, why are they first facing DK? It seems unnecessary in games like this where DK is not necessarily like the super meta core, but it's because of the flex potential. And yet again, they give it to Gabby, open up the wide pool for Armel, and he gets the final pick puck against the Storm Spirit.
This time it worked out, yep. But still, I'm not really super convinced with this draft. Especially in a later stage, I think this Fnatic draft should be way stronger. It's just they outplayed them hard, and they deserve this win.
Yeah. And now we get the 3-game series that I'm sure you at home were asking for as we close out the second to last series here in the I'm backwards. DPC. I know many people are wondering, why are we not doing this abbreviation? It's not really an abbreviation, though. But I hope you've been enjoying the show. Hope you've been enjoying our sponsor shout-outs to HyperX and the top quality comfort of Secret Lab chairs. Game number 3 is coming right up. We'll be right back.
arrange me.
Everybody to the PGL Dota 2 experience. Final game of the day, TNC versus Fnatic. El Clasico, at least the two brands. The rosters have changed over time, but some things remain consistent. And it's that these two teams will always be competitive, always fighting for the top slot. Especially Black, your time on Faceless. Who was your toughest competition in Southeast Asia in the Faceless era?
Now, no offense to anybody, they were all really easy.
Okay,
like where most qualifiers, we actually won without losing a single game.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah. So.
How about scrim opponents?
How about the T1 era?
We scrimmed mostly Chinese teams.
Oh, okay, fine.
T1 era.
Is it the same?
I mean, no, we obviously didn't win. But I think we lost to Mushi's stack in that qualifier, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had an unfortunate throw, and the
Choky pokey, as you
choky
once
pokey, yeah.
referred to it.
And the last match of the series, an unlosable game, has been lost.
And yet,
Chokies have been pokeyed.
Choky pokey? It happens. I've been choky pokeyed as well a couple of times.
Sometimes nothing you can do, man.
Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah.
Is that what happened in these games?
Emotions take over.
Moon was like, oh, choky pokey. And
Game number 3.
We have a draft already.
We have a draft already.
Yeah, we're gonna see some choky pokey bans happening. He's broken.
I don't know why that expression just sounds so funny to me. Morphling first phase banned out. Yep.
What do you think about that?
You okay?
No, surprisingly,
Okay,
one
you're
Morphling
good?
first phase. I'm good. I'm great.
You sound happy.
Nyx Assassin still left in the pool. We haven't really seen first phase Broodmothers in Southeast Asia, but we see it plenty in China.
TNC took 1 second bonus time.
Game
Unbelievable.
over.
Yeah. I would DQ them if I was the tournament organizer.
Reserves in shambles.
Nyx Assassin, actually. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Let's talk some about Nyx. Come on. You were about to.
I don't want to talk about Nyx.
Who do you want to talk about?
About Choky Pokey.
Shut up. Who's going to be the first phase pick for TNC? What's been high priority for TNC? You know, anything in this series in particular, you're like, yeah, this is the... Is it the DK? You think they're going to go for DK again first phase?
I mean, they
maybe
first phased it
Grimstroke.
twice. Yeah,
Maybe Lion.
Grimstroke banned. They can't. First phase banned.
Grimstroke is
for
also
TNC.
banned. Okay. I'm thinking about other things.
About what?
Never mind.
Timber went through.
Yeah, I still got it though. I said Lion or Grimstroke.
Still got
Good
it.
call.
Even during the...
Still got it.
Yeah.
During the...
Choky Pokey.
You're not going to get me anymore.
Yeah, you gotta do it at a unexpected
we
time.
need
You
to,
have
we
to
need to
gank
spread
me.
it out. Spread it out.
You got to ration it
Later on, you better be prepared.
when I least expect it.
Like now.
Okay,
Too easy.
Fnatic. Let's see. If you were in DPC CN, what you would pick here versus
Enchantress.
Lion is Abaddon, but they go with an Enchantress instead.
It's basically an Abaddon with a different skill set,
Yeah,
but
and a
they're
different,
both four-legged.
yeah, different model.
Basically the same hero,
does
though.
different things,
Yeah.
but it's a hero. Same like an Abaddon, it's a hero.
True.
And they heal.
Offensive Dispel versus defensive Dispel.
Heal versus heal.
Versus Lion, you usually would need a defensive one, not the offensive one, but heal versus heal, sure.
Impetus versus
Miscoil.
impetus of cursing someone.
Yeah, man. Dude, Black, you've been learning so much English.
Can you believe it?
Okay, so what's the word that I taught you earlier today?
Precipice.
Ah.
Precipice.
Close.
It's a tough word.
Precipice.
Precipice.
What does it mean?
TNC.
Oh.
No, Fnatic is on the precipice of ruining their BO3 series with that last game loss.
Okay, good job. I like it. That is correct.
Bristleback against Doom. Very brave, because the Agham's Doom, of course, now applies a break, 16 seconds long. And Bristleback, without Bristleback, is not Bristleback.
You think this is the mid lane matchup? Bristle versus Doom mid?
Potentially.
Is he just back or just Bristle without...
I think just Bristle.
He's just bristling.
Because you take
Why
his
not
back.
just back?
I'm thinking I'm back.
But I'm just a Bristle.
I mean, the whole... If he's just back, then...
Yeah, back without the Bristle. You broke the Bristle.
That's actually true.
It should be back only.
Yeah.
But you kind of break the back, though.
Yeah, but there's still Bristle. You don't want to hit it.
Why?
Because he can't even quill spray,
Yeah.
so no bristles.
No bristles, but still a back.
He still has a back.
Yeah, you can turn.
You can give him a back. You broke him. You didn't kill him.
What if you give him a bag instead?
You give him a bag.
Yeah, the goodie bag. Here, bro, you're broken,
Bristle bag carrying his
Bristle
bristles around.
That would be so funny. That should be a cosmetic set.
That's a little lichen thing. You give a
Bristle
dog
bag.
something like that. Viper banned out, so at least one of the breaks are removed, and Leisure Commander to make Bristleback force a direction.
Yep.
We brought up Void Spirit previously to...
The Void Spirit, the Mars, all
Mars.
these heroes that actually managed to turn the Bristle back into Bristle front. There's also Ancient Apparition, these sort of heroes that make him a sad boy when it comes to region.
What if Bristle Shard grew bristles in front too?
You mean instead of Hairball?
Yeah. Then he's just a bristle.
I have one time
Bristle
played
Ball?
an ability draft game against Bulwark and Bristleback. It was very difficult to kill that person.
How much damage did he take from his side?
Because the side has reduced reduction for Bristleback, but I think it's full reduction for Mars.
No, it's also half, I think.
Oh, it is?
Like 35%, and then you have like 26, I think.
So then it may even be less from the sides
It's
because
from the
both
side
the
less
spells,
damage, yeah.
because the Bristleback and the Bulwark are both reducing. That's interesting. I'm not sure actually. I wonder if the angles are the same.
I
for
wonder
those
what
spells.
that percentage how that percentage works like which percentage
Calculates first.
Calculates first because it's different amount of damage reduced as well.
And then you get a shield crash on top.
Yeah, there we go. Is there an ultimate that gives damage resistance?
I mean, status resistance.
Some
Status
enrage.
resistance.
you can
damage
have.
resistance. What?
Take Ursa's enrage if nothing
Oh
else.
yeah, that's a good one. Man, now that's a build.
200%. You heal.
You deal literally no damage, but you also take literally no damage.
I mean, you deal damage by getting your bristle, or you have no quill
you have
spray.
no quill spray.
But you can skill. You still have. Can you actually?
No.
We've taken all the spells, right?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
What a shame. Medusa, last ban for TNC.
Yeah. Bristleback doesn't like to play Medusa, because usually Bristol makes people run. Medusa can't run. She likes to stand, which is good against Bristol.
And Fnatic ban out the Razor and Shadow Fiend. Wow, I guess they're not expecting this Bristleback to be mid.
Their
They're
bonus time
expecting-
is down to 40 in just the second banning phase.
Yeah.
It's a very important series and an even more important game
They're
to
all
close it out.
important series.
This is the most
This is
important.
the most
Tsunami.
important.
No, we say it every time.
Say
Yeah,
it every
but
time, but
how-
this
how-
is
This time,
How
really
about if
mean it.
TNC just doesn't lose to Lilgun and they're already confirmed?
That is true, actually. Then this would not be a very important series for them.
Yeah.
But it would be a extremely important series for Fnatic still.
That is
all
true.
All these games come back to haunt you.
they lost just to make it more interesting at the moment.
I'm glad.
For all of us.
Gotta live for the moment.
Exactly. What do you think about Lifestealer versus Bristle overall?
I think it's good.
It's all right.
I think it's very good.
With the Razor ban, maybe that's an idea.
Yeah, of course you get a
They
lot
go
of...
with the Timber. I mean, why not?
Okay.
It was banned out in the first game, in the first phase. In the second game,
Second phase, I think.
second phase.
No,
is
no, no.
that
Second game it was first phase.
Also
Yeah.
first phase.
I think so.
We have T1s in... we've seen T1 play in mid lane against the Bristol. So that's an option they have.
Mhm.
If they want to put the Bristol mid, because TNC also put it as a carry previously.
And now TNC have their support duo, Mirana Lion.
Mirana Lion.
That's a 5 Lion then, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that.
Yeah.
I guess what they're planning to do with this Mirana is just mimic the movements of Enchantress and kill off those creeps as she takes them with arrows.
What if it's a mid-ench?
If it's mid-ench, then they won. TNC won, so it's good.
Oh, so either way you win.
Yeah.
Which one was the Eastern European game that Navi was getting roasted for building
Ah,
armlet on
Roger. But I also,
Oh,
by
so
the way, like
Roger,
people,
okay.
people should really reconsider talking about item builds of heroes before they actually play the hero many times. Like, there's nothing absolutely wrong with Witchblade on Enchantress. The hero is.
People weren't talking about the Witchblade; they were talking about the armlet.
I mean, it sounds a
What,
little bit
on
over the
Enchantress?
Yeah.
It sounds a bit over the top, but I guess in some situations it gives you a ton of damage.
Are you supposed to be dealing damage as a 4-position Enchantress?
Why not? In some
not?
games you can.
I feel the best argument for it is that a lot of heroes have a hard time hitting you, so you can just toggle in between.
Yeah, you're hard to kill for sure.
No,
Yeah.
that's 100% the idea, but you also do get a ton of damage, the strength
do.
from it,
And you can just sustain through it with nature attendance. What it's called?
Nature's
attendance. Yeah. But the thing is, in some games you truly do want to be damage dealer on Enchantress 4. In some games you don't.
Like every time PSG LGD plays it.
Yeah,
Why
that's
just
true.
maxes impetus?
That is true, actually.
Or Zinq as well, when we watched him, Boboka too, if he plays Ench, most of the times it's just right click.
This game, probably not so much. Although this game,
Probably not so much.
nothing really worth dispelling quite yet.
Ursa Warrior. Perfect matchup against Timber and Doom, in the laning phase at least. So whatever they choose to lane, he's going to have a good lane. I like the pick quite a bit. Also gives away, though, that Bristol is most likely
Mid
going to be
lane?
middle.
Yeah.
Because we don't really see offlane Bristol anymore.
No.
It gets exploited too easily, and you really just want to be snowballing with it.
All that said, we did see a couple of bristles offlane.
We did.
Like, recently, we have seen so. Teams sometimes fall into this trap in putting the bristle offlane, and then they get met. I believe the last time I saw it was the Anti-Mage game that built Orb of Corrosion and just dominated the
Yeah,
bristle. He
that's
couldn't
right.
play the game.
Yeah.
Fnatic-
Which Bristol still ended up winning somehow.
Yeah, he still won. It was just a difference in team.
All right, they need... what do they need? They need damage now
On.
on Fnatic.
Okay.
And some kite. Somebody that builds a Skadi. I wouldn't mind Drow Ranger at all. They still have one ban left. 2 range carries are already banned. I feel a Drow ban would make a lot of sense against Ursa, against Bristleback.
Yep.
Troll Warlord.
Troll is an option.
They have this setup on the side of Fnatic to protect one range carry behind them. With the Doom, the Timber, the Tusk, there's a lot of chaos happening in the fights.
Spectre ban actually, okay.
Interesting.
So we can still see a Drow then.
Drow, TB, Troll.
Like I feel like Ursa into Drow Ranger is almost unplayable. Like especially after that Abyssal nerf. Like you just can't reach him.
Yeah, and Fnatic will have last pick, so if TNC pick their offlaner and it is a hero that is capable of jumping on a Drow, then maybe they can change their mind.
Yeah.
Which there aren't plenty.
No, there
From
aren't.
that offlane position, right?
Bloodseeker gets banned out to protect the Timbersaw. Sand King gets banned out to potentially protect their carry pick.
It's Sand King Mirana, also really strong lane,
Yeah.
plus they needed some instant disable, more damage in the mid game. Sand King does make a lot of sense there.
Yeah. So what are they looking for?
Some Slardar, perhaps.
Maybe some Darkseer could be pretty good.
Darkseer also, even though they don't have the combo with it. I wouldn't mind Slardar with the Mirana.
Slaughter is decent, but then Drow Ranger becomes even better.
Even better, yeah, that's true. They go with Enigma.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, we have seen some teams play Enigma even in DPC CN.
We saw it on 4 position, though.
Mhm.
I don't think we've seen it in 3.
But it could be 4 with Bristle on... actually couldn't.
Then it would have to be mid Mirana or something
Yeah.
like that.
I think I still like Drow Ranger a lot here though.
Yeah.
It's not easy to BKB Blackcollar Drow Ranger if she builds some sort of mobility items. If you also have to be aware of not getting doomed and punched from the Tusk.
Armia just obliterates.
Darkseer also, even though they don't have the combo with it. I wouldn't mind Slardar with the Mirana.
Slaughter is decent, but then Drow Ranger becomes even better.
Even better, yeah, that's true. They go with Enigma.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, we have seen some teams play Enigma even in DPC CN.
We saw it on 4 position, though.
Mhm.
I don't think we've seen it in 3.
But it could be 4 with Bristle on... actually couldn't.
Then it would have to be mid Mirana or something
Yeah.
like that.
I think I still like Drow Ranger a lot here though.
Yeah.
It's not easy to BKB Blackcollar Drow Ranger if she builds some sort of mobility items. If you also have to be aware of not getting doomed and punched from the Tusk.
Yeah, and Hypothermia just obliterates Eidolons.
You called it. I just want to go straight up and ask him, you called this Drow, are you going to go with Fnatic?
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay. Is there anything that you dislike about TNC's draft, or you just think that the Drow answers everything?
I just I mean, they do have a way of getting on top of him with an Enigma now, but it's just Drow should have a free lane, and the cards don't match up well against her at all. Like, I played this Ursa Drow matchup. As soon as your BKB is over, you can enrage, you can do whatever you want. You're just not moving. It's a tough matchup. And Bristleback can't really get on top of her either.
Hypothermia is very dangerous at the moment.
It is.
Yeah. Especially Bristol, you lose 70% health region.
You're going to lose all your appendages. Lacoste, B-Cup, looking like we might have the most even draft of the series. But you're going to have to make a call, Lacoste. Which one do you prefer?
Well, I'm going to go with Fnatic. I love the Drow Ranger pick. I've been in that game, and what Black was talking about, Drow Ranger against Ursa. Like, he was trying to blame it on us, like the supports are not protecting my Ursa. I think it was just because of the matchup, so I'm going to go with the Drow Ranger.
Oh, so this is just to prove Black wrong, then. B-Cup. Which one?
No, I agree with him. I agree
He
with
agrees
him.
with
But,
me.
Oh, I thought he was the Ursa, and he was just like, you guys aren't protecting me.
yeah, but then he realized it's not our fault. It's actually the carry-to-carry matchup.
Look at that character development.
Look,
Black. I'm
look at
proud
them
of you.
defending themselves.
Yeah, it's not Tsunami's fault or Fogged or Lacoste. It's just the matchup.
Of course, it's just the matchup. B-Cup, which matchup are you liking?
I don't know. I guess I'll agree with you. I got nothing. I already lost all my points,
You're
guys.
spent.
You know,
he's
it's just when you look at Twitch chat and it says 180 points, and then you put those 180 points on Fnatic.
Listen, you made someone who
And then,
wanted
you
to
know,
highlight their messages very happy today.
Yeah, I can't even do that anymore.
Rip.
Yeah, B-Cop, I'll go with TNC instead. I'll hype everyone up that wants to go
I'll
for
do
that
it
Enigma.
too. I'll do it too.
Okay.
I think that this Bristleback, while the Ursa Drow matchup may not be strong, I think Bristleback's gonna get a scepter, goo it up, and make things real interesting for game number 3. Take it away, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Ooh, gooing it up. That's, you know, Bristol's job potentially if he gets to that point. This game 3 is a big one. It is a lot on the line. It's crazy how much is on the line. Because, like, all the
We get a W there, but they didn't. So, yeah, Tusk, a hero that I really like. Not sure why the hero is not picked at all. Like, we rarely see him. It's a good save. It's anti-tank hero against the Bristleback. Potentially, like, I want to see what they decide to do this time around. Whether it's going to be DJ getting the farm priority or it's going to be Jabs.
We've seen Jabs do quite a bit with this in this series.
Because last time I've seen DJ play the Enchantress, he was the one getting the more. Almost like doubling the net worth.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was the game where he was just outputting so much damage on the Enchantress. Didn't he get like a bunch of farm on that Ench that one game?
He did. He definitely did. Now they're tri-laning top, leaving Doom on the bottom lane, which I really like. Any kind of tri-lane with Tusk is just superior. Period.
Right.
Superior.
Period. It's a period?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that slow. Jabs will eat a tango, stun. Yeah, it's still gonna proc. This should be the first blood. On
There
the
it
top
is.
lane, it's super strong. The question is, can they ruin Ursa on the bottom lane? Chuan already has phase boots queued up. It's gonna be tough, you know. Ursa matchup, I want to see Ursa getting Orb of Venom. He's bringing something, and there it is. Like, just Orb of Venom to be able to run him down. Because it was always a hard lane for Doom. Doom before was sitting at 0 armor, then 1 armor, then back to 4. You buy 1 stat items, it brings you to 5. So he's not as weak as he was before, but it's going to be a bit tough for him. Teams will try to zone him out.
Right.
They will need to send help to the bottom lane. DJ right now, lurking around. Enchant not as strong against Mirana. That creep will get 1 shot, so a lot of value lost. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we didn't talk about this matchup. Timbersaw against the Bristleback. Timbersaw, you know, he will free farm if Bristleback feels threatened at any point. He can make a new lane for himself between tier 1, tier 2 tower, or just keep dragging the creep wave. A lot of stuff you can do with a Bristleback. One of the reasons why it's so popular in the Southeast Asia.
Is there any reason that you'd want it more than we've seen a lot of safe lane Bristle? Is there anything that changes between it being safe lane and mid, or is there?
Comes online faster with and becomes much more tankier. More points in Bristleback. And as said, if lane's not going well for him, if it's something that he does not like to play into, Bristleback, one of the heroes that really farms early on, especially with the bottles. Introduction with the water rune, so bottle will always be full. And one of the best heroes to clear the stacks with, so I expect some stacks being made in the triangle.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can get back and make those stacks. We'll see who ends up backing off their lane to even potentially make those stacks, right? Like, can you leave Ursa by himself, get a stack made or something like that? Or do you want to have even Boomy potentially even leave his lane? Like, I just think, does it become a little bit too vulnerable for these TNC side laners if they go to make some stacks?
And not necessarily. Like, Gabby is completely fine against Doom. I don't think he gets pressured. And on the top lane, Bach, it's a position 5 Enigma, big nerf. From 35 to 50 seconds for demonic conversion, and Drow Ranger really does well against it. She's going into power treads straight away after finishing raid bans. She was also the one who got the first blood. So top lane gotta be really tough. What Jabs needs to do is keep blocking the small camp, just body block it on top lane. He will also get the courier kill, go back to the small camp, block it. They can't get the pull off, just completely ruin the top lane. They set up one sentry ward on top in case, you know, they want to pull. Not gonna happen because Jabs understands. I go there, there's not a single hero that can kill me top, so I'm just giving my Drow Ranger free farm. All I have to do is keep body blocking.
You know, we talked, or well, the panel talked about the hypothermia that could be a big issue against this, against TNC. They could really struggle once that shard comes out, but that's not really something that you pick up all too early on Drow normally, right? And honestly, they could even leave it to be picked up if they can secure the second Roche and control the map that way.
Yeah, it's really good shard, especially against certain heroes. I see it in the matchups against like Timbersaw, Morphlings, anything that has a lot of regen, so you feel tanky. Great against the Bristleback in this particular case. Arrow will connect on DJ.
Pick up the water rune, now starting to chase. As the Nature's Attendants, Armel just continuing to run forward, leap in front of DJ to try and get those body blocks and the damage out, but even just the level 1 Nature's Attendants making this kill unobtainable. And TNC...
Medallion of Courage actually keeping him alive there. The extra armor, the extra 5 armor that he gets from it. So Doom on the bottom lane, not too much CS, but he's getting levels. That's what matters. Really tough matchup here against Ursa. Being left alone. Enchantress roaming around, trying to get some pressure, controlling the runes. But most important thing is that Drow Ranger is getting the farm. Enigma soaking up the experience, can get a lot of farm, but it's also about denying the farm from a Drow Ranger potentially.
Yeah, only 16 and 10 right now for Bach. Not anything to write home about. Not the worst
complain.
lane. It's higher than the Doom. And he's been pressured pretty heavily. He also died in that bottom lane, so... You know, Gabby doing a good job right now on this Ursa. He's going into that Diffusal first. We'll see how that works out for him. And maybe even picking up the Morbid Mask before that.
We've seen in China, they prefer to get the Morbid Mask before, potentially go inside the pit. You kill 1-2 heroes. Once the Fury swipes are maxed out, you can solo kill the Roche. Maybe if you bring one extra hero. Gotta be easier just to try to tank it up. A lot of stuff happening here in the jungle.
Yeah, shards come out. They had the medallion, but the 2-man Earth Spike. Shockwave hits on a Boomy, and, well, they just didn't have the mana to follow that up with a snowball to potentially get in the face of Boomy.
Good thing about this is they don't have a single ability that goes through magic immunity. Like Tusk can stop a BKB Black Hole with the Walrus Punch, but needs to be careful like where Black Hole is used. If it's a bit on top of Enigma, then he can get close.
Is Shard one of those things that you see on Enigmas often?
It's a good shard. It's a good shard upgrade for the later stages. I don't think it's being prioritized.
Boomy getting run down as Moon makes the rotation. And while that's happening, they'll lose the Doom again to Gabby. So 1-for-1 trade around the map, but a bigger kill there coming in for TNC. And I believe, yeah, he's already got that Morbid Mask.
Morbid Mask is good for sustaining, farming the Ancients. Top lane,
Earth
trying
Spike.
to dive.
Jabs is in trouble for a second. Black Hole on a 2. They're going to bring in Tims. Do they have the damage to finish off Raven? Snowball holding it, trying to extend his life, but they end up losing the Drow, and now they'll lose Jabs.
Overextending there quite a bit, not respecting Enigma's level 6. There is going to be rotation potentially from one of the heroes. They saw Bristleback on mid, so they knew that, oh my god, what is that damage? Whirling Death. And now
ripped
Moon,
apart.
yeah, pressuring the tower with the double damage.
Yeah, he's already got that Morbid Mask.
Morbid Mask is good for sustaining, farming the Ancients. Top lane,
Earth
trying
Spike.
to dive.
Jabs is in trouble for a second. Black Hole on a 2. They're going to bring in Tims. Do they have the damage to finish off Raven? Snowball holding it, trying to extend his life, but they end up losing the Drow, and now they'll lose Jabs.
Overextending there quite a bit, not respecting Enigma's level 6. There is going to be rotation potentially from one of the heroes. They saw Bristleback on mid, so they knew that, oh my god, what is that damage? Whirling Death. And now
ripped
Moon,
apart.
yeah, now Moon can start pressuring the tower with the double damage. But big loss there. I think it's time for them to try to swap the lanes a bit. Doom on the bottom lane. Ursa, are there any TP rotations? Good shard block. This is going to be
dead.
an easy kill.
And that's finally some revenge there for the Doom, who had died twice.
Yeah, it's a big one. You got the levels. That's what we talked about. That's what matters. You don't expect to win that lane, but once you get that level 6, because he was getting the solo XP. And once again Armel in the mid lane.
He is in trouble. Arrow hits, Snowball's there. Armel low, surviving for now, but the shards block him in. He'll turn his back over to Jabs and die. Whoa, Jabs getting killed off by the Quills. And now they've got the stun onto Moon. Malefice on him as well with the Hex. Bot gets the kill, and they'll take him out.
They brought 4 heroes just to bring him down. 3 points in reactive armor. Hood still not done. Maybe if he had it there, I think he lives, but does not get away. Chuan wants to be able to go for Hand of Midas. We've seen what the Hand of Midas Doom can do. Get that extra gold on top of Devourer and then scale. We've seen even Dooms being the most farm heroes in the game.
And it just becomes a question of whether or not you can use that,
It's very hard.
worth effectively.
Yeah, it's very hard for Raven to just be on the top lane alone. Very vulnerable to any kind of gank. Piranha is also level 6, so Moonlight Shadow available. They need to either play the top lane or just rotate the draw range from here.
Bach getting chased down, and Moon makes that rotation. They'll
Even
slow down
without
this
detection,
Enigma.
they still get the kill. And now Draw Ranger can go back to Triangle. I think it's really not safe for her to play there. Maybe they try to stay and go for the tower, but I feel it's much safer choice to just be in a Triangle. They will need to deward it. There was one ward placed by the teams there. Morbid Mask, found by both teams. Draw Ranger will definitely pick it up, and Ursa also a hero that really loves to have it.
Possess Mask, Morbid Mask combination, which is weird. You only have one face, so wearing
There's
two
some
masks
two-faced people, you know. Like you could potentially, you know, wear both of these. I'm just kidding. You're a good guy, B-Cup. You're stunned. You're stunned. I'll be the play-by-play. You take a sip of water. Relax.
I just got burnt. Oh my god.
Well, you said you can't wear it. You know, I have something prepared. This is the first thing that comes to my mind. Had to say it. Didn't mean it, B-Cup.
Well, I'll overthink that for the next 3 months. And we'll be back in this game, 6-6, 1K lead right now for Fnatic. It's
Chat,
a slow minus
there's no
for,
beef between us. We just love to tease each other and make fun.
There's beef. You know, we've got this Midas coming out for Enigma. It's a little bit of a slower one, I would say. As he's, you know, he got his lane taken away. He's trying to come into the jungle nearby Gabby. He does have another Black Hole to work with. Do you look at the timing and maybe think about going to the Blink Dagger instead of the Midas?
On Enigma?
Yeah, like, are you?
No.
is it-
You go.
You're still okay
you go.
with
You
going Midas?
committed. Gloves of Haze done. You need to pick it up.
All right, I'm just wondering if it's become, it's not too late, but if you die again and
On
that Midas
Enigma,
is
it is
waiting.
never too late to get that Midas in. He
Never
just bought
too
a
late.
recipe.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Straight into Roche Pit. They're trying to steal first Roshan from TNC. I like that. Whenever a team does that against Ursa lineup, against TA lineup, tag team maxed out, so they have enough damage. Gonna take them a while. Next, the tag team will go down.
Yeah, and that's due to the fact that Enchantress No boots straight into the Solar Crest.
That helps quite a lot.
You got that minus armor. You've got jabs with that tag team. Feels quite nice, and they've got themselves an 11-minute Aegis.
They definitely did not expect this move. Not even a scan. Maybe something that TNC wanted to do.
Radiant's
With
bottom
Ursa, you got a
tower is
Diffusal
under
Blade
attack.
up. With Aegis, smoke in. Not with Aegis, maybe with a potential black hole to defend it. And then go in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tim's taking out that siege creep. And so now you've got this Aegis. You've got a little while to use it. And we'll see if TNC, how conservative they can play. Trying to farm up as much as he can. Is Bach going into the Aether Lens? Okay.
Something that Jin Q did, I believe, first time I've seen it. Last season on Enigma, it was a position for Enigma, but the cast range really helps quite a lot for Midnight Pulse. I want to see which one he takes on level 15. CDR is good, but I prefer the other one, the Midnight Pulse AoE.
Snowball, 2-man Earth Spike. They've got the Silence and the Doom, but the Black Hole comes in from Bach.
Finger.
And Boomy, he throws that finger. They'll get the kill on a 1. They look over at Moon, and he heals up a little bit. So they'll take out Bach. It ends up being a
Another
trade.
good
Another
stun.
good Earth Spike on a 2. But the right click in from Raven makes this a double kill. And they don't get that kill onto Moon. He was ready and survived, I believe, with a big one. And, well, doesn't even end up dying.
Ranger, and we've seen what earlier Ags can also do.
Tim's dropping there to DJ. The damage from Raven is starting to really mount.
Radiant are scanning.
And it's just going to become more of an issue. Like, Raven's getting out of control. And if they're not on top of him with that black hole, like, he just is going to run away with these fights.
Yeah, Black Hole, I'm a bit worried for the later stages of the game. They have, like, no stuns to intercept the Black Hole. There is Doom, of course.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, Raven just pushing in top. Going to that Sanjin Yasha. Solar Crest for DJ. He had that very early. That helped him get that first Aegis. Diffusal finally finished here for Gabby. They're going to move in on this. The smoke ends up breaking. Earthshot forward.
Stun.
Gabby in, and they've got the Earth Spike out. Arrow, Snowball, save. Drawing them further and further in. The question is, can they still get this kill on a Moon? They seem to struggle with killing off this Timber. They ended up losing Boomy. Jabs and Moon do follow, though. So this time they do secure the kill, and they get the kill into the Timber. Only after, though, losing that Lion, which I'm not entirely sure that was needed.
They need to bring someone who deals damage. Like Drow Ranger would want to be active. Bottom lane.
Doom run down.
Gabby with that Diffusal Blade just
Starts to hit
rips
hard.
through him.
It's becoming a problem, maybe, the Ursa. It's a couple of kills that go his way. We'll see if they can handle it. Not doing that much damage to Armel yet. Just a couple of right clicks coming through Armel, standing in their face. They've got the Centaur for the stun, and Tusk
With
gets stunned up by the
team,
Earth
he's
Spike.
not tanky.
Tag team with the right clicks. They'll get the kill on Armel. He can only tank up so long and so much. And the team, really, other than Boomy, didn't even move his direction. They never even thought about coming his way. A little surprising, especially with how long that took to kill him.
Maybe with Bach, they could have just try to use a Midnight Pulse, not necessarily commit with the Black Hole, just to drive them away. This Drow Ranger is getting massive. She's farming so much.
Yeah, ahead of the Ursa. But we'll see. It's only a 300, 400 gold lead right now. If Ursa can keep up as Gabby going into the BKB, then the Blink. You've got Drow with that Sanj, I believe, flying out.
Yeah, it's going to be a complete SNY.
And then Hurricane Pike next.
Bristleback, Lotus Orb, next item. I guess he just wants to get some armor against the Drow Ranger, but not too much that he can dispel. Like he can dispel Whirling Death. Good against Doom. Can dispel like Tag Team. It's also okay against the Snowball if they're going on the right target, so you can make a counterplay for that. Would maybe prefer if he decides to go for something else, just a casual. Oh, Raven getting caught.
Yeah, they got the Diffusal on him. The Hex, the Arrow won't need to connect as Gabby gets the kill on a Raven. Raven trying to push him away with the Gust, but it just wasn't far enough away. Everybody was there.
And now Ursa, after getting that kill, how much gold did he get? 430, finishes off a Blink Dagger, and now that's going to be one way to close the gap. Just get on top of the Drow Ranger.
Blink Walrus Punch coming through onto the Marana of Tim's. So Jabs showing off that fresh Blink, which is used to get a kill. You've got a 3K lead.
And something we discussed when the Never DJ is playing Enchantress, he gets a bit more of a farm priority. Now going into Force Staff, great against forcing people out of the focus, against Lion, against Ursa. And same thing Marana is doing. Also a Force Staff, not a usual item, but against Drow Ranger it's pretty big, and also against Ice Shards. Push people out. Same goes for Fisher. A lot of value that gets from that item. Enigma going into BKB next after finishing Ether Lens. Ether Lens also gives you cast range, mana region, of course.
So he's going to the BKB, which means Blink is going to be a long mile out. Does this maybe stop TNC's positioning game plan at all? If he wants to blink in, go strictly on the Drow?
Not necessarily. It's Ursa's and Bristleback's job to try to get on top of her.
And then you just black hole somebody else.
Yeah, if you can catch Doom, potentially, with the BKB, then you feel pretty secure. They got nothing. So right now, Fnatic inside a triangle. Drow Ranger will definitely need to get a pipe for herself.
They've got themselves the War Stomp, but he was hexed immediately afterwards. The Snowball save coming in for the blink of Jabs, and now they've got themselves the Black Hole that comes through. They already got the kill to the Doom. They look over as they'll finish off Jabs. Right clicks from the high ground, Moon onto the backlines. They got the Doom out of Gabby, and he'll end up dead. Stun out onto Moon, but he is soaking up a lot of this damage. There's not really much more for Bot to do. He already threw the Black Hole, and I think this fight is just over at that point.
That was a good Black Hole. Nice Snowball save, and then he understands where they're going to go. Pops the Midnight Pulse, pops the Black Hole. They got 2 kills. Doom already used on Ursa, so he's definitely going to die. A good thing about Fnatic's lineup is the only big cooldown that they got is Doom. Other than that, they can keep fighting all the time. One of the benefits from the Drow Ranger.
Not really cooldown dependent.
Yeah, same goes for the TNC. Like, they have Black Hole, maybe a Finger. Other than that, these are fight-ready heroes.
Yeah. Cooldown dependency, not the name of the game on this one. There are big cooldowns, but it's not, and, you know, do or die with them. At least not yet. Black Hole sometimes does become that spell. You either hit it,
or you miss
it. Get the five-man.
Classic 50-50. Either it is or it isn't.
Big question in Psych 101. So if you guys end up getting into a Psych class, it either is or it isn't. Meanwhile, Doom isn't.
It isn't, yeah. Jabs, I like what I see.
Yeah, Blink Walrus Punch trying to set up on the Gabby. He does have that in Rage, and now you're hit with the Malefice, so you have to run. Hex on a Raven. Boomy came around, but Boomy's gonna die. Raven, though, gets hit by the arrow of Tim's. Yule's up into the air. Raven still surviving. Armel running him down. Just needs one more right click, and it will be the Starstorm that gets the kill onto Raven. TNC. Well, Fnatic thought they had him, and then again, it is and it isn't, because they thought they had him, and then they didn't.
And now
DJ will
they
die.
can go right inside a pit. That's Cheese Aegis plus a shard. You give shard to Ursa. Let's see if they decide to scout it out. They have more than enough damage with Ursa, with the Bristleback minus armor. It's being pinged out instantly inside it. Buyback on draw range in 20 seconds. Same goes for Enchantress. Like, they need to contest this. This is too big.
Oh, you know what Jab's going to try and do here.
Black Hole available in 30.
Or Spike comes in.
Every time he blinks in, there's the Hex. They've got the Snowball. That's going to save their doom, but they've got themselves the Walrus Punch that comes out onto the Enigma. As he's Timber Chaining across the Enigma, though, he gets stunned up. They get the kill onto the Doom, and now Bach, he's not even dead yet. Stunned once again. It's the Malefice that's going off onto Moon and keeping him vulnerable.
Low on mana.
He's got no mana. He's got no health, and now they've got the kill on the Moon, and both those heroes don't have buyback.
They also caught Tusk. Snowball, where's he going on a creep wave? Blink Dagger available. Will be able to get out. Yes, he can.
Ooh.
Yes, he can get out. But meanwhile, in the Roche Pit, double damage. Ursa is going to get all the benefits from it. It's looking grim. Now that Ursa has that Enrage on the Earthshock, Draw Ranger definitely, you know, feeling bad for finishing S and Y instead of just keeping the casual Yasha and going into Pike, because that Pike could have saved her potentially 2 times.
Right. Now the game looking Ursa, by the way. There's no Grimstroke in this game.
What? Okay. I was like, what did I say? And then realized you pulled a sneaky little on me.
Got him.
Tusk, when I said I like what I see, going into Aghanim Scepter. Takes
for
a
that
while to
kick.
farm it. Not the fastest farming hero in the game, maybe if you find the Philosopher's Stone, but then for the fights you need to put it back in your backpack because of the Walrus Punch, anti-synergy. But if they get that, it's very good against Bristleback, great against Ursa, like potentially against the Enigma.
Right.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under
when you get
attack.
to start uppercutting and kicking people away for jabs, and this Tusk can certainly be a lot of kiting potential
Radiant's
to
top
deal
tower
with that
is under
Ursa.
attack.
Quick disconnect from jabs. Once Ursa gets a BKB, it's gonna be tough. They have like kick, punch, doom. Other than that, it's gonna be really hard. And now Draw Ranger getting closer and closer to the Pike. This is the exactly the item that they need. One fun interaction that we discovered the other day. What are we seeing on camera?
They're all gone.
They just left. I mean, when you have to go,
You have to
to
go.
go.
Oh, they got a humidifier in the back? Whoa.
Maybe-
Oil diffuser?
Maybe something's happening if they all left their chairs, you know.
They had to pee at once. All at the same time. That's the, do you know which trophy that is, by the way? The one next to the ESL on the left?
No.
It's the WESG one.
Oh. I was just thinking what they're possibly doing at the moment.
I don't know. But that was odd. I've never seen that before. Just pause into bathroom, potentially.
Hope it's nothing serious. I hope it's just a quick pause where they can come back. Hope everyone is fine. And we can continue playing Dota. There we
they
go.
Are. Refreshed. Ready to go. Was that a good bathroom break? Yeah, that was a good bathroom break. It's what they're probably discussing in the moment. So, everybody's sitting down again. Just some chatter happening.
They're having a good time.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go in, get a double kill,
yeah.
rub my eye.
Somebody
What are you gonna do?
Being right back. I'm gonna go in and gonna enrage. Then I'm going to move forward and just kill some heroes with my Viscous Nasal Goo potentially. Now I'm a different hero. Going for that Ags. Oh, it's very funny. Yeah, Ags, such a strong...
Yeah, Ags. Very funny. Yeah, so one of the best Ags, I would say. Got a lot of buffs in a couple of patches. Just no cast point on it. Cast time. Armor loss also per stack increased. And it's huge AoE. Like Ursa loves playing into anyone that gives him minus armor. Jabs his back. Welcome back. Seems like we're ready to go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Up and at 'em, ready to head into some more Dota.
Is under attack.
Take the top tier 2,
Radiant's
or at least
top
try
towers
to.
are
We'll see if
fortified.
anybody rotates here from Fnatic.
Dire's
I don't like long pauses, you know. I lose the momentum.
Radiant's top tower is under
How can I get you back in there?
No, I'm not talking about casting. I'm more about, you know, in-game, you lose track of time, especially for Roshan. I don't pause my inner clock.
Right.
I then still find a way how to do it. So I'm like, yeah, Roshan respawned. And then I check, and someone's still holding an Aegis.
Are you the guy who's constantly spamming F9 to get the unpause?
Yeah. I don't even have F9 anymore on my keyboard.
It's broken.
It's broken from too much clicking.
And then whenever you unpause, the other team just goes, "What, are you scared from playing 4v5 or something like that?" It's like, no, I just want to play the game.
Exactly.
Unpause it.
That's why I queued.
Yeah. That's the reverse psychology, though. What are you scared? And then the other person just goes, yeah, I am. So, 2,200 gold away from that Ags on the Bristle. You've got Blink Dagger, Shard queued up for Enigma. We'll see if the Black Hole gets off now with that BKB being minted here for Bach. But the game's sitting even in terms of net worth.
I would slightly favor TNC at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower
Because
is
Timbersaw,
under
he
Dire's
does
middle
not want to
tower
man
is
fight
under
against
attack.
Ursa into Midnight Pulse. Also Goose stacks, removing his armor. Draw Ranger will need to pop off. Enchantress, you know, she can deal damage. We've seen what Enchantresses can do. It's
Ooh,
just that they
found
have
themselves the
counter for
Timber.
her.
They've got the finger. They'll have the mana drain, and they'll get the kill. Gabby
Tower is under attack.
getting credit for that one. Taking Moon out for 64 seconds. And they Moonlight Shadowed it. They were maybe thinking about going for a +1 on that. Fnatic having to bail out of town.
If people are thinking, why is Gabby on Ursa using Enrage there? It doesn't deal extra damage while he's trying to hit Timbersaw. He wants that status resistance, you know, in case there's a Haven's Halberd to drop on him, so he can just almost dispel it immediately. Like, status resistance is 50%, so it's not going to last as long.
I like Black and Lizard's explanation of it during the panel. They were like, you're just getting yourself ready for battle. You're enraging, even though nobody else is there.
That's why you get Shard on Ursa, so you can do it with Earthshock.
Yeah.
It's like war drums.
Yeah. Getting you ready. So backdoor, that'll
Radiant's middle tower
go off as creeps come into the tier 2 tower range, and 4K lead here for TNC, +12 on the Fury swipes, damage picked up by the Ursa. They'll also find themselves a Titan Sliver, so you're talking status resistance. Why not get some more?
Yep. Immediately given to Ursa. What is Bristleback holding? Just a quick silver amulet, not something that he wants to hold. There is one up, a bit more overtime.
Getting you ready. So backdoor, that'll
Radiant's middle tower
go off as creeps come into the tier 2 tower range, and 4K lead here for TNC, +12 on the Fury swipes, damage picked up by the Ursa. They'll also find themselves a Titan Sliver, so you're talking status resistance. Why not get some more?
Yep. Immediately given to Ursa. What is Bristleback holding? Just a quick silver amulet, not something that he wants to hold. There is Cloak of Flames. He'll gladly pick that one up. A bit more overtime damage. And, of course, armor. Any extra armor that you can get against Draw Ranger gonna feel good in this game. Still no hypothermia, going into Scotty next after finishing the Pike, and then into Butterfly.
Might have been hoping to get that second Roche. 12% cooldown reduction there for Moon. He's going into the BKB and then Ags. So 2050 away from the Scotty. Drow. Raven trying to get as much as he can. He's actually down here at 4th on the net worth. He was having a really good start to the game.
He
Things
did,
have
but
kinda
those
slowed
couple
down.
of deaths getting caught, itemizing into S and Y instead of the Pike first cost him that. Like, they could have potentially taken those fights if he lives. Now we see Bristleback with the Axe done.
Spot DJ, arrow thrown. That's not going to land on anybody. Earthshock forward. Yule's up into the air.
Black
Black
hole
hole on a
on
2. It's not really the 2 you want to be going
He
for.
walks
He
in.
walked right into it. And now they've got the snowball. He was trying to get the save, and he gets it for a little bit, but Moon gets taken out. The Walrus Punch is not going to be enough to get the kill on the teams. They'll take out DJ and Jabs. They got the Doom, but it's well too late on Enigma. And they're deep into the base. They look over at Raven, who TPs back into the well. Just too late on that Doom. They got themselves the black hole.
Bach was so quick with that black
Fast
hole.
on it.
He understands. I get the 2 heroes inside. That's going to make our fight so much easier. Roshan may respawn in a minute and 30 seconds. Oh,
Found the
getting
Doom.
caught.
And they will get the kill, making it a 4th.
It just fell apart for Fnatic so quickly. There's no tier 2 towers on the bottom, so they can go bottom. They can also go top. Not a single tier 2 tower alive. Ursa with the Solar Crest on him, plus a Bristleback. It's ton of damage on the towers. Draw Ranger is out, trying to multi-shot.
Arlo
Left
just
also
is back
used.
over to him. They're going to try and right-click and deter them, but they just don't have enough. And the right-clicks are coming through, but eventually Armel might even just want to run your way. Everybody up in just a second for Fnatic. The chase is on. They've got
Cheese.
Moon TPing towards the front. They look over as Armel eats the cheese. Moon, though, pops the BKB. Chakram and doesn't do anything with that BKB. TNC will just retreat out.
TNC wanted those melee barracks so bad before they get out. Let's see. Roshan may respawn in 15 and find Illusion Rune. Not the best one. Bristleback will grab it.
Enigma going Refresher. So, no Shard after the blink. Just going double Black Hole.
He has enough mana pool to do it.
And
Black
Roche
Hole
is
500.
back up.
Immediate. Like, this is the
Fastest
fast
one.
one. And also, they find Refresher. This is a much better one whenever you
3
have
black
Enigma.
holes. Not 1, not 2, but 3.
Not enough mana for 3 black holes, but okay.
You'll conjure some up.
Can't use it straight away. You also want to use a Midnight Pulse, so you need to wait a bit. You have a lot of mana regen, 7.4 per second. Once that other Perseverance kick in, it's going to be around 15-ish with the Refresher.
Dire are scanning.
If Lion can get to 20, then he could just give the mana to the Enigma.
Good way of thinking. I love that.
Actually,
Yeah.
let's go. It only took me 2 seasons.
No, this is actually pretty high IQ play right there. Problem is Lion's level 16.
I still need somebody to clip this, though. This is the first time I feel like I've impressed Lacoste through 2 seasons.
No, this is great. I love it. You should theory craft more B-Cup.
That's what I've been doing all season. It has not worked out well.
No, you weren't theory crafting. You were saying that you know what would be cool, not necessarily good, but
Roche died so quickly.
well, Bristleback just spammed goo on
Yeah.
him.
And then Ursa came in and they just destroyed it. So Shard given over to the Enigma.
Refresher done in 50 gold.
Yeah.
So every single black hole is 500 mana. Now with the ceremonial robe sitting at the 1700 mana pool.
Okay.
So that's 1500. Refresher is 300. So he can have, because Refresher Shard does not cost mana to use it. But no Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, it's already down. You're fine. You just need one Midnight Pulse. Maybe the mana regen will be enough. Mid, Moon, caught. Gabby getting these right clicks in. Blink, War Stop coming in with the BKB. They got the disarm for a moment on the Gabby, but with the Earth Shock and the status resistance, they'll be okay to right click away and they'll get the kill onto the Doom. He's got buyback, and it's crazy because Armel, he's just running through the base to get to these heroes. Throwing down the Viscous Nasal Goo with no fear that he's going to get caught in this base at all.
They can focus the barracks. They don't need to take this fight. Just go in, focus the barracks. The threat of the black hole, sometimes it's actually stronger than the spell. Go in, go back to bottom lane, potentially 3 black holes.
Yeah, Omnipresence can be a pain. And they're going to jump in. They get the kill on the DJ. There's not much stopping them from moving in, but they're going to find the Enigma. And now they've got the Doom. So Doom used on the Enigma. He's not going to be able to get saved here, I believe. Does he outreach in that? No.
Do the math.
No. I don't know. I'm going to focus on the rest of the fight.
It's going to be close. He lives.
He lives. He out-regened. All right, the first thought I had in my mind was right, but Jabs ends up going down to the finger. Raven trying to clean up the creeps inside the base, and now they've got the black hole available. They may not even need it. They get the kill on the Boomy, but they end up losing the Doom. Dead for 78 seconds. They'll buy back on Boomy, and now Moon, Raven, as well as Jabs against the world.
Now, they even gave him a bottle to use it. And they also gave him cheese. We'll pop the cheese on Enigma. Now without Doom for 60 seconds. Gabby dropping low, but still has Aegis to work with. Where's the black hole?
Blink in, Earth Spike. Now the black hole comes through onto Raven. This is looking like the end. They will get the kill on Raven. He doesn't have buyback. Another black hole comes in on the Moon. There's nothing to save this Timber. These heroes will die. They will call GG, and TNC will win the series. And it's a big one for them at that.
Yeah, great showing from TNC in game number 3. I think everyone did their job correctly. They left Enigma to farm underneath the tower, kind of sacrificed Enigma while setting themselves up for a very good lanes. They put Ursa on the bottom against Doom. Doom couldn't do too much. Hit level 6, they got 1 kill on Ursa. It's just that those fights that they were supposed to take on Fnatic with Draw Ranger, and I think that SNY, it might not sound like that, but not having a Pike, not being able to maneuver into team fights, Ursa jumps you, you're straight up dead with the Diffusal Blade, there's too much slow, they already take out the Tusk, so he can't save her, and yeah, the second Roche. It seems like the whole story of this series has been who can get the Roche, like who gets those shiny free items from Roshan, and then in the end, it was TNC.
Yeah, TNC, they take the series 2-1. Over Fnatic, which has big implications for both these teams. And to break down those implications, to break down this third game, we've got the panel. So back over to you guys. Take it away.
Big implications indeed, as now TNC have secured either going to a playoff slot or a group stage slot. No longer in contention for the wild card. Now it's up to T1 as the next series to see if there is even going to be a tiebreaker. Otherwise, TNC might just straight up clinch it right to the playoffs with this series alone.
And who's TNC playing, T1 playing in the end? Do you remember?
T1 is playing against Neon.
Against Neon. So like Neon, even though the Lilgun that was used instantly kills 2 heroes, just gives you that win condition overall. But in this game, it was mostly about the chaos that the rest of them were making. And it was just too much for a draw without any mobility to deal with. Even the draw was actually dying and getting killed, picked off out of position.
Yeah, can't say much about TNC. I think they've been outdrafted 3 times and they won. Arguably, they should have even won the first game. So they're definitely the better team. They deserve the victory and thus the major slot as well over Fnatic. And again, in this game, I thought that, especially after how this early game looked, Fnatic had it again. But TNC just always managed to outplay them in the mid game, especially in the later portions as well. Second, third Roche, just all TNC after the early game, despite a draft disadvantage. And being able to do it in 3 games consecutively. Sure, in the first game you made 1 mistake, which lost to the game ultimately.
With the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, still being able to win. despite having 3 draft disadvantages, I mean, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. Like, you definitely need to improve your drafting game.
It's a stylistic approach, though. Is it really just an outright draft loss?
If this is not Fnatic, but like a team secret, you're done.
Same drafts, all
yeah,
3
you
games?
will lose like in 25 minutes.
Okay.
Tops. Because mistakes have been made, lots of them, by Fnatic, and TNC punished them very well.
TNC capitalized on those mistakes, but they had some good things for themselves as well. The Midnight Pulse versus the 2 bulky boys versus the Bristle versus the Doom and the Timber. It's a lot of damage. That black hole is always a danger, and if you do get caught by that Drow Ranger, you're dead. But if you're getting caught, is it your mistake or is it TNC playing well? I would say a little bit of both.
For sure. And definitely, I think that I'm with you, Black, that in a more traditional mindset, I do agree that it was a draft, I don't know, a little bit of a draft offset. But I do think that that's Southeast Asia's trump card whenever they come to international majors, is that they do these off-kilter drafts. And you'd think, like, on paper, yeah, my Drow Ranger should be able to beat an Ursa. Why am I losing to this? And it's not necessarily, I think, just like on a player skill kind of thing. It's just that even with having carry-to-carry matchups not be in their favor, Southeast Asia still oftentimes finds a way to make it work.
Sure.
And TNC in this game make it work 2-1 against Fnatic. And as we said before, major implications on the line. And an interview on the line as well. Ring, ring, I believe. It's the Lion player from game number 3, Boomy. Congratulations on the 2-1 victory versus Fnatic. Let me know if you can hear me.
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Well done. Hell of a game on that Lion. I don't think you got a single hero stun with your Earth Spike. You were getting 2-3 heroes every single time. It was a pleasure to watch. How'd you feel about this game 3? Were you guys stressed out knowing how much was on the line, or you just played it like any other game?
No, we were just like normal. We just played it like any other game. We were very confident that we can take game 3.
Okay, congratulations, qualifying for the major, whether it's the group stage or playoff. It's a big feat for you guys, keeping the TI dream alive. What is now? Of course, you still have a tiebreaker potentially if T1 wins. What is like your preparation going into the major? Are you guys like what is your plan? Just gonna be super try hard, or maybe take a little time off?
I mean, I don't think we have a time off, so. Yeah, I think we're gonna be super tryhard. Just keep on practicing.
Do you have to quarantine in Ukraine?
Probably.
You have to quarantine for a week or so, right? Yeah, so there's actually almost no time off at all. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you just go into Ukraine and you prepare in your hotel rooms, right? Like, what else to do?
Lizard, you got a question for Boomy?
I'm interested in just how you're seeing the meta right now. Do you think that it's versatile, that many different styles can work, or is there just one single one that's winning and better?
I think any strategy or any heroes can work. There's no like single strategy that it's in this meta. I think it's there's a lot. It doesn't matter. What strategy, as long as you play it like really well, I think it will work.
You know, more of this era of the death ball or the split push or the team fight always winning. It's a lot of open on the line. So depending on what happens with T1, I know based off of points, you guys would probably like to automatically be in the playoffs. But do you think that you would benefit from a group stage and being able to play other teams, like international teams, or would you just straight, I want to be top 8 right as soon as we get into the tournament?
I mean, yeah, for me, I want to be in the playoffs straight away. I want to be in top 8 for sure.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I don't want to be in the group stage.
Now that you do have the major contention, though, do you think that you're going to... Because we spoke to one of your teammates earlier, and I think they said that you've mainly been scrimming Chinese teams. But now that the league is done, you've played every single Southeast Asian team. Do you think that you'll start scrimming SEA teams again, or sticking to Chinese teams?
I think we're going to do both.
Okay.
Chinese and C team, because we can learn a lot from Chinese, actually.
Is there anything that you learned from Chinese scrims over this entire season that you felt have kind of given you an advantage in this league?
I think we learned how to deal with Medusa from Chinese. They really counter it very well.
Yeah, I think that has been the
yeah.
hero of the patch for us as we've been watching all these regions. I guess since this is your last game, any shout-outs, any things that you want to say to your fans who have been loyally supporting you throughout these past 6 weeks?
Yeah, shout out to TNC family. Shout out to the fans that have been supporting us all the way, and to all the haters. Thank you.
Love to the haters. Love to see it. Well done. 2-1 victory versus Fnatic. Looking forward to how you do in the next major. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You got to be in high spirits after a win like this. Playoff or group stage. That means a lot for a team like TNC that didn't even show up.
It doesn't just mean a lot for the major, but you also get an additional 100 points.
Yeah.
Now that the race is tightening up, these 100 points are very important.
Yeah, considering they didn't even go to Singapore major, this is
How many points did they get from season
already great.
They were 5th.
They were 4th,
or
5th.
4th.
Did they get any?
I think you got like 150 or 200 or so.
You got anything that isn't bottom 2 in upper division, I believe, gets points.
Gets points, yeah, but they didn't get a lot. They weren't really great with their positioning. But
let's just assume they have 200. If they now win, I don't think they're guaranteed for TI, but there's a high chance.
If they win the major?
No, if they win the
Oh, right. So if they either TNC loses or if they win the tiebreaker.
Yeah, then I think they have like about 700 points or so.
Yeah, so first is 500.
Yeah.
Second is 300.
Yeah.
Third is 200. Fourth is 100. And then fifth is 50.
Okay, so they got, I think, 600 then, which is not enough.
Assuming that they get first here.
Yeah.
Because they got fourth
first,
place.
There's a big
last
chance.
season.
There's a big chance that with the major, decent placement, they get into TI.
Yeah.
So.
But just remember, major, you gotta win at least one series to be in the points, even if you're in the playoffs.
Right.
Because bottom 8 get nothing.
As we can now look at the standings, only one series left officially, but we got plenty more series left when it comes to tiebreakers, as now we see TNC Predator claim their 5th victory, and they are now 5-2, and Fnatic drop down to 4-3, which means that the next series, which is going to be on May 20th, OB Neon versus T1.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
If T1 win, then that means that we have to do a tiebreaker between TNC and T1 to figure out who's taking the playoff slot and who's taking the group stage slot.
Yep. And then there's also a tiebreaker between Execration and Fnatic for the wildcard slot. And then a 3-way tiebreaker between Neon, Boom, and Omega.
To see who
gets relegated.
Yeah.
That's if T1 win.
Yeah, but if OB Neon wins, there's a 3-way tie for...
4-way tie.
4-way tie for the wildcard.
And TNC is just
the group
first.
stage.
And the group stage.
Yep.
And TNC is just first. And we still have a BO3.
For the lower division
Boom,
relegation.
Omega. So either way, we're at least guaranteed like 2 BO3s.
It's either 2 or 3.
Something crazy.
Are we going to have all BO3s, or are we going to maybe have best of ones in a round robin kind of a style?
It depends on how many teams there are.
Yeah, because there's a lot of teams. It's best of ones, right?
Yeah. If T1 wins, it's 2 BO3s and a 3-way tiebreaker. Yeah, which is every team except Lilgun playing again.
Also, now you can see that the lower division has been resolved as Signature Trust, MG Trust, and Team SMG are going to be promoted. Still don't really know how next season's going to work.
No update yet. Right?
No update yet. It's definitely a good thing. And obviously all these teams will be competing for the qualifiers for TI. So anyone you see on this list, except maybe not Signal Ultra. Oh no, it's because lower division bottom relegation hasn't been decided yet between Army Geniuses. So still, like, anything's possible in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, we've just gone through 6 weeks of doubts, and we have absolutely no clue about who's going to the major in which capacity and who's getting relegated from Division 1. Only Lilgun. Lilgun pretty much are the only ones confirmed out, but...
Whittled it down a little bit.
Yeah.
1 team gone, 7 to go.
It only took 6 weeks.
We need an extra 6 weeks, and we'll have the other relegation.
Then we have 6 teams left, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So 1 year to pretty much decide a major, wildcards, and the group stage and
whatnot. That's what the international is for, I suppose. We can only spend so much time in our own regions. We got to make sure that the whole world is competing internationally, one region against another, to find which one is the best. But we also need to find out which one of our predictions were the best for today.
No, I had a feeling it's the prediction warden.
I like it.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good one.
I'll be the Tempest double for this one. You
Will you?
microman.
I can micromanage you all day long.
Please.
Send you around. Send you
Just
pick up
don't
bounty
feed me.
runes.
I'm worth a lot of gold.
I won't feed you. You're like 300 later on.
That's right.
What the hell? How can I feed my precious
Protect
beard
me.
away?
Protect me.
But they'll always know which one is the clone very easily. They just look at the beard. They're like, yeah, that's the
This
guy.
one doesn't have any true sight.
And I'm a little bit bulkier as well.
That's true.
The real one, yeah.
You can hold rapier and gem. I can't. I don't have the muscles capable of doing that. It's two-headed. I guess they didn't have it. There's no key art of Tempest double hanging out with the main Arc Warden or Zet.
Looked more Jakiro to me, but
I have nothing against being a dragon as well, so we can be a
They've
dragon
done-
next time.
They've done that one.
Yep.
They've used most of the two-headed ones, so gotta mix it up. As we now reach the final day of the DPC Southeast Asia Season 2. Tomorrow, last series, OB Neon versus T1. Last series. It's not really the last series.
Second to last day.
Second to last day.
Yeah.
Last series.
Yeah.
Before tiebreakers.
Yeah.
And it'll determine a lot, so please tune in. I hope you've been enjoying the broadcast. I hope you've been enjoying it, all made possible by our sponsors, HyperX, and the premium quality support of Secret Lab chairs. We'll be back tomorrow. I hope you will be too.